Lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes. Lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Greetings from Singapore, where we have officially reached the halfway mark of the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. Game 7 is about to begin, where the match is still evenly tied 3-3. Today, Ding will play with the black pieces and Gukesh with white. Will we see some fighting action on the board? Stay tuned to the FIDE broadcast.
Hello and welcome, and it's back to the board for our players in Game 7 of the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. I'm Jovanka Houska and I'm here in sunny Sentosa alongside the one and only Grandmaster David Howell. Now David, this match has shown a lot of promise, but the players, they are still equal, 3 points apiece.
Yeah, 3 points apiece, and after Ding struck that early blow in Game 1, Gukesh has consolidated somewhat. He's found his footing in the match. He struck back in Game 3. Now 3 draws in a row between the two players. It could have been different. We saw Ding with some big chances in the last segment of the match, the last few games, but ultimately they're just building the pressure. It feels like ultimately someone's going to crack. It's just a question of who.
Yes, it does feel like, using a tennis analogy where everything has gone to deuce. It is advantage Ding so far, but as you mentioned, Game 6 was very tense. Here's Charlize with a recap of the highlights.
Game 6 of the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google ended in a draw after 46 moves. In a game arising from the London system, both players tried everything on the board to take advantage of their opponent's mistake, but to no avail. The challenger Gukesh D could have forced a draw by repetition by playing 26 Queen E7, but instead opted for Queen H4. In the post-game press conference, he said that he thought he might be slightly worse out of the opening, though he wasn't sure. But with the files open in front of Ding's king, he thought he would always have counterplay and didn't see a reason to take the draw repetition. He noted that he wasn't actually playing for a win, but wanted to play a few more moves and see what happened. The champion Ding Liren was content with the result, but at the same time, he understood that he needed to tighten up his game. He admitted that he feels he is letting his advantage slip away at critical moments and has to improve this in the following games. The 7th game of the match takes place Tuesday, 3rd of December, 5 p.m. local Singapore time. Gukesh will play with the white pieces.
Gukesh with the white pieces today, and Ding saying there in the press conference that he needs to punch a little bit harder when he has the advantage.
That's right. He's putting himself in the right positions. In sport, this would be kind of getting those scoring opportunities, but killer instinct, putting the ball in the back of the net, that's the hardest thing in chess, especially at this top level where every opponent is so tenacious, resilient, so good at defending. And Gukesh, he's given small chances away. It's never been a clear knockout, though. So Ding, if he keeps doing what he's doing, keeps making those chances for himself, will feel confident that he can take one of them. But the longer it goes on, the more frustrating it might be in the short term.
Yeah, and as the match draws on, the closer and closer it gets to the finish line. Stating the obvious, but it does mean that the tensions are high. And there we do see the playing arena where the players are in the box, the fishbowl, the fish tank, whatever you call it. It's secluded, it's soundproofed, and definitely waiting for the arrival of the two participants. Oh, I like the fact that there's atmospheric lighting for the visitors.
Yeah, I have a confession here, Jovanka. Yesterday, my mum arrived in Singapore, and I wanted to show her the playing hall. So we had to sneak in. Nobody was around, and all the lights were on. But I wanted to get the atmosphere, so I spent about 20 minutes hunting for some light switches. Eventually, I found them. You know, the atmosphere in there is really special, really unique. And yeah, I've got to say, those chairs are very comfy as well. We haven't had the opportunity to experience them during the games. But yeah, the teams, Ding's team, Ding's family, Gukesh's family, they've got their special seating areas. The VIPs have their areas. The fans have their areas too. And yeah, all admiring the players in that glass box. It is a surreal experience.
It's an electric crowd as well, because so many people have shown up from Singapore and from all over the world in order to partake and just be a spectator here. And there we do see in the fan zone, Anna Muzychuk. She'll be joining us later on in the studio. She's just done a masterclass, a talk about her chess experiences. Looking forward to having her here with us.
That's right, a world-class player there, Anna Muzychuk. We also see Eric Rosen. He's actually taking photos with some fans. He's blocked at the moment, but There we go. Eric Rosen, a very famous streamer. And he's popping by too, I'm sure. We'll get a chance to chat to him at some point.
Maybe we'll get a queen sacrifice in his honor.
Oh no, my queen.
Oh no. And there we see again the playing arena. We are waiting for the arrival of the players. David, I have to ask you. Gukesh has the white pieces. This has been a point of speculation for many people out there. Will Gukesh open up with e4 or will he switch?
Yeah, on paper, it looks like a 50-50, Jovanka. It's either d4 or e4. He's won a game with d4. He's played e4 more in this match. But it's one of those things. Commentators always get it wrong, no matter what we predict. Apart from you, Jovanka.
No. I was lucky, right?
But actually, you predicted the London system in Game 6.
Yes,
guess how many London systems there have been in the history of World Championship matches?
Was it just one?
Only one before Game 6.
And that
actually,
was
two now in history, and both of them played by Ding.
Right, and I only suspected it would be a London system because last year in Astana,
in Game 6,
Ding won with a London system. Yeah. And so I thought, he's been varying things up with whites. Why not throw for symbolism the London? But
I'll say e4.
E4.
How about yourself? He's had a rest day to prepare. Surely he's going to be direct, aggressive.
Exactly. And the French isn't the most solid of openings.
Gives white a lot of attacking possibilities.
Do you know, when AlphaZero first learned chess and started playing against itself, it tried the French defense. And then after several thousand games, it said no. Then it tried the Caracal, so played against itself.
Sicilian?
No. Yeah, then it went through Sicilian. It went through everything and then went, okay, E4, E5. That's
Berlin.
The way forward.
Berlin Wall, solid. But, okay, in the meantime, we see Ding arrive. This is relatively early, still 10 minutes to go. This is Ding's team. We saw his mum in the back there, but also his seconds, Richard Rapport and Nihua, two grandmasters, accompanying him. I saw Ding on the rest day. He looked very relaxed, actually, meeting the fans, happily chatting away with his family. There he enters the players' area, and we see his helpers retreat.
Yes. And yeah, there you can see. It must be a nerve-wracking experience as a second to watch your player, someone that you spent months and months preparing with, just so much emotion invested in this particular game. Ding Liren playing with the black pieces later on today.
I've got to say, it is a ritual we see now. The teams come down with the players. It might be odd for them, though. They come down in the lift from their hotel room. They head straight back up a moment later. Also, I want to say that's the first time I've seen Richard Rapport wearing trousers this event. He normally turns up in colourful shorts as if he's on holiday, as if he's on the beach somewhere. But no, today he means business.
Yeah, is there something to worry about for Gukesh?
Maybe.
Well, let's have a look at Gukesh's seconds as they make their entrance. We're still waiting for the arrival.
That's a lot of excited fans there. Anticipation building. First chance to glimpse the warriors for these fans.
And it's super exciting because it is the day after the rest day. We do know that the seconds will have been in full concentration mode yesterday, coming up with new creative ideas. It's like Ding said at the press conference, preparation is like an iceberg. You only see the top. There's so much hard work that's going on underneath the surface.
Exactly. We only see 14 games. Often several of those games feature the same types of openings, but the players, they've got hundreds and hundreds of opening lines in their files, in every single opening imaginable. There we see Maria Emelianova, photographer, chess personality.
Official photographer and streamer, yeah.
And okay, it feels like Gukesh, he's teasing us now. Maybe doing those last-minute discussions with the second, but there we go.
Yeah, he makes his arrival, accompanied by Gregor Skajewski.
And we hear some fans there cheering for Gukesh. Yeah, Gukesh's dad and his main second supporting him. And Maria making a last-minute dash inside the playing hall as well.
Yeah.
Okay, game 7. We're almost there. Almost started, Jovanka. What do you predict in terms of momentum, flow, result? Opening is one thing, but what do you expect Gukesh to try and do in the early stages? attack.
Well, Gukesh has been pretty consistent. Actually, both the players have been very consistent in their approaches. We've seen Gukesh, he's ambitious. He wants to extend as much as possible. He plays the most concrete, principled moves in the positions. Ding has had plenty of chances in those type of positions. But Ding has been a lot more cautious.
Yeah.
He's been kind of steering the game into positions where you can't calculate for ages.
Yeah, and I think Ding's been very successful actually with his strategy. Before the match, I think not just us, I think most of the chess world expected Gukesh to come out strongly, maybe put Ding under pressure in the early games, outcalculate him, outfox him in these messy positions. But Ding's been very good at kind of dodging those types of positions. And other than game 3, where he fell into a trap and got his bishop stuck behind enemy lines, Ding has never been in trouble at all. It was just literally half of one game where it went wrong, but the rest of the time he's been in control.
And also, like in game 6, when he was in trouble, he found those critical moves. So he's been in excellent shape. It has been a bit nervy at times, but that's to be expected. And there you can see the different chairs. I mean, this is because of the players' requests. And there we do see Gukesh getting ready and
chilling,
leaving, about to go and enter the playing arena. And there we see Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. He's about to call the players, and also the guest of honor, Mr. Edwin Tong, the Minister for Culture, Community and Youth, and Second Minister for Law. He's going to make the opening moves.
And there we see the handshake. Our Master of Ceremonies, Maurice Ashley, will kick things off very shortly. Okay, Ding playing with his chair. It's been a couple of days since they were sitting down, so I expect...
It's a habit, have you not? They've been doing it every single time. Okay.
Gukesh playing with his chair as well. You're right, Jovanka. The players getting ready, just getting in the zone. We'll see Gukesh start to meditate, close his eyes in a moment. And Maurice, we're going to go out to him in just a few seconds as he begins announcing and introducing Game 7 of the match.
Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome to Game 7 of the FIDE World Championship presented by Google, held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the Resorts World Sentosa in beautiful Singapore. I am Maurice Ashley, and it is my pleasure to introduce the two gladiators who are fighting for the title of World Chess Champion. First, the challenger from India, Gukesh Dommaraju. And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren. The match is currently tied at 3 points apiece. This is Game 7, and it will mark the end of the first half. This match has been hosted by the country of Singapore, and they have absolutely shown that they wish for this to be showcased as a pearl in the history of chess. We have seen many dignitaries come to the tournament, and our special guest today is one of them as well. He will be making the ceremonial first move. He's the Minister for Culture, Community and Youth, and Second Minister for Law. As the Minister for Culture, Community and Youth, he chairs the National Integration Council, the Singapore Cares Steering Committee, the National Youth Council, and the National Steering Committee on Racial and Religious Harmony, driving efforts to build a caring, cohesive, and confident society in Singapore. Since November of 2020, he has also chaired the Chinese Community Liaison Group, which was set up to strengthen government's relationship with Chinese community organizations and deepen the government's understanding of the Chinese community. As the Ministry of Law, he focuses on the development and promotion of Singapore's legal and dispute resolution sector. He also handles wide-ranging aspects of law reform, including intellectual property, corporate restructuring and insolvency, and legal aid. Please welcome our very special guest, Mr. Edwin Tong. Please. And with that, let the game begin.
And there we have it, the first move of Game 7, Knight F3 from Gukesh. A surprise. We were expecting e4, d4. He did win Game 3 with d4, but yeah, Knight F3 on the board. And now it's up to Ding to react. Now Ding seems, well, he is hesitating, so clearly a surprise for Ding.
Yeah, and this move is very flexible. Often it does transpose into other variations. It can still go into a Queen's Gambit. It can still go into an English opening, London system, and you name it. This opening can transpose. But there are some move order tricks. Maybe Ding's intended reply could be circumnavigated here. He does push his Queen's pawn. I just want to point out as well, really interesting, Jovanka, that both players have now played 3 different first moves as white. Both of them have played e4, d4, and knight f3 on move 1. This is just modern chess. Players are really agile in the opening. They can play anything. It's not about the first few moves anymore. It's about what we're going to see a bit later.
And you also see that in style as well. You find more and more that these days the players are just universal. And David, I have seen you play this opening with white countless number of times. So you must be super happy here. This is the Reti. G3 being played, bishop G2, and it's going to be interesting to see whether Gukesh will go for a very early C4, challenge the center, or just build some more before making some central advances.
Yeah, this opening is named after famous Grandmaster Richard Reti, and it's just, again, very flexible. You can kind of, as soon as you Fianchetto, you kind of attend to business on the king side. You park your king very safely behind its bishop. And then, as you mentioned, Jovanka, you can push this pawn, the d pawn. You can Fianchetto the other bishop in certain circumstances. You can even build what we call a King's Indian attack. Because you're white, it's not a defense, it's an attack, d3, e4 later, depending what the opponent does. You're right, I play this all the time these days, and I kind of have 2 repertoires. I have e4, where I do have some ideas, but I have a lot of holes as well in my repertoire.
Yeah.
I don't like certain openings. I also have my what I call my lazy repertoire. I won't tell you which chess friends, but a lot of my chess friends call me Lazy Dave, and it's partly because I just play this against anything, and then only later do I kind of decide what to do. You can freestyle here, or you can book up and know your stuff, but Black also has a lot of options himself.
Right, and the most trendy one is actually, I was going to just say, is to Fianchetto the dark squared bishop. So there we see G6 played. Now I'm very curious to see what Gukesh has up his sleeve, because it's my impression that out of all of the black responses, G6 is the toughest nut to crack.
Yeah, actually, if you ask any grandmaster why they don't play the Reti, then it's kind of 90% of the time the reason is because of this G6 move. Let's just go back to show. I'm also curious, by the way, why Gukesh played d4 instantly. I think he might have an idea. Maybe he'll play c4 now immediately. But just to show why the Reti is such a good weapon sometimes, as we see a kind of delayed Queen's Gambit, as predicted. If Black wants to set up in typical Queen's Gambit declined fashion, then after, for example, d4, you can bypass a lot of the main lines in the Catalan opening where Black plays an early bishop b4 check, Black plays an early d takes c4. You've basically cut out realms and realms of theory. And yeah, you've saved yourself a lot of work simply. So again, that's why I call it the lazy repertoire. But also it helps You choose the opening, and this is where Ding, he rarely fianchettoes his bishop, but it's pretty much total symmetry. And if we catch up, oh, actually, it wasn't d4.
No, it wasn't. It was
sorry,
d4
it was
immediately,
Yeah.
bishop g7, and then c4. And now it's crunch time, right? Because Ding could choose to support the pawn in the center with c6. Very, very popular. Could you also go knight f6 and take it into a fully fledged Grunfeld, which is very theoretical?
Yeah, you could. You can also take this pawn, but yeah, knight f6 would allow white to break the center, but this is, Grunfeld territory. And I don't think that's Ding's main opening these days. The Grunfeld, there's a lot of theory here. So he goes for what they call the solid system. Peter Svidler has recommended this in his courses, and all the top players seem to play this.
So it's called the solid system. Because I kind of know it as the Grunfeld Slav, but I wonder whether this is like fake news that someone told me.
I've heard that too, though. It's like
that
a
might be
hybrid.
For me, though.
Yeah, it's a hybrid of the Grunfeld, which is fianchettoing and then putting a pawn on d5, and the Slav, which is always playing c6, d5. So I know what you mean.
Yeah.
And it's basically total symmetry apart from these pawns. And Ding leaves the board, which we haven't seen so much from him recently. He very, very rarely has left the board this early in the game.
Yes.
White has a bunch of options now, Jovanka.
Totally.
You can take if you're feeling safe.
I've done that. I've also put the queen out to b3. And whoa.
Rook e1?
Rook e1. And
Never seen that.
According to my master's database, only been played once. I'm looking forward to this because I had some great games in the queen b3 line until someone did a5 against me, and then it was a bit tedious.
A5. I've played this as white and black countless times. Like, I've literally been playing this as black my whole career, 25 years plus, and I've never seen rook e1, Jovanka.
Well, it's a first for everything, but this is interesting. Because going back to what one of our previous guests said, Grandmaster Emil Sutovsky, he said, you're always looking these days for equality, but an uncomfortable kind of equality. And now, one game where black went knight bd7.
Which is a bit odd, I must say. Normally you want this bishop outside the chain here.
Yeah, and these days computers are very judgy because I've got the game right in front of me and it's given like a game review. It says inaccuracy to put the knight on.
Oh, to put the
knight on d7. D takes c4.
That must be the acid test.
Yes.
I mean, he's basically saying take a pawn for free, please. It's like a queen's gambit, just delayed. And often taking the pawn, especially when the bishop on g2 is blunted by a pawn on c6, makes a lot of sense. And because mainly you want to go e4, and I think that might be Gukesh's idea, at least it's consistent with the rook on e1. But now the bishop on g2 is less well placed than in many of the Queen's Gambit accepted lines where the bishop is already on this diagonal, is ready to kind of snack on this pawn, take it back.
Yeah, that's exactly what the computer's recommending. And then it says bishop out to g4.
Oh, wow.
I think that's a little bit committal. I think I would have been heading in the b5 direction. And then after knight bd2, b5. And it's a fully fledged pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, b5.
So I don't have the computer assessment. I just have this game review of the one game played.
Yeah, and the reason I say wow is because actually just quite recently in one of my most recent tournaments this year, I actually had this position as black in the final round of the British Championship against Gawain Jones. He played knight to c3, which is very trendy these days. It's another pawn sacrifice. It's like, it's very similar to what we just saw in that variation. And Magnus Carlsen has popularized it a lot recently. Pawn takes pawn. Now white shouldn't go to try and recapture this pawn immediately. This is actually a big mistake because black plays the move knight to g4, unleashing the Fianchettoed bishop, and there's pressure on the d4 pawn. And yeah, now white cannot regain the material because black simply gets greedy, and actually black has a big advantage, I believe. So the idea, Gawain's idea here was to play e4. So it's actually the same, except rook on e1 rather than a knight on c3. Traditionally, we think a knight on c3 is always good, but the knight on c3 might get hit very quickly by b5, b4. So this is maybe why Gukesh has argued that a rook on e1 is more flexible. Like you said, the knight can come to d2. And the reason I said wow, Jovanka, is because I played bishop g4 as well in that game. I played bishop
g4, okay.
And actually, I think my opponent went wrong quite quickly. He played h3, which is not correct, because now take, and black has a very strong move, e5. And I was already very quickly better, although I wasn't able to convert. The advantage
Yes.
is black. You win the
Yeah.
pawn, and you're coming in, and very, very pleasant position.
Okay, so let's deep dive into this rook e1. D takes c4. Although again, remember there's a level of mind games going on. It's like, do you go into the most principled line,
Knowing your opponent's prepared.
exactly, or do you do some random stuff? Maybe come out with your bishop to f5, or what else do they do? Bishop f5, bishop g4,
Maybe bishop g4, maybe a5.
a5. Yeah.
Always helps gaining space, right, on the queen side. It is a weird move, rook e1, because e4 isn't a threat ever, really. It's only basically happening if you take this pawn. So it's very much a game of dare. It's like, do you dare take my pawn? Be greedy, please. What would you do? What's your default reaction, Jovanka, when your opponent lands a surprise on you, which happens to all of us?
Yes.
But especially if it's a sacrifice, do you accept the gift and try to hang on?
And I don't, and I've been surprised, and I don't know that much. I know something, but not enough.
Yeah, you know a little
Okay.
bit, but like imagine you're in Ding's shoes, you know this position, but then you see a new move.
You can guess my reaction. Chicken.
Me too.
I think I would be going. I don't know. I think bishop f5 would be my response, or maybe even
Yeah, I would play bishop f5 or a5 or something. But if I were in a brave mood, I would take this pawn, and then 3 moves later, when my opponent bangs out their preparation, I would sit there hating myself.
Exactly, exactly. But I don't know, because it's really risky, right? So let's look at d takes c4. Let's have a look at the margins involved. So this is exactly what's running through Ding's mind. D takes c4.
It's got to be
e4, and we'll follow the Howell solution. Bishop out to g4.
Yeah, b5 just looks less attractive if white can play a4.
Yeah.
And I don't know, there's going to be all sorts of tricks on this diagonal.
Well, no, you revealed to us the plan is actually to go e5.
Yeah.
So let's be consistent.
Oh, okay. So bishop g4?
Yeah, no, so bishop out to g4, because that's what you want to encourage h3.
Yeah. h3.
And then presumably you take. And then e5.
Yeah. And again, I mean, white's simply a pawn down, and if you accept the gift, again, maybe black trades, maybe not, because just to point out, queen takes, bishop takes, and when the black knight moves, now white can connect all his pawns. But instead, if in this position, instead of queen takes queen, knight back, you simply take this pawn. It's not just that, but you have a launch pad, launch square into the d3 outpost, octo knight.
Yes.
So yeah, this just looks very good for black. That's why we suggested knight b to
knight
d2.
d2, and
hitting this pawn, but also defending this knight to make e5 less viable.
Right, and now b5. You want to hold on to the pawn, and h3. Let me have a look at what the h3.
This is weird. It just looks so good for black. You're a pawn up for free.
Yeah. Well, it's recommending you go all the way back.
Really?
Well,
bishop c8.
Yeah. I don't know.
Maybe this is what the computer recommends in Gukesh. He's thinking, okay, nobody's going to play bishop c8 in a position like this. I guess white's pieces are really clumsy, especially this knight on d2. It's kind of in the way of the white queen defending this pawn. I mean, you can play e5. This is a typical idea in the queen's gambit, where you just kind of ignore the fact you're a pawn down on the queen side, but you have a square here, and then later you try to kind of h4, h5, h6, attack or trap this bishop. But I'm skeptical. It's just a clear pawn.
It's a bit weird, because I'll tell you what the engine is, again, just from the game review, what it said the best continuation is.
After bishop back to c8?
So, yeah, after a4.
Okay.
a5.
Yeah.
And then knight f1.
Okay, so positional. So calm, despite being a pawn down.
That's an engine for you.
If you showed me this game, I would say it's played by an amateur who's getting confused with plans from the Queen's Gambit, plans from the Reti, plans from the Italian, where you put a knight in f1.
We fell for this trap in game 6.
I know. Don't listen to me, I'm just...
No, I completely agree. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever, because, yeah, usually, unless you want to be doing some b3 business, like that these days, it's very...
Just where's this knight going? I just don't get it.
I don't get it.
I mean, yeah, maybe the idea, Jovanka, is, I mean, Gukesh has played g4 in every white game so far, all before move 20.
Mm-hmm.
So he might be playing g4, knight g3. Like, if black just plays bishop b7, like normal move,
Yeah.
g4, I don't know, knight d7. Oh, knight d7 kind of asks for e5, e6,
Yeah.
but let's pretend I just play knight g3. This is quite a solid setup for white on the king side.
It's just you have to pretend that the queen side is done and dusted and nothing's happening there, and that's
It's going to be 20 moves before black makes a new queen on this side of the board.
yeah, that's true.
We've got 20 moves to checkmate the black king.
Okay, well,
And we've got the center.
and you have control. Maybe it's not that easy. Yeah, queen c7, queen b6.
Yeah, queen somewhere.
Queen b. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Oh,
I
you
don't
like
think it
b6.
matters. Yeah, we can always do a
Okay.
comparison.
Now I'll just, yeah, I mean, I've kind of left it in the air for too long. I'll play e5. And this is quite a typical idea. e6. And knight g5.
Knight g5, yeah. Okay, yeah, I blundered there. So maybe
No,
e6.
it's not the end of the world. This is still a game. So e6 in this position.
Yeah, let's try to rule out
Yeah.
every single option.
And then there are ideas such as e5. And now if you move the knight, I've gone the long way around with white's knight, but, oh, whoops, sorry, my arrows. There we go. We got the d6 square.
Yeah.
It's a game, it's a position. That's what Gukesh wants, but maybe where he's more familiar than Ding.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see what his cloud engines are actually saying, because this is just a laptop.
Yeah. And we shouldn't forget that Gukesh, his main second is Gajewski and Gajewski. I've never known how to pronounce properly that name. I need to ask him at dinner one time. But either way, the first time I kind of became fully aware of his creativity in the opening was when he came up with a pawn sacrifice in the Spanish, which is now named after him. And he's a very creative player, likes to sacrifice pawns. So it's no surprise that that influence now has come over Gukesh as well. And this is a clear pawn sack.
Yeah, and there we see Ding just thinking, should he accept the gambit? Should he play something a little bit more solid? And, you know, you always have to remember in a World Championship matches, it's very much about the mind game, what's happening inside the mind as well as what's happening on the board, especially in the beginning.
Yeah, and there we see Gukesh closing his eyes, meditating as we've become accustomed to. I mentioned that earlier game where I had experience in very similar type of pawn sacrifice just a few months ago, and I must admit I was so thrown off by the clear pawn sacrifice that I spent 30 minutes as well just gaining my bearings, trying to recall what little knowledge there was in the first place. It is intimidating when your opponent plays kind of so bravely, and okay, in the meantime, in this game alone, 43% of it is spent with his eyes shut, Jovanka.
Yes, and it's a really intriguing ritual, I would say, because Gukesh only tends to do this when he's settling into deep, long things, or when his opponent is thinking as well. Now, Gukesh has been working with performance coach Paddy Upton, so maybe this is something that they've honed in on, because chess is also very unique in that it's all the mind. It's like 100% the brain. Whereas in sports, you can depend on your strength, your endurance, you know, other factors as well.
Stuff you actively train and actively see the benefits behind. If you're in the gym every day for a year, you see physically, you see visually even the benefits, whereas chess you don't necessarily immediately see.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, in sports, you know, the brain isn't 100% doing the heavy lifting. In chess, aside from maybe, I would say 98%, and then the other 2%, the hand.
It's a pity we can't see the brain grow. Like, you get a bigger head because the brain is so big.
Like Mars Attacks. The aliens.
The aliens. The more openings you study, the bigger your head gets, and your opponents know it, and they get scared. But yeah, I have a theory, Jovanka, that Gukesh, he's been up all night studying this position, studying openings. He didn't get enough sleep on the rest day either, so he's just having a nap. Why not?
Then I would say the team is doing a bad job of relaxing him, because it's so important to get a good night's rest. Because when you sleep well, you wake up in the morning and you're like, oh, there's a spring in my step. Here, yeah, well, decisions for Ding. Okay, so let's dive into what happens if you take a route like bishop to f5.
Okay, this would be very consistent. Just to point out as well, rook e1, very rare. I mean, for move 7 in what is well-trodden path, it's surprising to find such a unknown move. Yeah, b3 is one of the main options. You mentioned queen to b3. Queen to b3, black has various moves. Queen to b6 is a very topical one. a5 challenges the white queen very quickly. I think those are the two best options. Yeah, but b3 makes a lot of sense. Just keeps the center intact. Bishop b2 is coming in here. Bishop f5 is one of black's main moves by far. So it would be consistent. If this is Ding's intention against the b3 variation, which would make some sense, then bishop f5 is consistent. And it does look like rook e1 is far less useful than b3. But is the idea to now play queen to b3?
Could you go queen b6?
Yeah.
But then you've kind of narrowed the path, because after queen b3, the most testing line is a5, queen b6. And here, don't they go c5? Oh, I've gone c5 in this type of position, minus the rook being on e1.
Yeah, c5 is possible. I guess the black can take. I think an idea you mentioned to me in, what was it, game 3 when we had a similar pawn structure was the black knight coming this way.
Yes.
Which is quite solid.
Yeah. So I had a game in this long time ago where I just went bishop f4, and I got the dream with going h3, g4, and then just slowly just expanding. It was a really good game. One of my favorites.
Oh, we both have fond memories in this opening. Oh, that's nice. I guess the one thing with c5 though is in this exact position. I mean, maybe you had it under more favorable circumstances, but black, due to the fact that white's kind of wasted tempo with rook e1, black isn't necessarily obliged to trade queens. Bishop f4 is a win of a tempo, but after the black queen goes back, if black is quick enough with knight bd7 now and b6 breaking the pawn chain, black's doing okay.
Yes. Yeah, because rook e1 isn't a constructive move.
It's not consistent, right, with the queenside expansion.
No.
And yeah, I do wonder whether, for example, a position like this, knight c3, I do know that they play these types of positions with queen b3 first, albeit instead of rook e1, but they sometimes build for what you mean, what you're going for there. This bishop short of squares, knight h4 later might catch that bishop as well.
Also just thinking, rook e1 does fit in with the plans if black were to play d takes c4.
Now suddenly.
Yeah, e4 is coming because, and the queen is offside in b6.
Suddenly it looks like a genius foresight there.
Yes.
Rook e1. So bishop f5. Yeah, I guess the other argument is if I just play knight c3, now it makes far less sense to capture on e4 on c4 because I just get e4 with tempo and I've gained a move against your bishop.
Yep.
Yeah, so bishop f5. What other useful moves are there? It's not a bad move, definitely bishop f5.
Let's try your a5 move. But after a5, is this the move you want to be playing after c takes d5?
Exactly. It's weird, right? Like rook e1 doesn't look useful at all, but a5 might be counterproductive because suddenly there's a hole.
Yeah. And it's an outpost. And play GMs, especially the best in the world, very good with putting pieces on outposts. Sometimes it's even enough to make your life so difficult.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, outpost is, other than the bishop pair, that's my favorite thing in the world. Any outpost to sink a piece into, especially a knight. But, okay, some decisions for Ding. If he's feeling in proper kind of indecisive mode, then he could play rook e8 and smile. Just say, which one's more useful? Probably it's rook e1, that's the problem, but.
Yeah, and as white, would you be looking at doing moves like knight d2? I mean, I've seen it done, but in knight f to d2.
Oh, knight f to d2.
I've seen that done in the context of a queen's gambit declined, not like and then the whole plan is to go knight c3. You've covered c4, and then you're going to break out with e4.
Yeah, could well work. e4 does tend to be, the reason I'm skeptical about rook e1 is e4 tends to be less of a kind of threat idea here than it is in some positions because black's far more ready for it. Okay, not e4 immediately, probably knight c3. Let's say I even kind of ask you to play e4. Take, because the black bishop's so strong on g7, there's always issues with this square. So I don't think this is the scariest thing for Ding.
Yep.
But I agree, I mean, it's definitely on the radar, and that's another reason why maybe instead of rook e8, bishop f5 is less appetizing, because in a position such as this one, knight d7, for example, white could often play knight h4, drive you away, and then try to break out with e4.
Yeah, and that's something that I've done quite often because I like the bishop pair. I've also made moves like h3, h3, g4, just to get space, and again, ask questions. What are you going to do with the bishop?
Yeah, this bishop often gets trapped, actually, and if you're not careful, for example, h3, if you ever kind of put a pawn on e6, yes, you're outside the pawn chain, but you're running out of squares. At the moment, you have e4 as a safety net, but be careful. This bishop might run out of, I mean, not for the first time in this match. Ding's light squared bishop might run out of safe squares. And he doesn't look too happy. He's been investing a lot of time here, Jovanka, understandably. But we see on the bottom right of our screens almost 20 minutes of thought for Ding, almost 20 minutes of nap time for Gukesh.
Yeah, and the more I look at it, the more I think that Ding just needs to bite the bullet and just say, show me what you got, I'm taking the pawn.
Yeah, show me the money. There's a win bonus for the players if they do get any individual wins. Both players have won one game each at the moment. Huge financial incentives, so show me the money, take the pawn.
Yeah,
I think, yeah, that's got to be a confident Ding's move, but...
because we don't have any waiting, I feel like the longer we look at the waiting moves, the more I feel like rook e1 makes some sense, because then you can adapt to black's play and find the most inconvenient plan. But d takes c4.
Yeah, d takes c4.
Let's have a look at this one again. So here, e4, take the center. Love it. And then bishop comes out to g4.
Yep.
And knight bd2.
And here, black defends. I just want to point out, earlier we were only really considering the bishop going back, which is very computer-esque. If black just says, okay, take my bishop pair, I don't care, and now plays a move like e6, what's the big deal? Why is white doing okay despite being down a pawn?
Well, sometimes, not sometimes, but I've seen b3. You just give up the pawn completely.
I take.
And then queen takes. They take with the queen, and then just say, haha, bind.
Bind. Yeah.
And you're not going to get c5 in.
Anything for the center in chess. And okay, I play knight d7. What's your next move?
Yeah, this is I've never felt very comfortable. So let's go bishop a3, tempo move.
Okay, I move my rook.
Rook c1.
I will defend. Yeah, black's very passive. That's true. I'm not sure what black's next moves are.
You want to go knight b6 and knight c4, maybe.
Oh, yeah, true. I guess if white can meet knight b6 with knight e5, sorry.
Yeah.
Then white is doing okay, but yeah, it's very tense. It's probably just, computer's going to say 0.0 and it's an equal position, but ultimately black's a pawn up. White has the positional advantage though. So it's very much a matter of taste.
Yeah, and I took on b3 with the queen. Is that the best? Should you want to be taking with the pawn just to open up even more lines? There's
an argument for a4 as well, just before black is ready. You can always take this back at will later. Yeah, or as you point out, a takes b3, and yeah, often you see positions where white kind of has a pawn on b4 totally clamping down on the black queen side. Black's a pawn up, but kind of useless pawn. Yeah, really interesting. Just, you mentioned that there's only ever been one game in the Masters database in this position. It's so rare already at move 7. But it started with knight bd7, so maybe we check that one out.
Yeah, let's go there. So black played knight bd7, and then white played knight c3. Again, the engine was not happy here.
Yeah.
It said c takes d5 was probably best. Actually, c takes d5 makes a lot of sense.
Now the black knight.
Exactly, now the knight is committed to d7.
It's misplaced. It's dominated by this white pawn. White plays knight c3, and then this bishop suddenly, ugh.
Yeah.
Maybe the best move for black is knight b8.
Yeah.
Bring it back around.
Exactly, yeah. Actually, I was just thinking just now that maybe we should program the computer engines to be kinder.
Less harsh on our moves.
Yeah, literally, like, it's inaccuracy. So-and-so's best. When I say, well, see, I understand the idea behind knight bd7, but
Nowadays, the algorithms, I mean, it's crazy. They say kind of dubious move or big mistake, and it's like it changes the evaluation 0.2.
Yes.
And it's like, come on,
Yeah.
cut me some slack.
Also, sometimes it gives a double blunder, double question mark, a massive blunder in a position that you were already lost, and you literally just roll the dice in order to mix things up.
try.
Yeah.
Or sometimes you're like +10 winning, but it's complicated. And you want to take a +3 where you can guarantee that you're going to win. And it's like double question mark.
It's like, what are you doing? Yeah.
The way of the world, though, these days. And I just want to point out, knight bd7 is ugly to me as a kind of semi-experienced player on the black side of these positions, because actually another one of white's main moves these days, instead of rook e1, which we've just seen in the game, is queen to a4, just keeping this pawn defended. So unlike queen to b3, which saw the black queen come out and challenge the white queen, here the queens stay on, and it's just a bit awkward for black to find a move. One of black's main moves is knight bd7, threatening to win a pawn with knight b6 with a fork. White react by taking on d5, knight to b6, and white can actually just play the move queen to d1. So one of the main lines, pawn takes pawn, and actually you've just lost 2 moves, 2 tempi for free. But the black knight is so bad in this type of position. Often white will play a very quick b3. This knight is totally dominated. a4 will come, just to make a mockery of this knight. And yeah, actually white here has a small advantage, having analyzed quite deeply. And yeah, so I think knight bd7 is maybe the least likely of the waiting moves.
What about a6 as a waiting move?
Very Slav.
It is very Slav, a6 Slav. I was always drawn to playing this a while back. Try to get b5 in. Or you're threatening to take on c5. Well, thing is, though, if white is prepared to sacrifice a pawn, why are you threatening to take the pawn on c4?
Yeah, I miss the good old days where like people would be super scared of sacrificing a pawn unless they could see the immediate compensation. Now, as long as the computer says it's 0.0, people sack pawns. They're like, yeah, I'm fine, I'll wing it. It gives us confidence. Yeah, I quite like a6. I also wonder about h6. In a lot of openings nowadays, even King's Indians, h6 is a useful waiting move. Because now bishop f4 might be met later by g5. It's kind of a mirror image of what we showed.
And also, if you are going to put your bishop out to f5, often black goes h6, g5 anyhow in order to improve the scope.
Yeah, for example, if you're ever scared of this bishop getting trapped, you can play g5 and you can retreat. So, okay, h6, again, it's very unlikely, very speculative, but if Ding really wants Gukesh out of book, out of his opening preparation, then maybe that's the type of drastic measure he might take, Jovanka.
Yeah, and now you can see there on the bottom right corner that 26 minutes is the time that Ding has spent dealing, or he's not dealing with it, he's just thinking about how he should respond to this big...
He's dealing or reeling from
Really, yeah, he's... Well, rook e1 is such a weird move, right?
Yeah.
I've done it myself, but against when black has played d6. Then it's like a lot more natural.
Yeah, because then you're actually concretely threatening to
exactly go e4.
I think I've seen you play that, actually.
Yes. These days I try to avoid theory, so I finally adapted to modern times and I started just doing surprises here, there. Yeah, it was an experience.
It's working, it's working.
Yeah, it was enjoyable as well. It's interesting, you know, to go into a game with a mindset that actually you just want to enjoy the game and that you don't control the results and instead play, experiment.
It takes a lot of pressure off as well to be able to kind of, to liberate yourself from the confines of, oh, I have to find the best opening move. I have to find what the computer says. Sometimes not knowing is the best. Yeah, ignorance is bliss.
Yes.
That's my opening strategy these days. And ignorance here isn't a factor, of course, for either player, but not knowing what to do against rook e1 has costing a lot of time. And I think actually here it's just about surviving the next few moves. He doesn't even need to try and find the best. I mean, d takes c4, of course, is going to be recommended by computers, which are very materialistic. Probably is the best move from a human point of view as well. But the chances of being hit by some deep 20-move preparation there are very high.
Yes. Also, Ding did reveal his cards earlier on in the match. When Gukesh tricked him in game 3, it became very obvious that Ding had just prepared a Tarash. as his response to d4.
Yeah.
So d5 as an opening move would have been predictable
100%.
by the Gukesh team. And so I'm pretty sure that we have a move. Pawn takes pawn. Ding goes for it. e4, quickly played by Gukesh.
Okay, so we knew this was Gukesh's plan. It's consistent with the rook to e1 move. At least this move is no longer mysterious. But he is down a pawn with white after just 8 moves. And yeah, there we do see on the bottom right of our screens, confirming what we might have suspected, that d takes c4 was the longest think of the game. But 28 minutes is a huge investment. It's reminiscent of games 1 and 3, Jovanka.
Yeah.
Ding lost on time in one of those games, where he was just, consuming way too much on the clock.
Sorry, I just like your might have suspected. It was so beautifully done.
Just a guess.
Just a guess, you know.
Move 1, he spent a while, but...
Yeah, so if
Sorry.
But did you
I spent 28 minutes on one move like regularly.
Did you know, there's a famous story that Bronstein, when his opponent played the first move, he just spent 40 minutes like thinking about what to reply to that.
Wait, they can't default you, right, if you're
no,
sitting at the board.
But it was a team event, and the Soviet team were just looking at Bronstein going, why are you doing this to us? But okay, Ding. He's met with e4. We're expecting the light square bishop to come out and set up a pin against the knight.
Yeah, Ding has a bunch of logical moves here, though, so I wouldn't be surprised if he spends a few more minutes, but you would hope that after thinking for so long and then being met by White's most logical reply, he has something planned, something up his sleeve, so maybe just doing some double-check Ding here of his variations. Yeah, I mean, that Bronstein story, actually, the first time I ever beat Jan Nepomniachtchi when we were like 11 years old, I believe, I got to the board and it was a morning round, and I'm not a morning person. Even as a kid, I hated mornings. And I sat there for 10, 15 minutes before I played e4 and move 1. And he was looking at me like I'd, I don't know, just landed like in a UFO from an alien planet. I think I was just really sleepy.
Oh, okay.
But then I managed to win in 20-something moves. I think it just threw him off, genuinely. So mind games, I mean, as a child, they work better, but they are a thing.
Yeah, I imagine. It must be really irritating. You get to, well, as an adult, I quite like it. But as a child, yeah, I would have looked at you like...
Are you all right, mate?
Yeah, I know. I can remember being frustrated as a kid, you know, when people wouldn't resign. And I would be like one move away from checkmate.
Oh, I still get triggered at that. Just show the checkmate, show the fans.
No, but they didn't want to end the game. They were thinking. And as a kid, I would literally whisper across the board, "You're lost. It's checkmate." And they were like, "I'm trying to concentrate." And I said, "Too late for that." Yeah, I was a bad kid.
No.
Very impatient.
Actually, that's one of my, I don't know why we're talking about pet peeves, but in chess, that's one thing I really dislike. I'm in Gibraltar a few years ago. I was playing against an Indian grandmaster, and he found a beautiful sacrifice to checkmate me, queen sacrifice. I was like, oh, okay, that's really nice. And there was a huge crowd at the board. I was like, okay, I'll play until checkmate. I won't resign. I didn't want to think too long because my moves were forced, so I just played quite quickly. And then I looked at him, and then he was just like frowning at me. He was like shaking his head. He was like, "Why are you allowing checkmate?" I was like, "Wait, you want me to resign, or it's the same thing?"
It was a beautiful checkmate.
You remember that?
Yeah, I remember. I was doing commentary, and suddenly your opponent weaved it from nothing. It was like a queen move, and then the queen was going all the way
very subtle
to the edge of the board, and I was like, "Wow."
And I mean, the spectators there in the audience, they really enjoyed seeing it on the board. And afterwards, my opponent was like, "Did you not see it was checkmate in 1?" And I was like, "Yeah, I did. But I wanted to give you the honor of delivering the killer blow." In the meantime, Jovanka, we did see a shake of the head from Ding.
Well, he's spent half an hour thinking about capturing the pawn. Is it now prudent to speed up again? And this particular stage of the game, the players are not getting those time increments. It is 120 minutes for the first 40 moves, and once they've completed their 40th move, then they get that 30-second time bonus and an additional 30 minutes.
Yeah, and in the meantime, there we see the fan zone, and some people looking at the screens. I believe our faces are on some of the screens. Is this a good moment to call for a Kalang wave,
I think so. We need the hype, guys. It's a big match.
If you're watching and can see us, give us a wave.
Yay.
I think there might be a small delay. We see people here in the broadcast room waving.
They are waving
Hello.
to us, so yeah.
Wave, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Can you do a Kalang wave? Yay! I saw some people doing it. Yeah.
Like one person in the back.
No, that was enough. Big up to that person in the back. And I love it when there you see people are just interacting with us. This is what chess is all about, right?
Yeah, I mean, chess is also about those two guys in the front who were focused on the board and didn't look up once. But yeah, it's nice to see so many fans here on Sentosa Island. Yeah, I've been going out. I mean, I loved that rest day. I've been going out, meeting friends. It's so nice to see. The atmosphere here is fantastic. And so many chess fans. Every time I go out, I bump into some chess players. And in the meantime, the moves we predicted on the board, Jovanka.
Yes, we do see the bishop come out and knight bd2 on the board. And here we're expecting Ding just to protect the pawn on c4. He needs to hold on to it, otherwise he's just simply conceded the center to white. And yeah, I think the play is very much going to follow along the lines that our little silicon monster here on my laptop suggested.
Yeah, and we should mention that objectively, with perfect play, black is at least fine, maybe even more than that. We do see the percentage bar at the top of our screens. We've referred to it on past days. That is, I believe, Lila 0. That's basically what AI is telling us could be the win percentages if both sides were to maintain a high level of play, of accuracy. Ding has a 33% chance of winning this game, but here there are extra factors. Opening preparation is a big part. Ding not looking confident, not looking happy, looking a bit stressed by being out of book by move 7. That would change the percentages slightly, I would argue. And look at those clock times. He's been dipping quite far low on the clock already.
Yeah. And that's actually going to have an impact, the clock time, because as the time ticks down, you know, especially if time trouble hits Ding, say around move 25, it's going to be situation critical in terms of the position because Gukesh will be applying the pressure.
Yeah, I would argue that we say when time trouble hits at this point. We've often seen it from Ding. In game 1, he was in pretty dire time trouble, but then he suddenly sped up and got a flurry of moves going, got in the flow, got the rhythm. Game 3, he lost on time, as simple as that. Other games, he's been thinking a bit, but nothing too drastic. This one, though, does feel like a repetition of games 1 and 3. And yeah, here, there's not too much choice. As you say, if you don't defend this pawn, you're just slightly worse. There's no reason to have captured on c4 unless you're going to defend it now. You could make an argument for maybe taking this knight first, but if white's next move is h3 anyway, then why bother? Why not ask white to waste a move on h3 and then decide what to do with the bishop? So I don't know, could he... I'm looking for alternatives. e5 again, maybe?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, let's try e5.
So black here, just fighting for the center. Undermining white's pawn duo. I'm assuming white takes here. Black drops back, but
knight takes c4. I'm happy because I've won back the pawn.
Yeah, exactly. I was hoping to make something like b5 work, Jovanka. If I kick your knight away and try to grab this pawn next.
Yeah, I've got knight e3.
Yeah.
And you need to take my knight.
I do. Just giving you the bishop pair for free there.
Yes, I thank you very much. I like it. Bishop takes bishop.
Bishop takes, knight takes pawn. Equal material. Black does have a very strong beastie on g7.
That's true. That's true. And you're threatening to come in with knight to d3.
Yeah, but maybe just bishop to e2 very calmly. Cover that square, and f4 is coming. I mean, this is the type of position if black develops somewhere, for example. Okay, I'm not going to refer to my second favorite board game, but this is a very nice pawn chain. The black bishop is locked out here, and white has the bishop pair.
Yep.
This just looks fantastic. So, process of elimination, b5 surely is the move.
Yeah, b5 does make the most sense. Okay.
Ooh,
He's c5.
Okay, I think that would have been the next move I suggested. We tried e5, didn't work. c5. Wow.
c5, okay.
Will we see Gukesh think for the first time, Jovanka? The percentages change quite drastically. Looks like this might swing things in white's favor again if he plays correctly.
Okay, so yeah, one of the reasons I subconsciously didn't think about D5 is C5, sorry, is that D5 is often a response. And
also, you've moved the C pawn once and then twice, so you've lost a lot of time. Okay, so D5.
D5, and then you're going to get...
Feels right. One of these two. Probably D5, surely.
Yeah, you can also shut out the dark square bishop with E5.
Okay, let's start with your instinct.
Yeah, let's go D5, E6.
E6, yeah. Now B5 far less attractive because after A4, this pawn chain is going to be broken up. And white's going to have a huge positional advantage. Okay, so B5, no, sorry. Yeah, E6, as you say.
Yeah, that feels more like in the spirit of a Grunfeld. And
challenge for the center.
And here, don't they go H3? And they give up. Yeah, H3, bishop takes, and then now you take with the bishop.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yes, you sack the pawn. I'm just trying to think, and I'm doing the gymnastics here and thinking about and then after knight takes pawn, now knight takes C4.
Oh, now knight takes, yeah, this is scary for black suddenly. Whoops, there might be a pawn on B7, unless I can block, throw my... As soon as I suggest that
bishop
move,
H6.
I realize I've been hit by the bishop pair.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, best pieces. I shouldn't admit this live on air, but I've been thinking of getting a tattoo of a bishop pair, like a light square bishop, a dark square bishop, or like one white bishop, one black bishop.
I don't know how to do those kind of things tastefully, though.
Yeah, that's the dilemma.
Yeah.
And where?
And where? Yeah.
Yeah.
Bishop pair.
It's also a bit like steering into the stereotype of chess players being really nerdy. It's like, yeah.
Oh, maybe we can ask Gemini.
Ask Gemini about the bishop pair.
Yeah, or come up with a design or something. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, we've come up with chess piece designs. Maybe I'll go with a cool chess piece, like a nice bishop. Like.
Yeah.
But yeah, the bishop pair in this position, anyway, not to get too off topic, they cut across the board, and black is losing something. Rook or knight or the pawn behind the knight.
Yeah.
So that's a nice variation, Jovanka. So, okay, D5, how does black solve this? E6, I was going to point out D6 is also a potential move, but very risky. It's based on a one-move trick. This is a fork, but if black dodges that, knight C6, or maybe, how does black dodge this, actually? Knight C6, I just want to take this pawn.
Yeah, and then you're going to cement the pawn on D6 with E5, so, yeah.
It gets a bit complicated, though, after knight D4, and black's going to hit with B5 and trying to... I have no idea who's better, to be honest. Very messy.
That's true. That's true, but you still can't take on D6. Sorry,
Yet, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I literally can do anything else. I was thinking H3.
H3.
Or bishop E3, yeah H3.
Okay,
I can't handle the tension.
Wait, do I get extra greedy?
Oh gosh, yes, you could do that.
No, I don't think I can. Whoops, I got trapped.
Oh yeah.
What is it with Ding getting his light square bishop trap? Actually, here it's me getting my bishop trap, but it's always Ding's light squared bishop. So okay, after H3, I would have to take here, take. Maybe knight D7. But yeah, your point is that after B5, I still have to be very careful before taking this pawn because E5 might be an issue.
Yeah. Yeah, well, complicated position. Wow. You know, these Fianchettoed positions are super complicated because...
Deceptive, right?
Exactly, because both sides, especially in this one, have got their bishops on the perfect diagonal, and they put so much pressure cutting across the board. And whilst we're waiting for a response from Gukesh, let's ask Gemini about what is a Fianchettoed and why is it so good?
We asked Gemini, what are Fianchettoed bishops? Explain it to me using an analogy. Here's Gemini's response. Imagine a chessboard as a city with wide open streets. Bishops are like powerful surveillance cameras. A Fianchettoed bishop controls a long diagonal, giving it a wide range of vision to see far into the opponent's territory, guarding important squares and protecting its own king. It can be used to launch attacks, especially when combined with other pieces. The drawback is, a Fianchettoed bishop is less flexible. It can't easily move to different parts of the board.
So, while it is powerful, it's important to use a fianchettoed bishop wisely. Chat chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
I like that advice. Use it wisely.
Yeah, use it wisely. There are some positions you definitely don't want to fianchetto, but more often than not, yeah, great attackers, great defenders, those surveillance cameras on, on the G2 and G7 squares in this game specifically. But yeah, right now, I mean, the fianchetto is not to everyone's taste, right, Jovanka? Normally, there's a school of chess players who never fianchetto. There's some who always fianchetto with both colors.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would... No, I've always been a fan of the fianchetto. Did you say fianchetto?
Fianchetto,
Have I been like mispronouncing it
I don't know.
whole of my life?
Fianchetto. Wow,
Well,
we all need to ask Gemini.
How to pronounce it. Okay, yeah, so C5, okay.
Pancetta. Like, I'm trying to think Italian now. They would pronounce the H, right?
Well, maybe someone can enlighten me. They can send me a DM, you know, hey.
Messages in chat, pronunciation tips.
Yes. Okay, so C5. Well, C5 should really have been on Gukesh's radar. It's one of the most direct confrontational moves.
Yep.
So let's have a look. We looked at D5. It looked good.
It looked very tempting for white. Yeah, E6. And now you've kind of convinced me that maybe knight takes pawn would work as well, but you were going with the H3 move order. And after take, I do wonder whether black has to immediately open up this surveillance camera on the long diagonal. Yeah, what else though? That's the issue.
Yeah, but then also there's a lot of risk involved now because you've gifted the bishop pair in what is essentially an open position.
Or what is about to become a very open position.
Yes, I should be more precise, yes.
No. I mean, you're right, it's already pretty open.
Yeah.
Pawn's about to push, pawn's about to get exchanged. He does play D5, it's by far the most testing move.
Okay.
For anyone at home wondering why we weren't so keen on D takes C5, it's simply because it kind of, well, I mean, firstly, this is a weak pawn which could get captured. For example, if black just drops back, we could see an exchange of pawns here. Now, this bishop on the long diagonal, I'm not going to say the F word fianchetto anymore, because I'm suddenly doubting how I pronounce it. But if you compare this bishop to white's bishop on G2, it's clear the superior force. It's the black bishop.
Yeah.
After all. So this is just an exchange of pawns. It's better to keep the center intact and it's more consistent. This pawn is up for grabs later anyway. Ding better have a kind of solid reply up his sleeve here because what we've seen so far is looks like it's going in white's favor.
Yeah, okay, so we were looking at E6.
E6.
But is there any other move other than E6? Because E6 wasn't satisfactory either.
No. This now just resembles a Grunfeld where things have gone wrong.
Yeah, because normally the black knight has been chased over to B6. The other knight on B8 sits on C6 and can maneuver to A5. And it's ridiculous how annoying those two knights are on the side of the board.
Yeah, surprising, but a knight on b6, often controls some key squares. Also, it does open up this black bishop. The problem is here, black's just one move too slow, and that's because Ding has played c6, c5. So he's lost a tempo there. So knight to d7, just too slow. White takes a pawn, and white has a huge center for free.
I mean, could it be this? That maybe he's arguing that you go b5, and or maybe you go knight e5 rather than...
Knight e5. I'll probably take.
Bishop takes, and then if you go h3, I'll kind of say, yeah, well, needs must. I'll gift you the bishop pair.
Yeah.
And...
I mean, black's far from kind of busted here. Black's totally alive, but I mean, it is bishop pair after all. And if the white queen, for example, moves out the way, starts getting ready to shovel pawns up the board, f4, e5, maybe h4, h5. Oh. It's hard to imagine black's counterplay on the queen side being quick enough.
Also, I'm keen admirer of this little move, like rook b1, and then b3, and bishop b2. And a lot of you might be going, well, why are you gifting away your bishop pair there? You were bragging about it literally a few moves ago. But it's actually to do with the fact that white's pawn center in the middle is very mobile.
Yeah. So for example, after an exchange with the rook or with queen, I'm not sure, but these pawns are ready to start marching now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Looks better for white. I'm not sure how much better, but it's minimal risk, and black is not having fun at all.
Yeah, bishop pair is very dangerous. So once again, maybe we ask our assistant from Google, Gemini, tell us more about the bishop pair.
Yes, please.
We asked Gemini, what is the bishop pair advantage? Explain it to me using an analogy. Here's Gemini's response. The bishop pair advantage occurs when a player has two bishops controlling opposite colored squares. Imagine a game of tag where two friends chase from different directions to tag you, making escape difficult. Similarly, two bishops can work together to control squares and attack from multiple directions. Chat chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Yeah, that's why you need the bishop pair.
Yeah, otherwise you get tag teamed, and on both color complexes, light squares, dark squares, it can be torture, especially in endgames. Bishops are pieces which really start to thrive. The more the board clears up, opens up, the fewer pieces remain, the more powerful and influential the bishops become. In the meantime, we see the move to e6 from Ding. There was a lot of head shaking, though, before he made that move, which is worrying. Jovanka, has he fallen into the trap of reacting too forcefully, reacting too kind of anxiously even to this surprise? Often, if someone surprises you, you can either seize the bull by the horns, play the most direct, or you just kind of simplify, you kind of keep things solid, and you postpone the tension to the middle game. It feels like he wanted to force the issue. He didn't want the tension, Ding, and yeah, suddenly he's left with a position that might not be so favorable anymore.
Yeah, I think in his mind, because Ding is also quite an accomplished Grunfeld player. So I think in his mind, he was just using the patterns that he's learned from that opening and trying to apply that here. But often in the mind, the position looks a lot more favorable than when you actually look at it over the board. Here it feels, at least to our eyes, that white's doing very, very well. He's going to get the bishop pair. He's got control of the center. I think he's overthought it, like you say.
Yeah, let's try and investigate one more time. We've kind of come to the conclusion that h3 is white's best. I wonder if there's anything else. d6 is highly risky. It's very ambitious. This would be Gukesh's style. I noticed in game 6 he did this in a rook endgame. He started pushing pawns when most of us wouldn't even consider it. Most of us would want to build up. Gukesh loves to throw pawns forward at any opportunity. If you can get e5 in and back it up with knight takes pawn, then you've basically got this thorn in your opponent's side forever. So I wonder whether he'll look at d6, but knight takes c4 is one option. But after a capture, here Ding isn't obliged to, for example, after knight takes pawn, give up the bishop pair. The bishop could also go back, although this does look a bit scary as well for black.
Yeah.
This bishop on g2 is suddenly just a monster.
He could do Grunfeld things, which is like you let the pawn on d5 live, and then just blockade it.
Yeah, the problem is now this white knight is just so strong. It's hard to blockade on the d6 square. If black could teleport his knight from b8 to d6, blockading is fine, but this piece is really misplaced. This knight is beautiful on c4. I wonder whether you can get away with queen takes here, though. Is this the difference? And it looks a bit scary again on this diagonal, but black's just about able to defend everything. Maybe. Rookie.
Rook
Very complicated here.
Rook d1. Rook d8.
Or, yeah, someone's blundering something. It's probably me. Maybe it's holding together. This is a pin, but black's one move away from getting everything protected.
Yeah, maybe it is playable.
So maybe your idea of h3 is just the one that streamlines all of the variations. You cut out all of the options for black. Black has to take. Recapture. I thought you wanted queen takes actually first, which is similar.
Yeah, why did I not suggest that? I can't remember why, but it's just because I was using... I used to play the Fianchettoed variation against the Grunfeld, and I remember there were lines where you just went bishop takes, you let the pawn on d5 fall, and here, I'm just going to argue that greed is absolutely good. I'm definitely taking the rook if your knight moves.
Yep. I don't really see any way out here for black. Trying to find some tricks. Okay, bishop d4. Is this over? Bishop h6. It looks over, or at least black is losing material. Sometimes you can get away with just kind of sacrificing the exchange and saying, okay, maybe this isn't so bad.
Yeah.
Black has a very strong bishop in the center. But it is the exchange for just one pawn. Rook for knight. Does feel like white should have the advantage.
Yes.
Oof.
Could we go back to h3 bishop? Yeah, maybe now the Grunfeld plan of blockading.
Okay, knight e8 or
something like knight. I don't know, knight d7, and then just you know, I don't know. It doesn't. Yeah. Yes.
I used to play the Grunfeld a lot, but I'm not sure I would take this position in black.
No, I'm not taking it either. Okay, so okay, so your exchange variation. I like that one. That was. At least it's active, at least.
This one? This position is black? Yeah, now maybe you're threatening to take this pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
But still, you know, you feel...
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the word, right? Feel. It feels wrong somehow. Just because this white pawn is so strong and protected and mobile.
And also, you control a lot of squares as well, and you feel like, yeah, the bishop on g7 is good, but it's really just pointing at thin air. It doesn't have, it needs to be on d4, like in your exchange line.
Yeah.
if it gets there, then maybe I'm just being too pessimistic here, but knight
takes, queen takes. If you can, again, magically teleport the black knight to d6 blockade, then the bishop comes to life, maybe even sits on the d4 square. Then you're in the game, but white still has two moves.
Is queen b3 in this position daft?
No.
I quite like it.
Get the queens off the board.
Exactly, take it into an endgame, and then you enjoy the center. You put the bishop on f4, and yeah, I like it.
Yeah, again, it's hard to tell how much of an advantage it is for white, but you're risking nothing if you're Gukesh, and you're pretty happy. He does play the move h3. Great call there, Jovanka. And Ding's next move at least forced. He doesn't want to lose another light squared bishop this match.
No.
Take that one.
So he takes.
There we go.
But you know, Ding is, I don't think he's going to go for the lines where that we were looking at, pawn takes d5 and then play the knight and bishop. I think Ding, he's dynamic. And when I was doing research on him, his best games all involve him just sacrificing the exchange in order to mobilize his pieces. This is like one of his trademark things.
Are you preempting this variation that we mentioned?
Yeah, go. I think that's going to happen.
This is a moment of truth, by the way. Gukesh can also viably take with the queen and not sacrifice anything, not sacrifice a pawn in the center. I don't think he'll take with the knight because the white knight really wants to gobble up this pawn on c4. But yeah, just to show that variation one last time, exchange sacrifice potentially by Ding. Knight takes pawn would walk into this variation, and we mentioned at the very end, bishop to h6. And it's far from game over here. At least you're very active with the black bishop. You can imagine a queen landing on f6, applying some pressure on the f2 square a bit later. Yeah, this is very possible. I'm just very curious. Just briefly turn on the engine here. It does say white has an advantage. It's not huge, not winning, but...
Okay, but he's active at least. I mean, that's also the thing. And you feel like the minor pieces are not that bad in fighting against, you know, the rook on e1, which doesn't have any like easy targets. So I don't know. I think we're going to see something like this, as opposed to just defending resolutely against the bishop pair.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun to watch. This kind of position offers a rich possibility to both sides. He does take with the bishop.
Okay.
So we're headed in that direction.
We are certainly headed in that direction. We are going to go on a quick break, and when we come back, we are going to be joined by a grandmaster who's been 2 times Women's World Rapid Champion, 1-time World Blitz Champion, and also the 4th woman to ever cross the 2600 barrier. Of course, it is Anna Muzychuk.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't just cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Yep, we are back, and joining us in the studio, of course, it's Grandmaster Anna Muzychuk. Anna, it's your first time in Singapore. How are you finding it?
Hi. Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's wonderful. I really enjoy being here, so I am very thankful to be invited.
Yeah, and, well, what are your impressions of the match so far?
It's great. For me, every World Championship match is like a wonderful story. It's unique, and I enjoy watching every game, no matter how it goes. For me, every game is special, and yeah, this one is not an exception.
And during the 2021 World Championship match, you were in this chair doing the commentary. I mean, how different was the vibe there to this particular event in Singapore?
Yes, I had a wonderful opportunity to commentate on the World Championship match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen in Dubai, and it was very interesting because for me, commentating is something like a little bit new, but I love doing it. I really like to be in the studio and, of course, commentating with Vichy, with legendary 5-time world champion Vichy Anand. It was a wonderful experience. And yes, I liked it a lot as well.
Yeah, and in terms of the atmosphere of the place, was Dubai different to how it is in Singapore with all the people watching and all the side events, or was it just like a World Championship match should be?
I haven't been to many. It's actually my second. So I was in Dubai, and it's now. I don't know how it was during the other championships. Of course, many things are similar. Yeah, like the playing venue, this cube in which the players are playing. Maybe actually in 2021, it was the first time the players played in the cube. I'm not sure, but it could be. And yeah, I mean, it's very different. It's a different feeling if you are here and you are watching it live than, let's say, watching it online. It's totally different. Like all this tension when you cross the playing hall, you know, you don't play, but you feel it, that something's going on, and yeah, it's like really important.
Yeah, and talking about something going on, what are your impressions of the position?
What is the position? What was the last move?
So the last move was after e6, h3 was played, and then we see Ding traded off the bishop for the knight. And I know you're very much famous for your strategy and just playing great positional chess. How would you think that this position is good for white, or is it's okay?
This game is very interesting for me because I played this line a lot with black pieces until the move rook e1. I don't know if we can go back to that moment.
Yeah, so just before black took this pawn, rook e1.
Yes, so before rook e1 was played, I mean, I have quite many games, and I know that besides rook e1, there are so many moves which can be tried, like queen b3, b3, knight c3, queen a4, a4, c takes d5, knight e5. But rook e1 is something that I see for the first time.
Same.
Or maybe I forgot something, but it's a very rare mode, that's for sure. Maybe there were a couple of games in the database I haven't checked yet. Rook e1 definitely has a strong idea behind it. So obviously after d takes c4, the very principal move which was played in the game, white can play e4, so the rook on e1 supports this idea. But you know, this d takes c4 is also an interesting move from the psychological point of the game, because as we can see here in the match, Dean is very often going for the most principled line, even if he is surprised, or maybe he has checked rook e1 early and he's prepped, and of course he is going. He's doing what is written in his notes. But if you are not, then well, d takes c4. You know, it's a bit scary. I mean, of course, you will not get mated. It's not like there will be some strong attack, but obviously d takes c4 is the first move that was checked by your opponent, and it's not the only move I think in this position. So you may consider something like bishop e6, bishop f5. I think this makes sense, and then well, it's less predictable, I think. But d takes c4, e4, and then they were like playing, you know, a very sharp game. So it's very interesting.
And I know that although you haven't played a World Championship match, you prepared your sister. You're one of the seconds for her when she faced off in 2016 against Howell. What was it like being a second and you have to deal with all the mind games of, you know, preparation? Like, do you go into particular lines, like a gambit like that? What do you think you would have done? Would you have accepted it?
Yeah, myself, I played in the final of the World Championship match, but we had a different system. So in 2017, I did play in the final, which unfortunately I lost to Tan Zhongyi. But yeah, it was a knockout system, and in the final we played only 4 games. So, but my sister, yeah, she played a longer match against Hou Fan, and so yes, I was involved.
Second, right? Yes,
I was involved in that, so I have idea, like, what it means to prepare for the World Championship match, and yeah, it's difficult to say because people have different approaches, people have different styles, and
what was the feeling every time like a surprise was unleashed, or like as a second, were you thinking, oh?
Well, as a second, yes, you worry a lot because you are mainly responsible for the opening preparation. So if you miss something that could be anticipated, this is real unpleasant because you may feel like it's a little bit your fault. But in the end, every time the result matters. So, okay, after the novelty, the game goes on, and it cannot be like, okay, it's very, very rarely that you miss something that is like a groundbreaking discovery, and that it directly leads to a win or to a loss. So, well, you just keep on watching, and you hope for the best will come.
And so, what is your impression of this position? Would you say white has an advantage?
Okay, all these, we know that all these structures with the bishop on g2, they are very safe. And, okay, speaking about this position, it depends. It looks like white has a slight edge. Yes, the pawn on c4 will be taken back. And the pawn on d5 is, of course, a very strong pass pawn. And also the bishop pair. So, but one more important thing is, of course, time.
Yes.
And Gukesh hasn't spent too many minutes, and perhaps he's still in his prep. That's very possible. So I feel like Dean may not be so comfortable at the very moment in this position.
So one of the lines that we were looking at was black just sacrificing some material.
Show me.
I mean, first we were just trying to be greedy. We just wanted to grab a pawn, and we kind of stumbled there by accident. Knight takes pawn. We thought, oh, you can defend the knight with bishop to d4, but bishop to h6. And now there's a problem on this diagonal and with the rook. So you're kind of obliged to sacrifice. And we were wondering about a position like this. Does black have enough? In practical terms, this bishop's very strong, but it is the exchange down for just one pawn. What would you think here?
I think white should be better. Okay, white is not risking anything. About black, I'm not sure. Maybe also some other moves besides bishop h6, some queen b3 ideas to put more pressure on d5 and on b7.
Yeah, it's a bit scary with black, right?
Yes, especially if this is still prepared by the opponent. And
It's going to try and be clever with queen f6, but probably you just, I don't know. Feels wrong. Feels loose with black. Probably just bishop h6 again and some trouble.
Okay, at the very least, I can protect it with rook e2.
Yeah, true. Oh.
Yeah, because now your knight on d5 is coming out.
Yeah, this one's hanging. Okay, take back. I need to take back. So, yeah, I mean, this looks scary. The other variation we were mulling over, I mean, this is very committal. I don't think Ding's going to go for it unless he has to. But the other line was knight to d7, knight takes pawn, and maybe knight d6.
Yeah, this looks safer. Okay, if you manage to somehow bring the knight from f6 to d6.
Yeah, that's the dream.
No, better in one move immediately.
Oh, yeah. Oops.
Yeah.
And then maybe you're solid enough to hold things. Yeah, for example, if white tries to keep the knights on knight e8 and we get there, right?
Yeah. And what's your feeling for this position? You know, black is doing the Grunfeld stuff, but white has the bishop pair. Yes. A very nice pawn on d5. There we see, oh, we have a move. Knight d7, of course.
Safest. And from the first 6 games, Anna, do you think, well, which players impressed you the most? Who do you think's been kind of the happiest with the way they've played so far in the match? Was it too early
of course, the first game impressed everyone. I don't think somebody expected the loss with white pieces. And I think it made Dean much more comfortable, especially considering the bad year he had before. So I think it was a very important win for Dean. But very quickly, Gukesh bounced back. So now we have the score is tied. And the match continues. So I don't know who is happier that so many, like half of the match has been played and that the score is still equal. Maybe Dean is a little bit happier in this situation.
Okay.
Because I think he worried about the match, like how it will go, and if he lost a couple of games, then I'm not sure he would have been able to come back.
And thank you, Anna. And there we see on the camera the VIP section, and there are people who are certainly very happy. The players might not be that happy, but the VIPs, of course, they are enjoying some exciting chess in this amazing place. And we're going to go straight to Charlize, who is ready in the VIP section.
We are live in the FIDE World Championship Match VIP zone, and other than indulging in the amazing treats behind me, guests get to interact with our VIP members, and of course they get to watch the games from a good quiet place. So let's get to hear some of the impressions of our guests. Hi sir, I know you came all the way from Japan. Can you tell me what your experience has been like here at the FIDE World Championship match?
The experience has been very good. The VIP experience has exceeded my expectations, and it's a very nice room. You get to meet the chess superstars, and you can get photographs with them. Autographs. There's food, and there's also vegetarian fare, which I'm very grateful about. And overall, the first day I came here on a standard ticket. Even that experience was different. That was also worth it. But with a standard ticket, you get to enjoy the fan zone more.
Yeah, of course. And who in the match are you rooting for?
I'm from India. I'm rooting for Gukesh.
Well, thank you so much, sir, and enjoy your VIP experience. Let us go on ahead and show you a little bit more. We had snacks and cakes on this side. Here we actually have some very nice warm food. So you'll be entertained, but you'll also be well fed. Hi, sir. Hello. Good to meet you. You are here enjoying the match in the VIP zone. Can you tell me what your impressions have been like here?
It's been good. The service is great. And I find that the TV is big enough for me. That's a big plus. Because when I was at the other side, I didn't think it was, because I have to surrender my phone.
Yes.
So it's really good here. Thank you.
And who are you rooting for in the match?
Ding. I think today's match is very exciting, more than Sunday's match. Thank
Well, let's see if it's an exciting game. So far it seems to be. And enjoy your time here. As mentioned, we do have a lot of superstars who come to the VIP zones, everyone who makes the first move. We've got Vishy enjoying his time here. Here we've got some puzzle solving by Maurice Ashley. Maurice, what's going on here?
Well, Andres over here, because I was torturing him the other day, has decided to torture me with a puzzle. And it's really, really annoying. So this is what we do while we're waiting for the game to move along, is to torture each other with more chess.
Can't escape the chess at all at this event, huh?
We don't want to escape chess. We want to dive into the pool, the deep end, and enjoy and relish all of it. And that's why you come here to be with your colleagues and your friends to relish the passion that we all have for the game.
We're going to definitely get this position on our social media. Since Maurice is suffering, we want everyone else to suffer with you. So I'll come back to this. Hi there. We have some more guests in our VIP zone, and we have a little guest as well. Tell me, who are you rooting for in the match?
Who do you want to win?
Ding Liren.
You want Ding to win? Yeah, he wants Ding to win. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy your time here. The vibes are good everywhere in Sentosa at the match. This is definitely one of the cooler areas, but everywhere you go, it's great. So back to the studio.
Good food, good company, and of course, good chess. I mean, what more can one ask for? And there we do go back to the game because we have some moves played. We were discussing the position with a knight coming to b6, but instead, Ding has chosen to chase away the knight with b5. Are we a fan?
I'm a fan. I was actually going to suggest it earlier and then it kind of slipped my mind for some reason. I was so attracted to trading off pieces and getting a knight round to d6. This one's more ambitious, maybe, Anna?
Yeah, b5 is also the move that I considered besides knight b6. It's a bit committal, yes, because you're weakening this c6 square, and if the knight could jump there, for example, if knight a5 was possible, it would have been dangerous, but as the knight doesn't have this opportunity and it went to a3, to a bit passive square, then b5 just justifies it.
Yeah, and it's also committal because somehow there might be tactics here. Yeah, the white bishops will now perch really nicely on these two diagonals. I'm not sure how scary this is. I guess Ding needs to defend this pawn first of all. How is he going to do that? Is it just pawn to a6, queen b6?
Yeah, queen b6, a6, rook b8, many possibilities.
Yeah, rook b8 feels a bit weird maybe after bishop f4, but it's playable.
Rook b6, a bit awkward.
Okay, shall we just start with some developing move? what is Gukesh's plan next, especially with this knight, which looks really weird, really misplaced. I've got to say, I actually quite like it for Ding. I was slightly harsh, not harsh, but critical of that c5 move earlier, but he's kind of made it look like a Grunfeld, at least, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, with this knight on a3, it looks quite okay for black.
Can you not go bishop e3, set up pin?
Bishop e3, oh, that's annoying.
Please play knight e5. b4 is coming your way.
Knight e5, b4.
Although maybe not. Maybe it's not such a big deal because you do have knight e7. I tell you, the Grunfeld and its knights, so weird. Like you think, how can they be good? But they are.
It's always tricks, right?
Mm. Not very typical position for the Grunfeld, but
yeah.
Yeah, knight d7, it's hanging together. There's also queen a6 ideas to unpin because this knight is so bad. And
I feel in the video they made
queen b6.
Queen b6 on the board.
Yeah, queen b6 on the board. So we're doing okay with the guessing.
Not so bad.
Not so bad today. And I mean, from your experience of big matches, big tournaments, Anna, does experience help? Would you say that Ding, now the match is getting towards critical stages, do you think he's going to be able to draw on his past experience? Or do you think actually the youthful energy that Gukesh is going to have, the ambition, confidence, do you think that's going to be more important?
It's difficult to say. I think experience is important, and especially if you had a good experience. And for Dean, yeah, he won the previous match, so I think he's more confident. And especially it's important in the first games because you know the match is very special. It's the stakes are very high. The atmosphere is very different, and when you enter this playing hall and you see only one board, it's not the same. It's not like the tournament, and you play. Every day you play against the same opponent. Normally you don't do that. So I would prefer to have experience, but on the other hand, if you had bad experience, that also stays in your head. And I don't know if I would prefer to have a bad experience or not to have experience at all. Then maybe not to have experience at all. But to have good experience or no experience, then to have good experience.
You've had a lot of experience with those big match moments. I mean, how did you approach them?
Yes, I played like many World Championships, and there have been many important games, yeah, and especially, for example, like when it's a crucial game or the last round or World Cup, yes, when you have this knockout system.
Do you have a ritual to tell us how you deal with it?
It's very stressful. It's indeed. It's like every game is basically like the whole tournament. You spend so much energy because every game may be almost like the last game, and it's super stressful. But well, my opponent, she's in the same situation, right? So I know that she worries as well. So I just try to do my best and to prepare to recover. Yes. So it's difficult to have like one recipe that will work for everyone. So everyone is trying to find something new that suits him or her.
But what worked for you?
Well, for me, like especially like when you had a good game, it's already a relief, yeah. And every match you pass, for example, the World Cup, yes, when it's knockout, like every match you pass, it's like already you're relief, one less. So yeah, and after the games, like if you had a good game, it's always easier. But when you have a bad game, it always stays in your head, and yeah, it's difficult to get rid of these bad emotions. But you try.
You try, yeah. Well, that's all one can ask for. But let's go back to your childhood because you came from Ukraine, and somehow it felt like you were in a golden age. There were a lot of talents. And I just remember when you suddenly came onto the screen, onto my eyes, because I played you when you were 13 years old. I mean, what was life like? I mean, was it always chess training for you? Did you, because we don't know so much, because I just remember suddenly there were a whole load of talent from Ukraine and very, very strong. You all became grandmasters very quickly.
Yes, it was a very strong generation, but also some guys and girls who were a bit older and a bit younger, like my sister later on, they also had a very good result. I don't know what the reason was. It's difficult to say, but sometimes, you know, maybe it's something similar what is happening in India right now. Yeah, we have a lot of young players and who are all strong, yeah? Some younger, some older, but I feel there is a big similarity to that.
Push each other, right, to get better.
Yes, because it's both good and bad, yes? It's good that you have someone to compete with. On the other hand, if, let's say, the others are showing a little bit better result, that then even you are so good, but you feel that, okay, here are people who are even better, and you are a bit annoyed by that. So, yes, and speaking about my childhood, it's quite easy because I was born in the chess family. Both of my parents, they are chess players, and they taught me how to play the game when I was really very young. By the age of 3, I knew all the chess rules, and then my journey continued.
Prodigy. And how did it feel? I mean, both you and your sister have won world titles. Does it feel different from winning other tournaments? I mean, for example, you passed 2600. What was the biggest moment for you that felt the most satisfying in your career?
We are still active chess players, so we are still competing. Yes.
Still ahead.
But for us, yeah, it's a very unique story because we are the only sisters in the world who managed that both became world champions. And Maria is 2.5 years younger, so in the beginning she was kind of following my footsteps, and I was perhaps like a role model for her because I was stronger. But step by step, she was catching up. And yeah, now as adults, we are more or less on the same level.
And meanwhile, can I just ask your opinion about this move, Bishop F4 played?
Yeah, Bishop F4, very quick from Gukesh again. It's still unclear whether he's in preparation, as you mentioned earlier, and it's still possible. He's only spent just over 20 minutes. Ding has spent over an hour at this point. One bad piece, but what do you think? Is White just going to play d6, rook e7, and just
infiltrate? I like
it. Slowly apply some pressure.
Yes, Bishop F4 looks like the very logical and very normal move. We also take away the e5 square from the knight. Just imagine Black played rook e8, and with the bishop on c1, there was a possibility to go knight e5. Now this possibility is gone. And yeah, for the bishop, we had what, f4 and e3 square that were reasonable. So it looks good.
Looks good. Okay. But actually, you intrigued me with your story of your childhood, being born in a chess family. I mean, what was your training regime like? Was it breakfast chess, lunch chess, and then in the evenings chess tournament or chess club match?
Kind of, yes. It's a joke, but with some truth in it. So yes, my parents, I remember they were working with me, and then later on when Maria was also becoming better and better, they were also taking care of her. But besides, they also had a regular job as trainers. So I remember then when going to the job, they sometimes took us with them to the classes, but sometimes they were giving us some exercises to solve. So we were with the book, and then when they come back, they check how we did. So yeah, there was quite a lot of chess since the very early stage, but not only chess. We also had some. You know, my parents, they always have a kind of there had to be a plan, and there had to be some things which had to be followed. So for example, like in the beginning of the day, they were saying, okay, here you have free time, you can decide what you want to do. Or let's say here, or if you want to watch a TV, some cartoons or whatever, you have like, let's say 1 or 2 hours, and you may decide which programs you want to watch. But it's not like that you start watching and then it's until the end of the evening. So we had some childhood, we went outdoors, we had friends. but it was of course less than what the other kids do.
Yeah, but your city, Lvov, that also has a very rich chess culture.
Yes, I was born in Lviv,
yeah.
but I lived in another city in the Lviv region. It's like 70 kilometers from Lviv. So yes, in Lviv there are many grandmasters and there were many coaches. But as I didn't live there when I was a kid, I didn't have access to all that. So I was mainly working with my parents in the beginning. And only when I was like 10, 11, and I was stronger, I was a better player than they are, we started thinking like with whom I can work more. And I also worked a lot on my own. So
oh, okay.
Like that.
Yeah. And at what point did you know that you wanted to be a chess player by profession and also one of the world's best women players?
I can't say there was like a turning point, like there was like one moment and we decided, okay, you will be a chess player. But it was going step by step, you know. I started from all these youth tournaments, European and World Youth Championships. We are in the same age with David.
1990 generation.
1990. Yeah, Magnus, MVL, yeah, we have many.
Nishi.
So, strong, yeah. And of course, if you see that you are successful as a kid, it already shows that, okay, maybe you're on the right way and that you can continue this path. Otherwise, of course, I would have chosen something else.
Well, you became Women's Blitz World Champion, two-time Women's World Rapid Champion. Okay, yeah.
Still more titles to come.
Yeah.
What does it look like now? Do you still train with your sister? Do you work alone? How does your kind of day-to-day look like?
It's different, yeah. Sometimes we can discuss something together. Sometimes we work alone. Sometimes we have training camps. So yeah, it's very, very different. But we obviously keep on working on chess.
Yeah, and talking about training camps, they're a little bit of a mystery to the outside world. I mean, what goes on? Like, do you have a special location? Like, tell us more about what it exactly involves.
Well, it depends which possibilities you have, because the more the more you can afford. Otherwise, you have to think, yes, like with whom to work.
Yeah.
And before the training camp, like what you do is that, well, you are thinking like which problems you have in your chess. If it's opening, if it's middle game, if it's end game, calculation, strategy, or some even like deeper topic. And then you're thinking like maybe, okay, who can help you with that? And you're writing to that person and you're trying to arrange. But of course, well, everything doesn't come yes in one. So sometimes we just think about the best possible option which is available at the moment. And also, okay, it's better if you, like during the tournaments, if the person is helping you, then well, better that the person knows your style and your preferences, like let's say, because if you work for the first time, it's a little bit like the coach is unsure what to suggest. But if you work for some time, then it's easier.
And just before we get back to the game, maybe we can analyze some variations. I did see a statistic a moment ago. Gukesh had spent over 31% of this game so far with his eyes closed. So that's pretty much half an hour he's had his eyes shut. We've been now playing for 1 hour, 35 minutes. What do you think of this, Anna? If your opponents were just meditating, would it be, I don't know, off-putting for you? Would it be distracting? Or is it just something you try to block out if you were in Ding's shoes, for example?
I don't think it would have made any impact on me.
Difference.
I mean, because, okay, but it's just my personal attitude. Maybe for someone it's annoying. There can be many other behaviors, yes, that can be annoying or for some players, but for some players they simply don't care. Like for me, if I play against Dean and he closes his eyes, I wouldn't mind.
Fair enough.
But it's a very interesting statistics. I don't know. When did you start recording?
We've hired someone specially just to watch the cameras and like with a stopwatch. And we've actually got a team of Gukesh watchers
finest,
out there.
yeah.
But, okay, in the meantime, it has been another long think for Ding, I believe. And okay, after bishop f4, which was played almost, I mean, not instantly, but after just a couple of minutes, what moves come to mind here for black? 12 minutes now, thinking for Ding.
Yeah, I don't like his time management, to be honest. Because for me, the less time I have on the clock, the more stressful it is. And especially when you don't play with, when you don't have increment. It's very scary, but Ding is used to doing that. And he speeds up, yes, when he's in this rapid time control, then he speeds up.
Yeah, other than game 3 where he was consistently low and lost on time. He normally speeds up.
So I expect him to play faster. Think he will be.
Yeah.
Maybe some rook to e8. I don't know which one.
I'm not sure which one either.
Or rook, okay, rook a to d8 also makes sense.
What are you guys both thinking about? Is it just a matter of just developing the pieces? Yeah, I also was thinking about c4 and just knight c4. Are you both just looking at plans, or are you calculating?
Well, I would be looking at plans here, like what does black want to achieve? At some point, you might want to trade off some pieces because the more pieces disappear from the board, the more likely is you might blockade this pawn. Maybe the bishop will get more influence. I want to really improve this knight, get it to d3. But then it's a race, right? It's your moves versus your opponent's moves. Maybe white's plan is to play d6, rook e7, so you start calculating there. How about you, Anna?
Yeah, I think in more or less similar way as you do, because this position is not like super concrete. It's not like take, I take, my opponent takes. So rook f8 played, yeah, one of the moves that you consider. So, but each position is different, so it's not like we can apply the same approach to every position. In this one, also because if you give, let's say, 3 moves to black and white does nothing, then black will have a huge advantage. But yeah, moves are done one by one, and this makes the difference.
Yeah. And the question for both of you, actually, what's the best chess advice you've ever received?
Oof. Anna first, that's a tough question.
Best chess advice was to think after each move. Even if it's an obvious move and you think it's like the only move, still spend like 5 seconds checking if there is anything else, because maybe there is.
Well, for me, it was not to give up chess. I've tried to give up chess many times at various points in my career. Some coaches or friends, family, they've been like, you keep playing. You secretly love it. Just push through the pain.
So that's how we have you here.
That's why you have me
Thanks to your friends.
Exactly. I think I was like 7 the first time I tried to give up chess, and a coach was like, no, you're too good. Keep going.
Yeah. You guys are both extremely good chess players. And
yourself too.
And what about you?
Yes. 9-time British champion. That's impressive.
Well, I just, some moves have been made, and I wanted to...
English people, we're not good at taking compliments.
No, we're not.
Okay,
but thank you very much, yeah. Rook a to d8.
Okay, some quick moves. He's speeding up, as you said, Anna. Finally. And, okay, suddenly it's less clear what Gukesh is going to play. His last few moves have been automatic: improve the bishop, connect the rooks, move the queen.
So maybe rook a1 is like next.
In blitz, yeah, rook b1. Just play by hand. At some point, this knight surely needs to get back. But
yeah, especially after c4. If c4 is played, then this knight has the future, like knight c2, followed by knight b4, d4, then to c6.
Yeah, one of the ways in. But then it's a race again. It's like, is black's knight quicker, or is white's knight quicker? Fighting for squares. This gets very sharp. a5, or rook takes rook and a5. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, but it's also a question if black should hurry with
c4.
Yeah, because the knight is locked out of the game. And just kind of help me out here. If you go back to that position where you go c4, knight c5.
C4, knight c2, knight c5.
Yeah, this looks like very lovely. Would you be worried about moves like bishop to e3, just on principle, you know, that you're setting up yourself up for a potential pin?
I worry about every move my opponent makes.
It's like a bit of a shock when the move is made, and especially if you didn't anticipate it. You know, you like keep your breath.
Poker face, poker face.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Bishop e3 is.
No, I just on the conceptual kind of. Are you guys always looking at the potential pins? Because this is again something that I have noticed with very strong players, that rather than thinking on the offensive all the time, it's more about what your opponent wants to do and whether you can defend or you can stop it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's different styles, right? I think I always, these days, it was different when I was younger, but these days I always worry about what my opponent's trying to do first, what my opponent's plan is, why did they play a move, and then I kind of sort out my plan. But when I was younger, I used to think, okay, how am I going to checkmate? And then I forget what my opponent does, and then I'm like, wait, I'm strategically lost.
But when you became was this your attitude?
Yeah,
until
I was like 23, when I was starting to
mature as a
person
yeah.
and player.
Okay.
Then I started realizing that actually two people play chess, not just one.
Did your style change at all?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Well, when we are kids, most of us, we like all this, you know, very direct approach, some beautiful combinations, attack, and yeah, I think that's what most kids like to do. But then it changes because you realize that, yes, there is opponent who also wants to do something, and then you're trying to make your play a little bit deeper, and you're thinking like, okay, what my opponents want to do, maybe it's better to prevent him from doing what he wants to do before doing my own plan. So it depends.
Yeah. And do you find that your style is changing now that we have these incredibly advanced computer engines, and also the style of chess tournaments have changed as well? Because before it used to be kind of closed events, and now we have these big opens.
Yes, nowadays, of course, we have much more tournaments, much more opportunities. The systems are changing, time controls are changing, because earlier we didn't have so many rapid and blitz tournaments. Now we still have more of classical events, but also much more rapid and blitz tournament, I mean, comparing to what we had earlier. And the engines, they have a big impact also on our play, because they started to show some ideas which earlier not like were not considered, but some strategies like were considered wrong, and computer proved it's not wrong. Or some ideas that were not considered at all, and now they are like very, very normal, very usual for the chess players nowadays. So yes, many things they do have impact on our play.
And yeah, I mean, this match is sponsored by Google. It's really cool to see such a big company get involved. And we've been talking a lot about AI. How do you work with computers these days, Hannah, when you're preparing for big matches, tournaments?
I think there is no chess player, especially on the higher level, who doesn't use computer in his prep. So we all do. And yes, we are trying to search for new ideas. And,
So do you have different types of engines? Do you go, okay, this one's good at openings, this one...
Stockfish,
Zero.
Sometimes I did, yes, but...
Because I remember it was the trend a few years ago where everyone had a little laptop where they were hooking onto this massive computer they would have at home. And they were analyzing like crazy. And then suddenly it's all changed, and now it's all up in the cloud. Is it the same for you?
Yeah, many things have changed. Now we have more opportunities and more accesses to all these engines, and the depth, I mean, it goes much faster. And but at the same time, okay, it became better, but everybody has an access to that, so it's not like somebody has, somebody doesn't. Yeah, and
Yeah, and talking of AI, we actually have confirmation from our fantastic production team that we're monitoring how often Gukesh closes his eyes using AI. And likewise, the players, how long they sit at the board when...
I have a new idea. You know, I noticed that during this match, Ding is very often, I mean, comparing to what I saw earlier, watching his opponent. So maybe I can check how often Ding is watching his opponent.
The eyeballing contest.
Sorry, production team. Get on it. More work, more work.
There you go.
On again, and again. Wow, bang on
I think
cue.
in his previous match he didn't do that.
Yeah, in the previous match,
or at
neither
least not
player
so
was at the board so much. Actually,
they didn't.
Nepomniachtchi and Ding were just chilling out in their rest areas pretty much the whole time. They would never be at the board at the same time. It was
Yeah, the first game.
strange.
Then it changed. Then
yeah,
they came back.
then it changed. But yeah, I'm waiting for that eye contact again from Ding. But it is noticeable. Yeah, I was wondering how and why this was happening so much. Whether it was because he saw Gukesh with his eyes shut, or whether it's because, I don't know, he's not feeling so confident, Ding, and he's like verifying his analysis using body language. Or
Yeah, like during the first game, the better his position was, the more often he started to look at Gukesh. That was my impression.
Yeah, true. I wonder whether he's conscious of it even. Sometimes it's just a habit, right? Sometimes it's just...
Well, sometimes you don't think about it. You just it's something what you do normally, but sometimes you do it on purpose. So I don't know.
Yeah, I find the stronger my opponent, the more I look at them, just trying to get a read on their body language, but not always positive.
Do you have any tricks that you do on purpose? Like David has confessed to
many tricks.
many sneaky ideas.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, when I was a kid, there were many, like looking at one part of the board, but creating a threat on the other one, but pretending that the most important thing is happening there.
I still do that.
Yeah, or like you sacrifice something and then you pretend like you're blundered. Or, I mean, you set a trap, then you pretend like you're blundered. Your opponent sees that you are too disappointed, grabs your piece or pawn. I mean, grabs something, but there is a trap. And yeah, I don't remember doing it myself. But yeah, it was common. But later on, of course, no, I don't do it.
No, you don't do it. Okay.
I just never grew up. Still shaking my head.
Yeah, now the most important is to try to control yourself when you blunder something.
That's the hardest thing, right?
Yes, because if you miss some move and then you think that whatever you do, it will give your opponent a hint that something is wrong. Like if you stand up, okay, why did you stand up? If you start looking at him, why did you start looking? If you do nothing, why are you frozen? So you don't, sometimes you simply don't know what to do.
Yeah, and often the opponent just isn't aware. Sometimes they don't see it, and then you're just so stressed about what's going through your mind and that telepathy that could happen, like secretly giving stuff away. Yeah, there seems to be some kind of mind games going on, but it's hard to tell between these two players. Gukesh just, I mean, unlike Ding, never makes eye contact, right? Just never looks away, or never even opens his eyes. But okay, it's a key position. Okay, do we try to make some moves on the board again?
Yeah, let's have a deep dive in the position. So it's not easy to find a plan for white, but we did suggest centralize the rooks.
Yeah,
Keep it simple, yeah?
I'm quite keen to play knight c2 just so that if you play c4, I'm slightly ahead in the race to get to...
Okay, well, let's put that on the board.
c6,
You
so
have
knight
put it
c2. It was me, not Gukesh.
I was looking at the live position, yeah.
We'll find a better move.
Yeah, we also mentioned this plan with d6 and rook e7.
Yeah, okay, maybe we start with that one. It's more direct, right? So d6. I'm just scared of action while the white knight is still sitting here, but...
Yes, but if you manage to do something like rook e7, and then we can put the other rook on e1, we don't need to lose time to play like rook d1.
Okay, I like your idea of c4 though.
c4. The other possibility is knight f8, maybe.
Oh yeah.
To try and put it on e6 now that the square's available, and stopping rook e7 due to some pins. But okay, c4.
Yeah, sorry, I was just looking at rook.
I like c4.
Knight c5 and knight d3.
Yeah.
Bishop f8.
Me too. It's nice. And yeah, like you say, bishop f8 is possible.
Yes.
In a lot of these positions. I'm not sure whether immediately or maybe this one still.
Yep. Yep. Now that there's no bishop to e3.
I'm a bit scared of some bishop d5 stuff, but I shouldn't have said that. Shouldn't have given that away.
Bishop d5?
I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. Bishop d5, maybe black can just take, and...
Don't take the bishop. We should put that on the board.
Oh, yes.
That's...
Don't take this bishop. Which way do you want to do it?
Yeah, then
This way.
queen d5. Maybe you could start with taking on d5 before taking on e7.
Aha, take here, and then take.
Yeah.
Now take the queen.
Yes.
Oh, brave. And back. And bishop h6 doesn't really get anywhere.
Rook d8.
Rook d8, yep.
Yeah, white could have taken on d5, but
Yeah.
it's probably not what they wanted.
Take this
with
way.
All this operation.
Yeah.
Yeah, just take, knight d3 will actually be okay.
Take, knight, yeah. Here, maybe something along these lines and. Wait,
I don't believe that would happen on the board.
It's all forced. No, but black, I mean, it's not even down material. Yeah, black's doing very well here. So d6, it does feel a bit early while these pieces are somehow asleep. Let's say knight c2.
Yeah, let's sit down.
Okay. I will defend Ding's honor and I will play c4.
c4.
No, hang on.
Maybe,
well,
maybe.
let's do it.
Call my bluff.
Yes.
Okay, I'll go this way. Just feels a bit safer than d4, which was slightly vulnerable.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Of course.
No
Before we
judgment, please.
propose.
Yes, yeah. Is knight h5 ever an idea?
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say that bishop on f3 is doing a great job because it stops in both knight e4 and knight h5. So it controls both of the squares.
And I'm kind of, it was seen in the, was it Spassky-Fischer game?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, and I know it was a completely different situation, but I'm thinking, and maybe I could do it without c5.
Yeah, c5. Yeah.
No, I was even considering some strange move, queen b7, with the idea of knight b6. But
Wow. Yeah, pin and win or something.
yes, but playing like that, but playing was fine.
Yeah, good work. Good work. Just Jovanka's knight h5.
Yes, nice.
I quite like it as well.
Do you?
I guess I'll take it just because I can.
Okay, then pawn takes. That was the least of my worry. Yeah. Now the whole point was the knight wanted to get into, or to e5, or the queen can swing across to g6, and
you can grab a pawn. Maybe,
that too, and that wasn't on my radar. There must be something wrong with me. I like to grab pawns when I'm commentating, when I'm playing.
She really does.
Even more.
Yeah. Are you a pawn grabber?
I think all the girls are.
Oh, okay.
I approve. Okay, knight e3. Initially, I thought this might be a big deal, but actually, black just switches across, right? Or maybe knight e5, actually. Maybe knight e5 is the way. This doesn't look bad for black.
It's a fight, right? But okay.
It's risky, but it's possible.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. Maybe queen e2 in the end.
Here? Yeah.
Yes, because this f5 square bothers me, and we weakened our king.
I want to put my queen here to cover everything, but this one's hanging.
Okay, you have knight f3, so maybe you can play queen
But you have bishop takes knight.
Yeah.
Although
bishop e5.
It's not the end of the world. Bishop d4, maybe.
Right.
Or rook b8, I'm not sure. But bishop d4, maybe. Some threats. Unclear.
Well, what do you know? Knight h5 may be a possibility, but I mean, I only came to that move just because I was really bothered by the fact that I felt like the black knight on d7 wanted to jump to e5.
You might be right. It's about this piece, right? For black, everything else is already maximized almost. That's why we kind of wanted to bring it to d3. You want to bring it by e5. Yeah, after d6, maybe it becomes slightly attractive to go this way, block everything out. I would say it's in Gukesh's style to try and calculate d6 first. He loves pushing his pawns. We've seen that in some games, even very committal, even in a committal way. But then if he doesn't calculate anything too tempting for white there, then maybe he'll just play knight c2.
Well, Gukesh has been thinking for 17 minutes.
It's always it's our curse, Anna. We're sorry about this. Like every time we get a guest in, the players spend like ages. There's no moves. As soon as the guests leave, it's like boom, boom, boom moves.
So easy.
You have to stay with us the whole game now.
Yeah, this is always the problem, that there is only one match going, one game going on, and we cannot switch in between. But
I think we had Vichy for 1 hour, and the players made like 1 move each, or maybe 2 moves each.
no, there was once I was doing something, I left, I came back, they made only 1 more. Oh, I didn't miss so much.
That's a good and bad thing, I guess.
Yeah.
Classical chess. Okay, what are your predictions for the rest of this game? If you had to guess the future?
I think many things will. We have them all. We don't know which one.
We have knight c2.
I think many things, will happen in the next few moves. Because there are just a few pieces that can be improved, and then it's either white is trying to push, or maybe everything starts to get exchanged. I don't know, but I think it has to be
So you think the action is going to happen now?
Yeah.
And any predictions? Do you think it will be a draw?
I don't have any feelings. Knight f8. Yeah, that's what I was going to mention, because knight f8, knight e6 is possible even with the pawn on d5.
This is pinned.
Yeah.
Well, that's clever. And if you can get a knight to e6 eventually on d4, that's great. Some pressure here.
And also we cannot move anywhere with the queen. Okay, we can move to c1, but it's not what we really want to do.
And exchanging pieces here doesn't really help white. Maybe black takes with the knight even.
Yes.
Blockade finally. Still threatening this one. And this one, more importantly. Okay, interesting position. We do have AI helping us. So on the top of our screens, we see the percentages. That predicts that white has quite good chances, but in human terms, it looks unclear, at least.
Yeah, that's surprising that it's so much in Gukesh's favor, at least to my eye. 34.2% chance of winning.
So it's
a win.
I think it's Lila 0.
Well, the ages, okay.
Yeah.
It's not like people are voting.
You never know. Our producers are very hardworking. They have many skills. Very strong chess players. Yeah.
So maybe he can do something with a4, but to give this rook some work.
Yeah. And I mean, you're correct with your predictions. Actually, the day before the rest day, game 6, it was the longest game of the match. But even that one, it was clear at move 40. It was about to be a draw. And all of the games pretty much have been decided before move 40, at least in terms of what the result was going to be. So maybe the next few moves are going to be critical.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way as the players are building up. But Anna, thank you for joining us here in the studio and sharing your analysis and, of course, all those stories. They were an absolute pleasure to hear. And we're going to go on a quick break. But when we do, just the head of Google for Asia and Pacific region, Scott Beaumont, did visit here on game 6. He made the opening move, and our very own Charlie's caught up with him. And so have a listen.
We're in the VIP zone at the FIDE World Championship Match, and I am joined here by someone very important, Scott Beaumont. You have led Google's Asia Pacific division, but you've also made this Google title sponsorship happen. So first of all, Scott, I want to know your relationship with chess. Do you play?
Very badly. I used to play when I was a child, and then actually I got interested again when my children started to play. And that accelerated, their interest accelerated after the Queen's Gambit. I think that's pretty common. And both children now beat me regularly. The eldest in particular is a good player, and he's enjoying playing often and starting to play at university now too.
Google, being a title sponsor, has been one of the biggest things to happen to chess, and everyone loves it. We're also happy. Can you tell us a bit about how this collaboration happened?
Well, the affinity with chess and Google's been there for some years, so many different angles. So firstly, Demis was here for the opening move of the match, and the DeepMind team, of course, have got a long association with games generally, and a lot of interest in chess, which goes back to Demis's childhood. And they've done a lot, with things like AlphaGo and so on and so forth, to really kind of use playing chess and playing Go as ways of exploring new techniques of bringing AI to life. So there's one angle. But then you look at something like YouTube, which is a phenomenon in Asia, incredibly popular, and you look at the different creators that there are within YouTube, from Gotham Chess to Hikaru's a great streamer. Magnus has now got a new channel for this championships. The interest is global. It's really great to see. And I actually think that the first championships with two Asian players playing together here in Asia will further accelerate the interest, and it's exciting to see. The game's definitely in a sweet spot right now, and so a lot of excitement.
And what do you think this partnership, this collaboration will do for chess and for Google?
Well, I hope for chess it's a further acceleration. The reach of the game, the young players coming through, and again using YouTube to kind of accelerate, I think will speak volumes, I hope, for chess. For Google, I mean, as I say, what's really nice is chess is clearly a game where the power's in the human mind. But you see with the players how they use technology to help them train, to help them improve, to help them get better. And when they're playing, for people like me, to help explain what's going on. And so that blend between, that comfort between new technology and how that assists us, I think hopefully will help set the tone to help people, reassure people in terms of technologies like AI, how useful they can be and how useful they can be in assisting us to improve how we engage on a day-to-day basis.
And to that extent, Gemini has been a big part of this collaboration, and you've got the new chess bot coming out. Yes. So this really, you're showing how chess and AI technology, it's a good blend and it's working together really well.
I think so, yeah, and that's a credit. I mean, you credited me with the sponsorship, which is very kind, but my colleague Simon Khan, who leads our marketing effort, and his team have been fantastic to partner with on this. And even with some of the demos here that we've got at the event, they're good fun, right? Yeah, they kind of bring it to life, which is really good to see.
Have you checked any of them out yet? Have you made your own chess piece?
So they're not as beautiful as this, but I have created my own chess piece. And I did a fusion of Singaporean food, local food, with the chessboard. And actually, Gemini did me proud, came up with some really, really novel pieces.
If you printed it out, we should definitely get a shot of that to show.
Yeah, indeed.
And the other day we spoke to Nenad Tomasev about the culture of chess within Google, and you have a lot of avid chess players. Can you tell me a bit about the chess culture in Google?
I mean, it would be similar, I think, in any technology company. And you also look at where we have technology teams too, such as India. For sure, if you were to get out a board during lunchtime, you would create a crowd. And I think naturally, the best chess players have extraordinary calculating, computational thinking. And I mean, that fits very neatly with software engineering, and which is where a lot of the magic happens within a company like Google.
My final question to you is, do you think your chess has improved a little bit with this collaboration?
Probably not with this collaboration. My chess has improved a little bit. I taught my eldest son to play, and in no time at all, with the use of YouTube and so on, he had taught himself to a level that was beyond what I could play at. He agrees to play me now and again, and that helps me improve for sure. So playing with better people, better players helps you improve. And again, with some of the engines in the background now, there's a lot of work you can do. But who knows, there may still be hope. I think I was at the launch event and I met this lovely 8-year-old Indian kid who'd just beaten a grandmaster.
They're dangerous.
I think my day is gone, honestly. But nonetheless, it's great and it's inspiring to see the young players come through.
Well, thank you so much, Scott. And I thank you for everything you've done. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the championships.
I'm sure I will. Thank you.
We are back and ready to dive into what is a very critical stage in Game 7 between Gukesh and Ding Liren. Oh, it has been quite the battle so far. First up, we had Gukesh launching an opening surprise right from the very first move, opening with one knight f3.
Yeah, and the game very quickly transposed into a symmetrical Grunfeld with both sides fianchettoing their bishops. And ultimately, this is the middle game we're left with. Gukesh launched that first surprise, not quite a novelty. It had been played before, but not at the top level, it seems. And Ding tried to transpose into a fully fledged Grunfeld where white gets a passed pawn, but it's also an isolated pawn. So it's either a strength or a weakness that's yet to be seen. And white, in the meantime, also gets the bishop pair. I've got to say, I quite like what Ding has done over the last few moves, although it does feel like Gukesh has an element of control still. It doesn't feel like he's risking too much. Also, half an hour up, almost on the clock, as we enter the thick of the middle game.
Right, so it's very much the maneuvering stage. We just saw knight f8 with the plan of coming to e6 and just harassing this bishop on f4. And the question for Gukesh, as our guest Anna Muzychuk correctly identified, is like, how are you going to actually advance? How are you going to make progress with the white pieces? And she suggested, I don't know why.
Tongue twister.
Yeah, maybe it was the she.
She sells seashells.
Seashells on the seashore.
The shells she sells.
Yeah, anyway.
Something.
The one I could never do was red lorry, yellow lorry. Yeah, if you're not British, give it a go. Say it very fast. It's very difficult.
I'll spend the next rest day practicing.
Yeah.
Peter Piper picked up pepper.
Pickled pepper.
Okay, back to she suggested a4.
Yes.
Anna Muzychuk. That's a very logical move. She mentioned that this rook is currently unemployed, needs some work. I guess there's two questions here. One, what if black just maintains the status quo and plays a6? It's like, okay, if there's a trade of pawns,
and then
has anything changed?
Well, the rook on a1 is happy.
Yeah.
Whether there's anything more concrete than that remains to be seen. This knight on c2 is a bit of an
issue.
Yeah, it's not really working. So
just in this variation, after rook takes rook, I think black might now be obliged to take with the knight, because after a recapture, white can jump in with the queen. And if there's a trade, it's not the end of the world for black, but it's hard to defend these pawns.
No, you should be a salesman, David. This is very convincing. Why is it not the end of the world?
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe you
because you're a pawn down and might hold. I don't know. Rook d. Oh wait, rook d8, bishop c7 is a bit awkward. Because rook d7, white now advances, and black's not in time to remove this pesky bishop because of bishop to c6. Okay, maybe it is the end of the world for black, that variation. So a4. Okay, let's say I try to keep your rook closed. Let's say I, first of all, for argument's sake, try to distract your rook.
Yeah. Okay, so then I will have to take with the...
Did you have a eureka moment?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe we could... because if I'm forced to go knight takes e1...
It's not ideal, right?
It's not really ideal. No, I don't want the knight languishing there. So I thought maybe your rook takes rook first.
Okay, this one.
Yes.
Rook takes rook, and I'll take with the knight just to open up this bishop.
And that... Oh, hang on a second. Bishop takes b2 is a problem. Nope. Nope. Okay.
Although, I don't know if I should take now.
Are you going to go rook b1?
And I was wondering whether black can get even more greedy, take everything, but then...
Knight a3.
Knight a3, yeah. And we get a weird position Black is pinned. Maybe has to take now this knight. Or queen to b4.
Queen to b4. But even this.
Yeah, queen b4 actually. Oh wait, no, just queen takes b2.
B2, yeah.
What am I talking about? Sorry, I thought this bishop was hanging for some reason.
Mm.
Okay, so yeah, maybe take, rook takes, and I think white's just in time here before black connects everything with queen to a2. Just in time to pick off this pawn, and well, maybe black can build a fortress, but definitely no more than that. So it's still possible, this idea with a4.
Okay.
Again, these are kind of hypothetical variations, but potentially relevant, depending on the plan Gukesh chooses.
Okay, and let's look at this a4 immediately. So
I want to take
you
rook
want
now.
to take.
Rook takes rook. So the idea for everyone at home is if the white rook moves, now I might get greedy and take this pawn because it's no longer defended. Also, this one is hanging.
Yeah, then I was, this is the thing, I was thinking knight a3 or...
Knight a3. Gets very concrete now. Queen to b4.
And queen...
It's hard to defend this pawn and this pawn, though, simultaneously. Although, again, there's going to be questions about the black rook in a lot of variations. If the queen's ever come off bishop c7 followed by d6, that whole mechanism looks very tempting.
Definitely. Okay, so let's do it rook takes rook first.
Rook takes rook. Knight takes. I'm quite relieved, though, with the black knight covering this square, so there's no incursions with the bishop.
And after a4, you can maybe even go b takes a4.
Yeah, again, b takes a4.
And then there's a lot of power against b2. Okay, so a4, not quite working in conjunction with rook takes rook.
Yeah, it looks like a sacrifice either way, a4. And I mean, yeah, this pawn being undefended is an issue. Yeah, it's all about this knight. It's just not quite in the game. That's why a4 is tempting, because like you wanted to put Jovanka, this knight would dream of being back on the c4 square where it stood quite a while ago, but at the moment lacking entry points. Just needs to get to c6 somehow.
Oh, if you want to get it to c6, can you do ridiculous things like b4?
Yeah. Before black gets the knight in.
Before
white gets the knight in.
Problems occur. Yeah. So the reason why I discounted this, like on a visual basis, is because of c4.
Yeah. Protected past pawn is, yeah, very reluctantly do you ever allow that as a human. But if you can somehow teleport this one in.
Yeah. Can I throw in a4 first?
a4.
If there's not bad things happening.
No.
On the diagonal.
I mean, if black is forced to play a6 and allow this, then you always go for it, right? Just because you've opened up. And actually, this b pawn may be potentially vulnerable long term. I like your a4. I'm so close to creating threats here, but I don't see any good way to do that. Okay, I'll play a6. Meditation mode on, activated by Gukesh.
Yeah, and he's really thinking. Now, 16 minutes for the move.
Yeah.
But it's actually, I think, a good use of time, because the way he regroups his minor pieces in this particular position is actually going to have a massive impact over the course of the game. Because you can just see that if he just makes like a wasteful move, let's just put h4, you know, just for fun.
Yep, h4. When in doubt, play h4.
Exactly.
Said AlphaZero.
Well, it's also the English school of chess, right?
Mad dogs and Englishmen.
Yeah. Okay. Knight to e6 is Ding's idea.
Okay. I wonder how effective that actually is, though, if the white bishop just moves.
Can you park on e5?
Yeah, you can. It's free parking. You can park anywhere. Yeah.
Yes.
Bishop e5.
Yeah, and this is where I was wondering whether you can go knight to...
Which one?
My h4 move might have been quite okay.
You've stopped any knight g5 ever. Another move I would love to play as a waiting move as white is king g2 somehow, just to protect this little guy, which is not defended in some variations. I don't think black can take advantage, though.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let's just go... I really want to get in like knight to d4.
Yeah, it's just now the white knight actually has a purpose for once. covering the square. I know what you mean. It's if you could just get one more move as black, it looks like well, you've kind of coordinated everything. You've got everything you wanted, but this is an argument for Gukesh not moving this knight, at least keeping on c2 as a move or two longer. If he plays h4, I mean, well, say you're going to look like a genius, Jovanka, or king g2 or something. Wait,
yeah, but I wasn't talking about it in great terms. I was just like, you just make a random move and then it appears. Okay.
G4 would be a very good Gukesh move.
Yeah.
I don't think
he hasn't played G4 yet.
No.
And you got to follow the pattern, right?
He's playing it later and later every move. It's not G4, it's B4. As we hinted at, as we kind of got to by some sort of process of elimination.
That's a very direct move. Big idea is that if black goes c4, you will back it up either with a4 or maybe even jumping in quickly with knight to d4.
Yeah.
All at the right time.
Yeah, it feels a bit loose at the moment, but how did the tactics work out if black takes on d5?
Yeah, rook takes rook.
Rook takes rook, rook takes rook. So these knights, these horses are both hanging. I think black can get away with this, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, I definitely think so. So don't put your knight on d4.
Yet, but that's definitely the idea,
Yes.
right? Okay, let's flick in a4 and assume that black wants to defend everything, keep the pawn chain intact, which is strategically desirable, but maybe dynamically there's something better.
And now your idea of rook takes rook will help black because of knight takes rook.
And then the bishop stops the white knight from accessing d4.
And
if I can get my arrows right.
And then what about bishop e3?
Bishop e3, the new avenue in. There's a new outpost for white, actually, in this side of the board. Black queen not ideally placed. Oh, Anna, now we see why we opened the A file, because Anna wanted to play this move, which would actually be very strong. This is a pin, and you hit this pawn, but there is rook to a7 now.
Yep.
That's annoying.
That is very annoying.
Okay, a4's stroke of genius.
Yeah.
So if black has to go back.
But also it means that b4 is a very refined move, because you have to accept that black is going to get a protected pass pawn, something instinctively you fight against doing.
Yeah. But in some openings, like, again, the Benoni and some King's Indians, you do allow this type of thing to happen, and then you just kind of use it. Normally, you use a knight as a blockader, and you hold up the whole of black's queenside pawns. Here, you're doing it, partly the pawns aren't marching, partly just to gain squares for yourself, entry points, and maybe for the bishop. I quite like even the idea, like a4 is definitely #1 move on the radar right now, but even if white just sets up for knight to d4, those tactics weren't working in white's favor, but maybe they will in the next move or two.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't actually like Ding's knight f8. I think it was much more effective when the pawn was on d6 somehow.
Yes.
Yeah, knight and f8 must await its
not
fate.
Actually doing anything, because when we put it up on the board, you go knight e6 right now. White literally just goes bishop to e5 or back.
Yeah.
Your choice.
And where now?
And
Also.
yeah, and in fact, you're encouraging white to actually set up a battery on the long diagonal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit scary. Your knight just somehow it's in the way. It's not hanging yet due to this pin, but it's not hopping forward. Does it really want to retreat to c7? Just ask white to continue marching. Now suddenly white is just 1 or 2 moves away. Suddenly king g2, h4, just build up. But also if the white knight ever gets in, that's over.
Yeah. Oh. No, the d pawn is massively strong. That's one of the things about these Grunfeld type positions. You constantly have to assess whether white's d pawn is a strength or a weakness.
Yeah.
And usually they're like blockading it with a knight on d6. They get strong squares for a knight on c4. And Ding is far from doing that. So I can just look at the evaluation bar to our right on the live position. So the assessment is literally that white is a little bit better but this is with perfect engine play. And there we see at the top the win, draw, loss bar, and you see that Gukesh 26.1% chance.
Yeah.
That's less than it was before.
Slightly less. So maybe b4 wasn't objectively the best move, but the more we look at it, the more we like it. It seems to pose black definite problems, concrete problems here. And of course, we'll mention it a bit later. I'll stop harping on about it, but Ding's clock is like looking in a mirror here, Jovanka. I spent my whole career being on the other side, playing a lot of chess and being in time trouble every game and giving heart attacks to fans. And well, at least that's what they tell me. And I was like, oh, just chill, let me handle it. Now I'm watching chess more than I ever used to, and I'm like, oh, just speed up. What are you doing? Why? But it is understandable. I mean, he was caught by a surprise. I think a lot of us would react the same way in a huge kind of high-stakes match like this, being hit with near novelty on move 7. Just finding your bearings takes a while. Finding the confidence to pick a option takes a while. And this type of middle game is so tense. So many alternatives.
Also, talking about time trouble, do you trust Ding to find good moves?
Yes, most of the time. It depends on the situation. Game 3, we talk about how he lost on time, but he was already kind of in trouble on the board. He was already lost for quite a while there. Game 1, he found all the best moves for a stretch, maybe a couple of small slips, let Gukesh back in, but then he found all the best moves again. So I do think he's a very good blitz and rapid player. Ding, he's got great instincts, but I don't know about you, Jovanka. What do you think? Under the current circumstances?
Yes, but then there were 2 comments from the first round that did worry me. And that was that he missed queen takes h7, this big tactic. And then once he made the move, he realized it was on the board and was, oh, it's okay, queen d4. And he also missed the final move of Gukesh, this bishop e6 check, and he missed that king h7 loses. But then, you know, of course, it was a happy accident because, king h8 was an excellent answer to that. So that was the only thing that concerned me.
Yeah, on the negative side, he missed a couple of tactics. On the bright side, his instincts were so good that he missed them, but it was still working out for him. So it's kind of, instincts are good under time pressure. You need to be a bit lucky sometimes in chess.
Yeah, that's true.
But he's not calculating maybe as concretely as Gukesh does.
And also the first game worried me because to my eyes, he looked visibly either nervous or I would say excited. But that was because everyone made such a big deal about the fact that he barely won a game in 2024.
Yeah, 304 days between his last classical victory in Fianchettoed earlier this year and game 1 of this match. Interesting stats, actually, Jovanka. This is not me. I had some help doing this research, but this match currently is tied 3-3. And it's been 8 matches in a row since the challenger last defeated the reigning champion when the scores were tied after 6 games. We're not counting last year where they were both challengers, Ding and Nepomniachtchi. They were both vying for the title, which Ding won actually that time. But yeah, you have to go as far back as 1963 to find the last time a challenger beat a reigning champion with scores tied at 3-3.
Also, it's been a while since the challenger was a favorite in the match. I think that's not been the case since 2013 when Magnus played Vichy Anand.
Vichy, yeah, and defeated him. But
yeah,
there were some nervy moments even in that match. And yeah, that's true. That's true. So you're kind of calling Gukesh at least a pre-match favorite. Now it's less clear, right, than before game 1?
I would say
in people's minds.
It's 50-50 now. In fact, if I had to edge it, I would say Ding. Aside from that game 3 where he made a terrible blunder of just getting his bishop trapped behind enemy lines, like you mentioned earlier, he doesn't look troubled at all. He's been the one putting the pressure in every game. Even though Gukesh has actually played in a really aggressive manner, it's been Ding who's had to take the time to work it out, but he's found excellent solutions. It's just somehow the final part of putting the finishing touches.
The tension. Feels like he wants to rush things and it fizzles out.
I also wonder whether, you know, he's so surprised by the fact that he's getting these good positions. Because, I don't know, I really do feel like everyone was so negative about his chances. That must have really dented his confidence even further. And here he is proving everyone wrong. that is kind of takes him by surprise that he's like, oh, or maybe it's his match plan.
Yeah.
Take it to tie breaks.
I mean, yeah, tie breaks, and I think Ding considers that a success. At least he would have taken that definitely before the match. And I think he might be a small favourite. Gukesh, not quite as established yet at speed chess as he is at classical. But yeah, long way to go before that. Just halfway point today.
Been told there's a storm brewing outside, and there's a storm brewing on the board.
I thought I could hear something. I wasn't sure if it was the fans, doing that Kalang wave, the Mexican wave outside, or whether it was thunder, lightning. Yeah, monsoon season here in Singapore.
Yeah. Have you ever had a calamity before you because of the weather in a chess tournament?
Ooh, I'm not sure. There have been various chess tournaments where the roof is leaking. Oh, the fan zone.
It is the fan zone.
Rosen giving a talk. We see Eric on the left there.
Yes. Yes. One of the world's most popular streamers, Eric. Oh no, my queen. Rosen. He's such a nice guy as well. Such a great person.
I think that's why, I mean, part of the charm, part of the appeal, and why he's so popular is he's relatable, right? We've all blundered queens, and we've all set sneaky traps. Him and his Stafford Gambit.
Yep. I played him a few times, and I was fully expecting some gambits, but no, it didn't happen.
No, he has great instincts as well. Very positional player when he wants to be, but also just very ambitious. And
yeah, and also tomorrow he's going to be joining us in the studio, so we're looking forward to hearing his words of advice.
Nice. Maybe he's got some secret opening gambits up his sleeve for the players.
But, it's great to have that interaction, between chess personalities and the crowd. I remember when he came to, he's a close friend, he came to visit me in Bergen, and we signed up for a chess tournament, and so many people came. They took time off from work to just ask him questions. And he was surrounded by kids. I was like, wow, he's impressive.
Yeah, that's showing the popularity of chess. Great YouTube channel there, Eric. Meanwhile, I did hear the thunder outside there. It's definitely brewing, that storm. Other storm clouds gathering, though, for Ding, who's been in the tank now for 11 minutes. That is a bit of a luxury you can't take at this point of the game. Not even at move 20 yet. Shake of the head there from Ding. He's feeling the heat. He's feeling the pressure.
Yeah.
Under 30 minutes to make over 20 moves now, just to get to the safety of move 40. Gukesh, meanwhile, yeah, as we're used to from him right now, calculating with his eyes shut.
Yeah, he's unfazed. What is causing Ding to stop and pause? So let's dive in. So we looked at c4. We saw that doesn't give black full equality.
Yeah, that move is not dynamite.
No.
Yeah, what else? Maybe just leave the pawn on c5. These two pawns disappearing is not the end of the world for black, because ultimately you get a 2-for-1 kind of majority in the endgame. Very mobile pawns as well. It's actually, it sounds like a contradiction, but this pawn is far less mobile because it's just easily blockaded on its own than these two would be against this one. If the B and C pawns disappear, those pawns could start marching. But yeah, how do you keep the tension? I wonder, Jovanka, whether the best move might be to come back, but he's just put his knight on f8. That would be far from ideal. Also, you walk into this pin.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe knight d7 actually, though, because the bishop dropping back to e3 doesn't look too scary. There's knight e5 tricks at some point. I don't know what we've gained by giving white 2 free moves, including b4. But
yeah, do you know what? I'm obsessed with putting a knight on e5. I feel like that's the key to black's position. And maybe you can go, hang on, think logically.
Okay.
So if I'm obsessed with putting a knight on e5, why not move my f knight, f6 knight to d7?
2 f knights. The thunder outside is growing stronger.
I know.
Wow. Thor has arrived.
Were you always taught as a kid that when lightning strikes, you have to unplug everything?
Oh no, I was not. I wish you told me this earlier, Jovanka. When we were in Stavanger for Norway chess, I came home. I was away for 2 weeks. I came home. Suddenly my computer wouldn't turn on. Turns out the building had been struck by lightning.
Wow.
Or struck by it, yeah, and just fried the system.
Oh my goodness.
And I hadn't unplugged, and it was summer, so I didn't really expect lightning. But either way, yeah, stormy weather. Cuts across all chess plans.
And there you can see the focus flow from Gukesh. He's spent now gone up to 26% of the time with his eyes closed.
He's slacking. Earlier it was 31%.
Wasn't it 40% at one stage?
Yeah.
But in fairness, it was literally like move 5 or something.
Okay, meanwhile, we do have c4 played by Ding, so a move we were slightly worried about just because the pawn is going nowhere. Now White's knight has access. I really hope someone asks, by the way, in the press conference one day, how Gukesh stays awake when he closes his eyes, because these days, if I shut my eyes for 1 second, I'm out, out like a light. Okay, meanwhile, c4. We were debating 2 moves here, a4 and rook to d1.
Yes. I like pawn pushes, so a4 is the move that calls to me like a siren. And now, so we were looking at a6, but can you make any other fancy moves?
Okay, how about this time? Rook takes rook.
Rook takes rook.
Again, I'll take this pawn if your rook moves away.
Yeah.
Now I have a sneaky idea. If knight takes, I'm going to take this pawn.
Yes.
Although,
no.
rook d1 and unclear.
Oh gosh. Pins galore.
Okay, let's go back. Rook takes e1. Maybe a4 is actually less attractive, just because this white rook in the corner is also vulnerable on this diagonal. Needs to stay defending its pawn.
Okay, what about knight takes?
Knight takes.
You can also go knight h or knight e4, yeah.
Okay,
knight
e4,
so
and this is unleashed.
Yeah, okay, so maybe you don't have time for a4.
Yeah.
Unless you have a5.
Ooh,
No,
wow.
you don't have a4. No, because rook takes rook check.
Yeah, rook takes rook is a check. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. If the king were on g2, then you could play a5 and happily capture with the rook.
Yeah.
Maybe this isn't the end of the world, but it does feel risky to allow black this pawn because it combines so well with the bishop long term. Okay, so let's go back to basics. Rook d1, worst place piece, improve it.
Yeah, and you get ready to play knight to d4.
Yeah, and you throw the move back to Ding, which is always good when the opponent's under some time pressure.
Yes, and
he actually looked at the clock there very quickly. Gukesh kind of eyes darted at the clock and then moved back to the board.
Well, he has plenty of time.
Yeah.
He's used his time excellently, 57 minutes. It's Ding who's potentially in a worrisome state. Okay. So
it's hard to come up with a move actually for black.
I got one.
Okay.
Knight f6 to d7.
He drops his bishop back. Yeah, this one, I love your idea. Consistent. You've been wanting knight e5 for ages.
For such a long time. It's like I'm a dog with a bone. I haven't managed to let go of that. So, okay, he drops bishop e3.
Yeah, this was actually, we forgot about this one. This is the first move I think we considered.
Oh, yeah, this isn't it. You were right. And then a4.
And then a4. Yeah, I knew there was a reason we weren't like blundering a pawn with
rook
a4.
takes rook, yeah.
Yeah, because rook takes rook was very effective in that other variation. You know, Jovanka, I don't want to suggest it because I'm going to look like I'm just blundering material and I don't know how to count, but
go for
is
it.
this
Rook
ridiculous?
takes e3, yes.
Is this
go
ridiculous?
for it.
White's best piece is the dark squared bishop, so it's coming at the cost of material, but...
This is definitely Ding's style, so we should always calculate. So queen takes rook.
Yeah, the queen takes. Knight takes d5. I don't even want to win that pawn because it opens up lines for the rooks. Oh, that's just too much, isn't it? It's just way too much.
I would be happy with the white pieces.
Yeah, I think most people would. Computers are probably especially happy. Gukesh would be thrilled. Again, black just needs two or three moves, but 2 or 3 moves is a lot. If the black knight could sit on d6 and the other knight could sit like on e5, full dark square control, bind, compensation, but just too much right now. But where to put this queen? It's clumsy. Okay, now actually earlier we had this rook a7 move hitting the queen. So could I play queen b7? I'm stealing Anna's ideas here. This pawn is pinned temporarily.
Yeah, a4. I just want to make
A4.
sure that this is good. Okay, and I know there's some knight takes d5.
Yeah, but
But do you want to walk into
this pin.
this pin? Yeah, well, there is bishop c3.
Yeah.
Bishop takes
bishop
knight.
Takes knight, yeah.
Bishop takes queen.
Bishop takes queen, bishop takes rook, and then at the very end, the dust settles.
And uh-oh.
Black probably takes this pawn, and yeah, I mean, these pawns are so weak. Two bishops. We talk about how strong they are. We heard Gemini talk about those bishops tag teaming and too strong for white.
Queen
Ding moves.
a6. Okay.
Okay, he really doesn't want a4 to happen. He's just going to snap that pawn off the board. It does look weird, though, the queen on a6.
Yeah. Okay, so designed primarily to prevent a4, because otherwise he would be playing queen b7 or queen c7.
Yeah, he's also preventing, or at least he's trying to force Gukesh to think twice about moving the rook away. We were kind of coming to the conclusion that you want to move the rook and then bring your knight in at some point, but now at least you'd have to answer the question whether you can take. Because after rook a1, I don't think you get trapped, and if you don't get trapped as black, then at least you're active. Sliding this way.
A rook
wait.
takes a7. Oh.
Wait. I'm not getting trapped. Rook takes rook check. I'm out. Anyway, okay, long variation, wrong variation, but okay, at least Gukesh has to consider queen takes a2. Okay, what moves come to your mind here, Jovanka?
For the white pieces, it's not easy to come up with a move.
Yeah, or at least
like if white isn't doing rook a d1, then you have to just make a pass move like h4,
h4, a3,
king g2. You know,
is black threatening or wanting to play knight to e4 just to get pieces off the board? Open up this one. Like, for example, even rook a d1, let's pretend I'm scared of getting my queen trapped on a2. Although we all know pawn grabbers live among us. Okay, knight e4. Is this a threat? I'm assuming white takes it because the knight's becoming very strong.
and now bishop.
Bishop c5?
Yep.
Or, no idea who's better, to be honest. Rook takes rook.
Queen takes. No, rook takes. Knight takes. Knight takes.
Knight takes. Just defend a2.
Mm-hmm.
Queen takes does try to get in, though.
Yeah.
Although queen takes a2 and it gets really messy. But knight takes. Okay, you've coordinated everything. Am I about to blunder? Oh, is this working? I want to play knight e6, but can white take? Give up the queen and then play e7?
Yeah, it's working.
It's not working. Queen e6. Oh,
yeah,
maybe it is working.
It is working.
It is working. Wow.
Queen e6.
Queen e6 just rook takes rook.
No, but there's queen takes knight.
Yeah, and then I just move.
And then, yeah, it's working.
Wow. Okay. Sorry, I got carried away, overexcited there, but yeah, tactics, that's going to decide this game, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we started with rook d1.
Rook d1.
And then that was knight e4. Okay, big question, queen takes a2.
Okay, let's do it. Queen takes a2, and then we were looking at rook a1. Mm-hmm. But do you also want to allow, on principle, rook takes a7?
Good question. I was hoping that I would have something to do with c3 and taking this pawn. Just so the queen also hits on d5. Okay, let's play c3. I'm very aware the queen might get trapped here, but...
yeah, so you go... Yeah, I was thinking queen d3.
Queen somewhere, d3, knight takes pawn.
Knight takes pawn, and then... Yeah, rook a3, unfortunately, you have queen c4.
Yeah, there's also knight takes e3, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try your rook a3 first, before grabbing.
Before grabbing, so queen takes a2, rook a1. Here?
Yeah.
Then you want to...
Rook a3.
Okay, then... Also c3 is a thing, maybe. But okay, let's say I could play queen b2.
Mm-hmm. And now I will have to move.
Move this one.
No, Rook
this
D1.
one. Oh, wow. So calm.
Yeah, that's my middle name.
Yeah.
Since when have you known me to be calm?
It's got a ring to it, Jovanka. Calm.
Calm, Houska.
Okay, yeah, if I'm really scared, I'll run. I'm not calm. Nobody's ever called me David. Calm, Howell.
You are pretty calm, David.
That's an act.
Especially, no.
When I've got no time on the clock.
Yeah, exactly. It's like he goes into some kind of Zen mode.
That's the only time I can, finally.
It was quite funny because I had an issue at the Olympiad where my teammate, she spilled some coffee right by my feet. And then afterwards she said to me, "You're so stoic about it." And I was like, "It was all coffee." I didn't even notice. And everyone was like, "This is good. This means you're hyper-focused." And I was like, when have you ever known me to be hyper-focused?
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe it was.
Maybe it was. I don't know. I think for me, time travel, I get calm because I finally got my dopamine hit.
Yeah, it is a dopamine. It is. It is a big rush, especially if you survive.
Mm-hmm. I mean, okay, this position's complicated. There's knight to e4 as one candidate move. And I don't believe the black queen's getting trapped. You can always zoom out this way.
No, but it's just about Delroy, the d-pawn.
Oh, yeah. You've read Jonathan Rowson's great book.
Oh, we have a move, David.
Okay, it's bishop to d4.
Okay.
That's one I didn't consider, I must admit.
I did for like a millisecond. It was on my radar because you often like to do these things against the Grunfeld, but...
Neutralize the power of black's bishop.
But I must admit, I was way too swayed by getting in a4 and knight d4.
Yeah, I'd calculated that knight d4 wasn't working because black could have safely taken this pawn. Now, just for everyone at home, knight takes pawn not possible because there'll be a trade of rooks and the knight no longer defended. And likewise, actually, if rook takes rook, again, you can't capture because you're stuck. You're over. You're hit twice on this square. So, okay, so no forcing moves here. Knight e4 also ruled out. Actually, we could have considered this. I was actually about to suggest bishop c5 as a more tempting option, but bishop d4 prevents this one as well. Stops any knight e6 funny business. No longer pinned on the d file.
I see you're threatening queen c3.
Yeah. You saw this in a similar variation as well, Jovanka, and that was effective as white.
But you know what I want to play? I've got a one-track mind, David. I don't want to allow the queen c3. And I feel like, tell me. Okay, so our endgames, the queens come off the board.
Yes.
Bad for white, good for white.
Oh, again, it's about Danny the d-pawn.
Yeah.
Or Delroy the d-pawn. If it's a weakness, then the queen's coming off really helps. If you can blockade this, then it's great. But if the pawn marches, it's still going to be tactics in the endgame. But how do you get the queens off? I think black would love to.
Well, I have it in one line that I've calculated.
Okay, hit me.
So it goes knight 6 d7. I'm sorry.
No, it makes sense.
I want a knight on e5. I want it to jump to d3. I want it just to achieve the finer things in life. Right, so bishop takes bishop. Like, this is just a very accommodating. Queen, whatever, check.
Yeah.
And then this is where I asked your advice. As queen slides over.
Gemini says yes.
Does David say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Endgame's
Yeah. No, I just, it's quite a complicated endgame for me in the sense that I'm not really sure whether d5 is that much of a weakness, and you do have this whole target of the queen side, like you're pointing out. a4 is also coming, and it's two knights.
Yeah, it's two knights. The problem is, I mean, this one, right? If it's misplaced, if it could somehow teleport, black has fantastic chances.
Or a4. I will want it. a4, and then I feel like I'm cruising.
Yeah, I'll put it on b6 and cover a4.
Actually, this is maybe why knight f8 is not a good move in principle.
It's so far away from the action. And actually, Anna mentioned while she was here, our guest earlier, Anna Muzychuk, that, knight e6 is sometimes threatened due to the d-file pin. But now that, in a situation like this, now the queens are off, or even if we go back to the game, and now that the d-file has been closed, no pins, this knight is really just dominated by the d pawn. And actually, Gukesh doesn't really want to rush pushing it forward. It's just going to become weak there. He'd rather control a piece, and then actually the action might happen elsewhere. I love the fact that you mentioned a4. In any endgame, that's going to be really troublesome. The whole black pawn chain might collapse. Okay, let's... Actually, I quite like that variation for black somehow still. It feels like there's some elements of safety.
Okay.
Let's try it.
Let's try.
Because what else, frankly, actually?
Yeah. Okay, so knight 6d7. Bishop takes.
White could also keep the tension and play like queen c3.
Okay.
But, okay, maybe queen c3.
No, I just wanted to handle the check, that's all. And I guess I could go bishop f6 and say no.
Bishop f6, trade
If
on
the
my
trade-
terms.
Yeah, but I don't feel a knight is good on
Now you're not getting your desired knight to e5. Yeah, maybe you still take. I know it's
Yes,
reluctant
okay,
to allow
knight
the knight
takes.
in. Oh wait, I've just hung a pawn. I was going to say queen f6. At least knight c6 is impossible, but this one is edible.
Yeah.
Ding shaking his head. It does look difficult, at least to find natural moves. Yeah, the evaluation bar not too fussed here, but certainly uncomfortable for black, to say the least. And the clock situation now is very drastic. He's got 20 moves to make in less than 20 minutes, Jovanka. Less than 1 minute per average. Per move.
That's really worrying, actually.
Yeah, that's the kind of guideline I try and set myself. I start to panic when I have 1 minute per move on average. Normally then, though, there's increment in your back pocket, so you get 30 seconds after every turn. But this is, yeah, not Ding firing on all cylinders right now.
Right. And the big question for Ding is, what is his plan? So I thought about knight 6d7. You said knight 8d7.
Maybe.
Yeah, well, maybe it may...
Try and get it over here.
Yeah. At least he's doing something useful. On f8, it's lacking...
A mate.
Yes.
There's no checkmate, and there's also no friends for that night. So.
But so what is White's plan if we make a nonsense move like h5?
Okay.
English plan.
English
school of chess.
This one makes a lot of sense. You create some lift for the king. There was some back rank tricks we saw earlier.
Yeah, okay, h5.
Maybe. Okay, h5. That's also a good point, actually. That's what we should always ask ourselves at any moment. What is the opponent doing? Queen c3? I'm not sure what my next move is. Maybe black just sits with a knight on d7 and just says, okay, I'm holding this knight. I'm holding the advance of the pawn.
Yeah.
a4 for now, I can take it.
Gukesh is saying, well, you don't want to be going h3, h4 with the white, because then you gift the g4 square, and squares matter.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know whether you keep rooks on the board. At some point, you could just sit a knight on e3. At the same time, you kind of want the knight here. So.
Maybe king g2?
Yeah,
your move.
I love it.
Well, you know, maybe one day you're going to go g4.
Exactly. I mean, it's Gukesh's trademark at this point in this match. 3 white games before today, 3 g4s early. Okay, he's trading a set of rooks. Does he just want to get the remaining rooks off the board?
Okay. Well, that's something.
Rook e8? Oh no, now he takes this pawn. Of course, we should have considered this. It's what we mentioned earlier.
But wait 1 second.
Does look scary, though.
It looks very scary.
Queen's off in no man's land, Siberia somewhere. I guess the argument is that the black knights will hold each other.
Okay, but let's understand Ding's calculation. So rook a1.
I go back.
And then rook a3 is going to be met by queen b1.
Check.
Queen is safe-ish.
For now.
For now, right.
It's not stockfish, it's safe-ish.
Yes. I mean, she can oscillate between b1 and b3 if the rook attacks her. So that's his thinking.
Okay, so the queen's not trapped. Good. Step 1. He's also hinting that he might play c3 and knight takes d5 at some point.
Okay.
Which is the queen's vision through the pawn. X-ray here.
And what about queen c3, on the other hand, is going to be met by knight takes d5.
Oh, wow.
No.
Takes d5.
Bishop takes bishop.
Queen takes.
Queen takes knight.
And check.
Shoot.
Discovered.
Always look one move further, David.
I will. Sting in the tail.
Yes.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
It's the hardest thing in chess.
No.
Like I think that's the most common type of blunder. We stop one move too early, right?
Yeah,
We
bishop
all
takes
do it.
f7, yeah.
And discovered attack.
I liked your masterclass, by the way. It literally was that on that subject. Yeah.
I was trying to trick the audience, basically. I was like, looks like white's winning, right? You're just checkmating, you're checkmating. And
But
then
you fooled
there's always
like 90% of them, and they were like, yeah. It was good.
But how about this one? Queen b3.
Yep. Okay.
Now the bishop's using its X-ray vision for black on the queen. Like bishop takes knight is not possible. Well, it's maybe not advisable due to an exchange. And white's a pawn down, although, yeah, the game goes on.
Okay, so yeah.
So queen takes a2, that's clever.
Very clever. Okay, so other forcing moves would be queen f4.
Queen f4, this little...
Although you let go of, yeah, I was...
Yeah, still unclear, actually, that variation.
I was worried about knight takes d5. That's the pride and joy, and it's been removed.
But now, I guess I have to... Oof. So many tactics. I mean, there's queen g5, where everything is hanging. Maybe.
Yeah.
Hit. This is weird.
This is crazy, right? Because you can go queen takes knight as well, and then...
Oh, now? Or...
Yeah, because the bishop is
wait.
hanging. But then you've got bishop takes bishop. No, yeah, but you're probably in trouble after. Sorry, let's put it up on the board.
Yeah,
Queen takes...
Can I also just
Yes.
show a quick checkmate?
Yeah.
If I go f6, I was hoping that here, bishop takes knight, and actually bishop takes pawn is just very strong, but also queen takes.
Very nice.
Sorry.
The double bishop mate.
I know, we were talking about the bishop's pair so much today that I needed to show the tag team checkmate. So, okay, queen g5, you pointed out very cleverly, queen takes knight, and now my intended queen takes rook would fail to bishop takes, and actually this pawn just collapses. So bishop takes on g7 is forced instead.
And this is much better winning for white.
Maybe. King takes?
Queen takes rook.
Now, queen c3.
Wow.
One step further.
I know.
Loose pieces drop off. That's why we wanted king g2 earlier to defend this bishop.
Well, you do have rook d1.
Ah. I mean, I could have just taken this pawn. Queen takes bishop, now this queen takes knight. But I mean, even this pawn, black's actually up material.
And the knight on f8 is suddenly a fantastic piece defending. Yeah, this is messy.
It's Lionel.
It is messy, and there we see Gukesh. He has to find a move as the position has suddenly gotten razor sharp. On that cliffhanger, we are going to go on a very short break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, well, we'll see whether Gukesh has made a move, or we'll deep dive into more of the intricacies of the position.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi, Gemini. Quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We are back, and indeed, during that break, we did see a move from Gukesh. He slid the rook to a1, attacking the black queen. And of course, Ding responds immediately with queen to b3, but it suddenly got very crazy. So many things to calculate here.
Yeah, and okay, he gives us a move. He plays rook to a3 very quickly. I've just seen the percentage bar at the top, Jovanka, and that very briefly shot up on the live position, the evaluation bar, but it says now that nearly 50%, okay, it's dropped down to 46.9%, but a huge chance for Gukesh to win this, only 8% chance for Ding. So have we seen a game-changing moment? Have we seen a miscalculation? I'm wondering what's happened, because this is the variation we looked at and we thought, okay, black's queen is safe at least, but maybe she's just stuck. Maybe there's no way she gets back into this game. Ding potentially in trouble. Gukesh very quickly playing the moves.
Yeah, I hadn't actually realized the win-draw-loss bar. 44.5% chance for Gukesh to win this.
And the bottom right, the live position, the bar is definitely in white's favor. It's not winning yet, but it's relatively significant, especially noting that Ding has under 17 minutes now. He's got 16 moves to make to get to the time control.
And
what's his next move?
Yeah, what is the next move? Is white threatening queen c3? Rook takes a7. Say queen, because we were looking at the queen c3 directly, but the black queen was very well placed to meet that one. Now she's caught offside. And a game-changing moment. Yes, it was absolutely awesome on the press conference for Game 6 when both Gukesh and Ding said that their favorite book was Game Changer by Matthew Sadler and Natasha Reagan, which was all about AlphaZero. And I think, actually, I'm pretty sure that AlphaZero would certainly approve of Gukesh's play so far. Sacrificing a pawn for space is so much of a trademark of AlphaZero.
Yeah, also to sideline the opponent's pieces. Here, the black queen is stuck behind enemy lines, simply cannot move. It's not going to get trapped. It's not going to kind of drop off the board yet, at least. But that was very much AlphaZero style, right? Giving up pawns for control over squares. I remember this game where it kind of trapped the opponent's queen on h8, this black queen. And okay, rook d7 from Ding is ice cold. It's really calm, cool defensive move, but I don't know, it feels wrong. It gets in the way of this knight yet again. And now the knights they can't team up, at least. They can't defend each other on the d7 square. Your idea of getting the knight to e5 someday is gone.
Yeah.
Queen c3 is one question, asking on this diagonal.
It's going to be met by either knight e8 or knight h5. But the temptation at every level is to calculate whether the black queen is trapped.
Yeah, she's always got b3. I do wonder, because the bar did jump, I wonder whether black should have thrown a pawn away just to get the black queen back into the game earlier. But okay, that's in the past. Queen c3, let's try. Your knight takes d5. Does that work?
Okay.
Maybe.
Let's put it on the board.
Knight takes d5. Maybe that's the trick. Now the black rook is better placed than in the other variation. Earlier we were saying bishop takes, and queen takes. And at the very end there was this sting in the tail, bishop takes f7 check. But that no longer works. The rook is defended and covering f7. So maybe he's actually set a nasty trap there. Ding? I have a feeling this is like long play. It's unclear what black is doing. So you can...
So you think it's just going to be like bishop c3 or something?
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yovi, that's a nasty threat.
Oh, I am trapping the queen.
Oh my
I
gosh.
am. Sorry.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Explain it. Break it down. Huge moment. That's so sneaky.
Rook A1.
Yeah.
Rook A1 and then knight D4.
Okay, we said it was never trapped. I eat my words. And this is, yeah, game over.
Yeah.
Wow, I don't think Ding has seen this. This is actually really sneaky.
Yeah, the moment of revelation, right?
Yeah. Eureka!
I just suggested bishop C3 because I just wanted to overprotect the D5 pawn.
Understandably.
Wow. Okay, can you...
Bishop C3 feels right as well because you just defend everything. And yeah, it's just a bonus that you're potentially winning the black queen.
Okay. Be calm. Knight to E6.
Oh, wow, that is very calm. Very clever. Just for everyone at home, you cover the d4 square, so at the end, the white knight can not use d4 as a launch pad. For example, there is a draw always for white in these positions. White can repeat the position with the rook, but yeah, here there's no knight d4 to trap the queen.
Yeah.
And this is still a pin. Oh, wow, so bishop c3, but it does feel very loose for black. Like, this knight is sometimes captured in some variations. I don't think you can ever give up the white queen right now, unlike earlier where it did work. How does white improve? Because I really don't know what black's next move is. Maybe you can move this knight out of the way. How do you amp up the pressure?
Yeah,
Is it simple as knight e3? Oh, but then there's some...
Maybe you just go H4, stop the knight getting to G5.
And I'll say H5 because I'm out of ideas. Win, draw, loss.
Wow.
Wait, there's
a big spike.
Spike for black.
What happened there?
Did Alpha Zero or did Leela Zero fall asleep for one move?
Or did we miss a big moment?
We miss a tactic? We'll ask our producers to confirm that one, but it looks like Gukesh has had control throughout the last few moves at least. That might have been a rare anomaly in the matrix.
Yeah. Yes, our producers will confirm whether we did miss a big moment. If we did, we will show it.
Yeah, they're on it, investigating a glitch, potentially, in the code there. Bug.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, maybe it's what we were analyzing. Maybe I blundered a queen or something and didn't realize it. That would be on brand.
No, not on your brand. But yeah, okay. So bishop c3. What other candidate moves are there? So bishop c3 is with big threat of rook a1, knight d4.
Move, right?
Yeah. Other forcing moves. Let's be really like orderly about it. Other forcing moves would be rook takes.
C3?
Yeah, rook takes or piece takes a7. Rook a5 would be another one.
Yeah, rook a5 has something to say for it. Just going greedy. I don't think that the a7 pawn is so important, and also I think Ding will breathe a massive sigh of relief if he can ever extricate his queen somehow. Also, the black knight will come, just sit and block the white d pawn.
Yeah, I also felt like the a7 pawn was small fish.
Yeah,
but
eyes on the prize.
Yeah,
and the black queen.
And do you want to go bishop takes a7? Just do a little smash and grab and then come back.
Oh, you could. Certainly could.
Although, again, you'll have to factor in knight e6.
Also, sometimes c3.
c3, yeah.
But yeah, c3, I guess white just dodges. You don't want to walk into the eye line of the bishop. Okay, there we go. Engine evaluation. Massive dip for that one move, maybe. 23.
What move was it?
Move 23. Did we blunder? Did someone blunder?
We're not analyzing with an engine, so it can be easily...
Let's verify. Fact checker.
Yes, I will switch on my stockfish. Rook a1, queen b3. No?
No, it was a glitch in the matrix, we think. Viewers, let us know. Did we blunder? Did the players miss anything?
Well, now I've got the engine up. Do you want to?
Yeah,
Rook d7. Rook d7. Apparently, not a fan of.
Not a fan of rook to d7. It does feel wrong. I mean, it's materialistic. It's setting this one trap basically. We've stumbled across queen to c3, which is very natural. walks into knight takes d5, and here the white queen's actually overworked. She wants to take this bishop, but she has to defend her knight, and if knight takes, then you lose the bishop, and black's actually a pawn up. Queen coming in. Ding would be almost winning here, so... okay, one trap behind rook d7. What did it like instead, just before we break down the current position, Jovanka?
This position, it likes rook a5.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, no, everything Gukesh has played is like picture perfect. Oh, it didn't like didn't like knight rook d7. It preferred knight 67.
Yeah.
I stand. I feel justified
Vindicated.
now. Yes, that was the word I wanted. Vindicated.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? If you realize there's any danger at all of the queen being trapped, which took us a while there, then you eliminate this bishop, and the queen most likely gets out somewhere a bit later, or c3. Yeah, it still looks quite visually appealing for white, I've got to say, with a passed pawn and with the rook entering. But okay, rook d7 happened, and you mentioned rook to a5.
This is
clever.
Yeah, it's just saying it's going to be amazing. You pick up the b5 pawn, and
starts to collapse.
Yeah, and then basically it has. So let me just play through moves. So rook a5, it's saying knight e8.
Okay. And do I continue grabbing?
Yeah.
Probably.
Just enjoy the feast.
Oh yeah.
And then bishop takes bishop, knight takes.
That pawn
And
is
it's all
almost as
about.
tasty as the food here in Singapore, that b5 pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, it's all about.
It's going to be $200,000 worth tasty, because that's exactly the win bonus that they get for every win. And this is just incredible for white.
Yeah. Good luck defending this with only a few minutes left on the clock. This is horrible. White's just so active. The black queen is not participating. Yeah, that's a juicy pawn, actually. Very tasty snack on b5. That's far more important than the a7 pawn. Somehow you get your rook in, you break up the pawn chain, the duo here. Yeah, just to point out, black can't really defend this pawn. a6, you just take it. Rook to b7 feels like it walks into d6 either now or on the next few moves.
Yeah. And just to give you the computer verdict on my move, bishop to c3.
Yes.
Given a question mark, this is inaccurate because of knight e6.
Wow. This bishop c3 is so tempting. If he sees it, like, he's got to find knight e6. That's the only move, I think,
Yeah.
for black.
Yeah, it's the best move.
Or by far, yeah, the best move. And the only thing is white is a bit stuck due to this pin.
Mm-hmm.
And now I guess rook to a5 less tempting due to...
Knight takes d5.
Yeah,
The big...
I was wondering, but I wasn't sure. Knight takes d5, hitting this bishop. Oh, wow, because the knight's on e6, you don't have time to take this bishop anymore because there's a check. Discover check. The knights finally do team up.
Yep.
And you win the white queen. Okay.
That's enough computer analysis.
My mind is blown.
No, this is the thing, though. You can analyze with the computer, and the computer will be like the guru of enlightenment, but these are two humans playing.
Yeah.
And it's very tempting to trap the queen. Rook a5, I think, is also a very tempting one, as long as you adjust to the idea that you are going to be materialist.
Actually, process of elimination, bishop c3 is very tempting if you see it, because you're nearly trapping the queen. The white queen cannot move, we've established that, or doesn't want to. Queen e2 is weird. Queen c3 walks into knight takes pawn, and black is better. So you can't move the queen. Moving the knight maybe is possible, but you do allow the black queen out on this diagonal later. Also, knight to e3 allows knight to e4, defended by the queen, and this feels wrong. So you don't want to move the knight. I'm just trying to gauge here, Jovanka, how easy it is for Gukesh to move. There's arguments to be made for g4, h4, but other than that, it's either bishop c3 or rook somewhere.
Yeah.
So there's like 3 or 4 candidate moves here that Gukesh has to...
And from what I saw of the engine was saying that white's position is so good, the bind is so immense that you can go h4. You can literally play around with your food and go rook a1, queen b3, rook a3, and then do h4. I mean, there's a lot of good moves.
That's what the recommended kind of antidote here would be to what black's been doing. You just repeat once, you rub it in, you're like, okay, salt in the wound, salt in the food maybe. And then you're like, okay, I've got control. I'm not going to repeat the position though. I'm going to then play for the win. The only thing is, Gukesh knows Ding is in big time trouble, won't want to help Ding to get closer to move 40, so I don't think we'll see him repeat the position and start messing around with any repetitions. Rook to a5. Now I've seen it, it's hard to unsee, but again, I'm just trying to work out how easy it is. I think I would be tempted to push my pawns. It's Gukesh's style, g4.
Yeah, he's done it every single game.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily improve the position. If black plays like h6, maybe come around this way. It does feel like you're weakening the white king, and the f4 square might be weak for if black knight ever lands now. And yeah, maybe not g4.
Like I hesitate to say this, but look at the direction his eyes are looking at.
Oh, is he looking at the queen side?
Yes.
He's looking to his left, which is the queen side.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. Eye tracker.
Yeah.
Live eye tracker. He's not. Oh, but is he looking up the board like rook a5, or is he looking at bishop c3? Both moves on the queen side.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's very much. Okay, he just looked towards black's back rank. He needs to get his rook in. That's rook a5. He's looking now towards the king side. I think he's, yeah. Send in your guesses at home. Let us know. What do you think? Hashtag Ding Gukesh.
It is. Yeah, and of course, you know, we always love it when the fans engage with us. You know, when you see it there, they're in the fan zone and we get them to wave hello to us. We also like it when you guys send us your tweets. And look, we're back in the fan zone. Big hello.
Hello, everyone.
Maybe we should ask them a question. Maybe we should. How many people think Gukesh is going to win this game?
First of all, can you hear us?
Yeah, so when we ask the question...
Thumbs up if you can hear us.
I think some of them...
There's a delay. They're keeping us on edge. Maybe because Eric's been giving a talk, the sound is off. There we go, Eric Rosen in the foreground, just walking past there. Okay, I think the sound might not be on, Jovanka. If not, then everyone's just so focused on their own Blitz games. Who cares if there's a World Championship happening next door?
Well, someone who is deep in calculation mode, it is Gukesh, as he has a golden opportunity to lift the white rook up 2 squares and start targeting black's pawns.
Mm-hmm.
But well calculated and well assessed by Gukesh that he can just abandon the a pawn, and that black's queen is so bad on b1. Because I think a lot of us would just stop there and go, well, the queen can't be trapped.
That's what we did when we were analysing.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. We were like, yep, absolutely fine for black, but absolutely not.
And to me, that's the most impressive thing, Jovanka. Like throughout this match, Gukesh has been guilty occasionally of trying to calculate a bit too much, especially in those games where he's been worse against Ding. He's trying to calculate his way out of trouble or find some forcing variations that aren't really there. It's been a non-calculation type of position, but this pawn sacrifice felt intuitive. He played it really quickly. He gave up the a2 pawn, continued, just allowed this check, and only now has he stopped to calculate. So I'm very impressed by that.
Mm-hmm.
Trusting his intuition, knowing that, okay, it's not really a pawn sacrifice. He can always take back a pawn on a7 or on b5 in this case, and white just has full control.
And for Ding, if he loses this game, this is going to be a real test.
His mettle.
Yeah, completely.
First time he'll have been behind in this match. He was behind 3 times last year, still went on to win the title.
Yeah, it was very interesting, actually, because I was listening to an interview with Paddy Upton, the performance coach that's working with Gukesh. And the mindset that Gukesh has, and it's been consistently shown throughout this match, is that he fully expects Ding at his best to show up. You know, it would be... Ding is the world champion for a reason.
Yeah. One of the best players of the last decade.
Exactly. He's been #2 in the world for a reason. You know, he won the Grand Chess Tour in 2019. And he's able to draw on that strength and that chess knowledge to bring the best of himself on any given day. And if you go into that mindset, if your opponent plays badly, that's just a bonus.
Yeah, you can't assume, especially modern chess, everyone's so strong. You can't assume that your opponent's going to have an off day, or especially 14 off days. It's such a long match. So Gukesh, he's definitely prepared for everything that Ding could throw at him. And Gukesh, I just want to say as well, like, game one, he lost. That would break the spirit of most people. Losing with white, your first ever World Championship game. But no, he came back stronger. And it really reminds me of when I first met and played Gukesh. Like I mean, we played a 5-hour game. He was 12 years old. Most people would be upset after losing. Most people would want to go relax, rest, recover. He followed me to the commentary room. We had a chat about it. He was in a broadcast. He was not upset at all. He just wanted to learn. He was like, okay, I lost, but I'm going to play again tomorrow. I think the next day he beat a grandmaster. Yeah, he's never taken defeat as a setback. It's just a motivation for him. So everything that Gukesh has said in all the press conferences, that he's prepared, that he's calm, everything, it rings true. He's so composed for someone so young.
Totally. I've been impressed by his maturity. And on that subject, again, this performance coach talks about how you should not let your results determine who you are as a person. Even if the rest of the world are judging you.
Yeah. It's so easy though, right? It's part of our intrinsic feeling of self-worth, like our results. I know when I was Gukesh's age, if I lost a game, I would be like, I'm a failure. I've let someone down, I've let myself down, let everyone down. But no, it's just something to learn from, move on forward. This is just a stepping stone. I mean, even if he wins the World Championship, he'll look to the next goal. He'll be like, okay, big picture. This doesn't define me. It's what comes next. Will it be retaining the title? Will it be kind of consistent 2800? What is it? He's so focused. And meanwhile, he has been very focused, Jovanka, but he spent 18 minutes on this move. And the clock situation is no longer so one-sided as we're kind of used to so far in this game.
Yeah, we're on move 25. For Ding, it's virtually translates to like 1 minute a move. But the thing is, if Gukesh works Rook A5 out perfectly, then he guarantees himself a very nice position with easy play.
Yeah, it is very straightforward, actually. The type of play, not the win, which is still a mile off, but yeah, you just take a pawn, improve your pieces. It's very much onus on black to survive, as you mentioned, Jovanka. That's a good point, actually. It's the type of position that maybe there's 1 or 2 difficult moves now, but later, hard to imagine it being too difficult.
Yes, but also maybe Rook A5 isn't an easy path to actually spot in this particular position, because it does require you to be very objective. And a lot of us would be having a rush of blood to the heads and thinking this queen on B1 needs to be trapped. But as we saw, bishop C3 is going to be well met by knight to E6.
Yeah, I would be so tempted. If I see that trap, I would be like, ha ha ha, bishop C3, you're trapped. And only after knight to E6 do you realize, whoops, there's no knockout blow. Maybe it's that type of situation as well. He's seen bishop C3, he's seen knight E6, he's like, oh, it's so loose for black. There must be something, there must be something. But no, he plays rook to A5, he finds the best move. Of course he does. Gukesh, this is what makes him such a ferocious opponent. And why he's so good at classical chess, especially.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, hats off to the teenager, just 18 years old. Like, I still can't believe it. And yeah, rook A5. So let's have a look at ways for black to hold on. Ding can't really afford to allow rook takes B5. So can he get away with going rook B7 and holding on for dear life that way?
Hold the door, rook B7.
Hold the door, yeah.
Okay, let's try, for argument's sake, D6. I'm not sure whether white should rush or not, but...
Okay, quick move.
Oh, he plays his queen back. Ding. Oh, look at that eval bar on the live position on the bottom right there, Jovanka.
Oi.
It's crept up again for white.
Oi, oi, oi. Okay.
What is it?
Well, let's be consistent. Rook takes B5, and then ask ourselves what Ding has planned with Queen B3. Is Queen B3 going to be met by Queen D3, maybe?
Queen D3 looks like a natural try. This must be what Ding is banking on. What he's angling for right now. But
and if you just take, just
take.
Knight to E3.
It's very calm. This pass pawn is under lock and key after all. Covered, promotion square covered.
My next move is going to be rook B8.
Yeah.
And the
Black's just lacking coordination. It's the bishop pair again.
Bishop is very good, and also the D pawn as well.
Unless, boom.
Really? Yes, you can. You can. Okay, well.
Oh, he repeats the position, Gukesh. So maybe he's slightly concerned about the clock situation, or maybe he knows that he's in control. He actually brought his rook back, chasing away the black queen. Maybe he knows he's dominant here, Gukesh, and he just wants to get closer to move 40. He wants to just find all the best moves and doesn't care about Ding being slightly lower on the clock.
Well, moment of truth. And also remember that Ding's queen is out there in Siberia, so even a move like G4 is going to be good.
Yeah, H4, G4, you name it.
Yeah.
Black is a bit stuck.
As long as you don't allow knight E6, that seems to be the big thing. Yeah, because the knight on F8 is in a prison.
Yeah, don't give your opponent the key to break out, to escape. Okay, we need to investigate that one more time, just in case he's repeating the position. Queen B3, how to stop this idea? Do you now shut the door? Bishop C3, has anything changed? Because I'm still threatening Rook A3, Rook A1, Knight D4. For example, again, just to show everyone at home, if black makes a nothing move, Rook to A3, kicks the black queen, then you kick the black queen. Now you finally close the cage and you've trapped it.
Yep.
So maybe this is the right order. I say hesitantly.
We have to stop the knight getting to D4, so knight E6.
Yeah, I do wonder whether there's knight E4 actually. Wait, maybe I've blundered.
Yep.
Okay. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to find the right solution.
It's a complicated game. Okay, but okay, I'm just not really convinced by
Queen D3.
Queen. Yeah, Rook takes.
Rook takes.
Queen D3.
Queen D3.
And so, and I was looking at Queen takes Queen, and then Yeah.
We should just mention the reason Knight E3 we weren't sure about it working. It's Knight takes D5, and actually wait. Oh no, I'm hallucinating now. Yeah, the whole reason is there's an intermediate check. So bishop takes bishop before black loses a piece. There's a check, very importantly, and black's actually better. But I was actually going to say, wait, rook takes D5.
Yes.
Now you have to take this bishop. If you take the rook, then
bishop takes bishop.
Bishop takes bishop, and white will get two bishops for a rook again. Not good news. But rook takes D5. You can take this one, and black survives with an extra pawn.
Yep.
So you can see why Gukesh is hesitating. But you mentioned in this position maybe not knight E3. Do you want to go the other way, or this way?
Well, knight takes is no, it's not a problem. Okay, so yeah, go anywhere except
anywhere. I'm gonna just.
Can you go knight
E1?
Knight E1.
But then there's a problem with.
And then there's a problem with D5.
Maybe I'll be flashy and I'll play rook takes D5.
Yeah.
And hope that you.
But we should show it. Let's show these pitfalls.
D2.
Yes.
You make a new queen, guaranteed.
Yep.
But maybe the other way, knight A1. But then there's still D2. And this pawn is hanging now because of the threat.
Yeah. Okay, so you can't. Let's be calm. Can't play queen takes queen.
Okay.
But you can make another move. Everything's protected. So let's go queen C. Queen E2.
Queen E2.
No, not queen E2. Anything but queen E2. Queen C1.
Queen C1.
Because you need to keep the bishop on F3.
Yeah, very possible. I don't know, it doesn't feel so scary for black anymore, although easy to blunder here. What if I'm... No, I was going to say C3, but maybe the white rook just... Although, okay, C3.
Okay.
Sneaky threat.
Okay, rook C5.
Yeah, rook C5. I think I can jump in knight E4. Suddenly the white queen just makes a really bad impression.
Yeah, everything is on prees.
Black's okay. How about this one, going active, queen F4?
Yeah. Queen takes knight.
Queen takes knight, bishop takes knight. Now I'm starting to get worried about some back rankers. Because ultimately these bishops are going to get exchanged, and this bishop, the F3 bishop, so superior to the black knight on F8.
Okay, so yeah, I can't do this. What about knight instead of?
Sorry.
But once the queen comes
This
out,
variation. Yeah. Takes pawn. Queen f4.
knight takes.
d5.
Yeah, I haven't done any that much calculation, but yeah, I'm thinking about it. Yeah, let's put it on the board.
Okay, but I haven't calculated this either. Why is chess so hard?
Rook takes. Oh no, I can't go. Rook takes. No, queen takes knight. Queen takes knight.
Rook takes d5. Queen takes knight. Oof, this is so close to.
Yeah.
Oh wait, can I? Bishop takes g7.
And then you're going to play a queen d4 check.
Queen d4 check. And if you take the other way, oh my god, this is tactics galore. Rook takes d5. I can also take on f8, but just take on d5. And he plays rook a5 again.
Okay.
Moment
Queen
of truth.
b3.
Second time we've seen this position. Clock time's nearly level. Is that? Oh, he plays on.
Rook takes b5.
He plays for the win, Gukesh. He turned down a forced draw there with a repetition. Queen to d3. Our predictions are correct. Now Gukesh, I don't think he can trade queens. I think the advantage would disappear if the queens were to come off the board. That doesn't leave many options.
No.
Is it queen to f4?
So we were worried if the queen moves somewhere passive, queen c1, that c3 is going to be very annoying.
Yeah,
and then knight jumping into e4.
Yeah, comparison of the queens in that variation. He does play queen to f4. He's going for it. Again, this is like, I only stumbled across this by process of elimination because we could put the moves on the board and like, we were trying everything, and it wasn't working. Also, we see the eval bar where white is significantly better. But Gukesh, he doesn't have that bar and he has to do all that calculation in his head, but that's what he's so good at.
Right. And we saw that there were so many possibilities. So one line that was a little bit baffling, but it does work for white, was knight takes d5. Doesn't actually work. Just to repeat it, because a rook takes knight, and after queen takes, bishop takes bishop.
Yeah, but now rook takes rook. And at the very end, white gives checkmate. White will take this knight, and the black king's done. Yeah, and likewise the other way, king takes bishop. There's a check, and at the very end, you win a piece. But this is just like bang, bang, bang. It's like, this is literally the definition of calculation, right? I mean, it's here, it starts with, I mean, if we play through that variation, capture, met by 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 check. It's all very forcing and very linear. So the calculation is actually quite quick for these top players, I think.
Yeah. But you have to also, because there are quite a few captures in the position.
Yeah,
so sometimes you...
a few branches.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is like Ding's, I mean, normally, historically, Ding's quite strong at this, but I think this is Ding's worst nightmare in this match. He's been trying to avoid positions like this where it's narrow path to survival. Gukesh can crunch the numbers and calculate his way to victory.
Yeah.
That's why he's been going for more vague positions where there's loads of choice for both sides, no clear right or wrong.
Yeah. And Ding now in a very tough position. The thing is, if he does nothing and just defends the knight, no, sorry, I was just about to sneeze and then I didn't.
Bless you in advance.
But then I didn't. It just went away. Anyway, okay. But anyway, what I wanted to say was that if the black knight just moves, then Gukesh has an incredible position, you know, because he can just come forward with his pieces. Obviously, you look after the knight on c2, but yeah, you can go on the counterattack.
Yeah, there's so many targets now for white's pieces. White's got a huge superiority here in activity. And again, just to show the main variation we were discussing earlier, both sides have passed pawns here. Black has a c-pawn, white has a d-pawn, but the main factor of this position is white's dominance of the bishop over the knight on f8. And the black queen's still stuck in no man's land here.
Yeah.
Oh, Jovanka, look at that graph. Black's winning chances are dwindling every single move.
And do you note no glitch in the matrix?
Not this time.
So we were correct. No big blunder for Gukesh. And yeah, it's just to do with piece activity and pawns. And I was listening to a very interesting observation that when you have these positions with the rooks and queens on the board, it always favors the great calculator. They're very easy to calculate because you're always just crunching the numbers, as you say.
Yeah.
Whereas when you have the minor pieces on the board where it's not so clear where things are going.
Yeah, the likes of, I mean, Magnus Carlsen, we once chatted to him and he said that Jan Nepomniachtchi was so much better than him at queen and rook endgames, queen and rook positions where they're both, I mean, all the heavy pieces are on the board because it's more calculation than it is instinct. And Magnus doesn't feel like long calculations his big forte. It's more about intuition, just general feel of where to put the pieces. But it becomes so concrete, these types of positions that we see in front of us, especially with minor pieces disappearing now. But Ding, it's that one move, knight to f8, that's cost him. It's one passive piece. Gukesh is punishing him in really instructive fashion so far.
Yeah.
Still some twists and turns ahead, maybe, Jovanka? Reaching the time control soon?
Maybe. But it would be intriguing to kind of go back and actually pinpoint the mistake. Like, is probably in hindsight, queen b3, all the way back.
Okay.
So the original queen b3.
All the way back here.
Yeah. It was a very quick move by Ding. Maybe he needed to give back his extra pawn and go c3.
Aha, c3. And this doesn't look possible at first due to queen takes with a hit on the knight and on the rook. But
and then you were suggesting queen
tactics.
c4.
Queen c4, yeah. And maybe just getting the queens off the board is more of a priority. White might be a pawn up in some of these endgames, but maybe it's holdable for black. Instead, we see a position where the queens do remain on the board, but black's queen a bit offside, white's queen doing the attacking.
And the white rook on b5 is just dominant.
Yeah,
it's going to come into b8.
It's going to land, right?
Yeah. And, of course, the immediate threat is bishop takes knight.
Takes knight, yeah. How about, okay, let's try and throw a spanner in the works, pawn to c3, just to try and cause some confusion.
Okay, rook b.
Now rook b8, can I... Oh, I say this through clenched teeth. Knight takes d5. I'm scared I'm going to get checkmated.
Bishop takes.
Bishop takes, rook takes.
And now...
Maybe it's holding, just about. I do fear after c3, Jovanka, that even if Gukesh keeps things simple, shuts the door. This is where knight to e4 was a big resource with the white queen on a more passive square, but here, it's just gobbling up this pawn next move.
And you can't take.
Again, tasty Singaporean food here on c3.
Yes, and queen takes knight isn't really great. Bishop takes knight.
Again, this pawn disappears. Ding's in trouble. It looks like on the board, he's in trouble on the clock as well. 8 minutes now to make 11 moves.
Other moves.
Struggling to come up with candidate moves here. There's not that many options.
What about... Could you do weird stuff like knight
h5?
5.
Oh, you love that idea.
It is
the Fischer.
Yeah.
Inspired knight to h5.
Well, not. Well, it was really only inspired by desperation. And now queen takes knight.
Ooh, fancy. Yeah, that's true. And how about bishop to g4? Just want to provoke a weakness. If f5, I'll happily move back. Okay, he does take the knight first. I quite liked your knight h5 just to confuse the opponent, but okay, a knight trade. Oh, Ding's trying to seek solace in an endgame. Queen's off the board. Oh, his pawn structure is going to be so ugly though, and his knight is so bad. This is pure desperation, but maybe a good practical try.
Yeah. Maybe. Okay, so let's have a look at what happens if you go. Well, I don't need to go queen lose queen. No, I do. I wanted to go bishop g4, but it's the wrong moment.
Yeah, bishop g4, and yeah,
The queen
unfortunately,
takes queen.
The key thing is this is defended, right?
Yes.
And black breathes a sigh of relief and survives, but yeah, queen takes queen, take.
Okay, so if you go into the clear endgame with bishop takes bishop.
King takes, rook c5.
Rook c5. Knight to
Knight g6.
g6. It's out.
Yeah, rook takes pawn, knight to e5.
No, hang on, can I throw in f5, f4?
Oh, f4. The idea being if I take you 2 pawns up, but after a check, Black is able to take on d5. Yeah, you
Yes.
should hold this one because these two are not better than Black's 1 on f7. So f4 is clever. Yeah, some holding chances. You could imagine the Black Knight landing on d6 with a blockade. I think this is a good practical try by Ding. At least he's guaranteeing he's not going to immediately be busted in this game. Bishop's off the board as well. Okay, this looks like Gukesh is going to need to show some real technique to convert his advantage, Jovanka. It's a two-result game. White can never lose, but can White win? Big question.
Yeah. And so, well, we really have to dive into the lines like knight to g. Oh.
Both players are getting a bit twitchy with the moves. Rook
c5.
Knight g6 instantly by Ding.
Okay.
He's sped up.
Well, here, these moves kind of play themselves. So there's also, I really do like after rook takes f4, sorry, rook takes c4, f4, just to trade off the worst pawns on the board.
Yeah, I love that idea as well. Because ultimately, the way Black draws this game is by getting rid of these 3 queenside pawns, even if it comes at the cost of a kingside pawn. But why rush? Knight e5, I don't think gets anywhere after rook. Well, even this is unclear, but
yeah,
because rook d4, wonder whether you can play knight c6. But anyway, yeah, rook c5 as well. There is knight to d3, but rook b5, and White keeps everything. Oh wait,
oops,
whoops. Okay, blunder. That was me, not the players. Okay, there is an argument for knight e5 actually then, in that case. Rook to d4. But yeah, I like your f4 as well. I think strategically you definitely want to get rid of these pawns. Okay, he does take the pawn.
Okay, knight e5.
Are we going to see rook c5 and knight d3? Oh, sorry, and knight d3, and Gukesh will realize he's blundered, just like I did there.
But rook c5 is very tempting. And it's the kind of move that you'd make when you don't have any time on the clock.
Yeah.
Because how can a knight cause so much damage?
And this isn't losing for White. You can play rook c3 and defend your bishop. But okay, at the very minimum, Black can take this pawn or give a check, take this bishop, and then take this pawn on d5. Yeah, it's a key moment. Okay, it's 11 minutes versus 7 minutes for the two players. Jovanka, I think Ding's done a great job of minimizing the damage.
Yeah, I think this is the best practical chance to hold this one. Because with the queens on the board, it looked like White's position was going to be overwhelming. Of course, Gukesh spots Black's threat of knight to d3, rook d4 played. And question, David, I would be removing that bishop very quickly. But is that in fact a bad move? Because Black's kingside pawns are very, very unpleasant.
Yeah, Black's kingside pawns are weak. If you could put them back together, connect them all, then very good drawing chances. He retreats his knight instead. He keeps relying on forcing moves. Ding here to try and save this game, utilizing this pin. Just to show you the other alternative there, Jovanka, knight takes bishop, king takes. I think if Black were able to get the king into the center, it's holdable, but king f6, I think White shuts the door just in time. Black's rook is passive, White's rook is active. Rook's behind passed pawns, and any king and pawn endgame is winning for White due to the weaknesses, as you mentioned. So I think just a matter of timing deterred him from that variation. Knight c6.
Okay, this is a tricky, tricky move. Yeah. Where are you going to go? Because you've got to stay on the 4th rank because of knight takes b4.
Yep, this pawn is hanging. And he's going to go to e7, I think, pre-move, almost. Like if I stay on the 4th rank, f4, c4, you name it. Now the knight drops back. How do you actually defend this pawn? Not easy suddenly.
Maybe you...
Actually, if you go to c4, I don't go back, I go forward, of course.
You really repeat the position.
I think Ding's found, I mean, it's hanging by a thread. It's ugly, but he's found the way to try and hold this.
Well.
And actually, Jovanka, look above the board. Still, White is better, of course, but drawing margins increased to 69%. Ding eyeballing Gukesh as well on camera a moment ago, as we're becoming used to.
Yeah. Well, there was a flurry of moves. And it's interesting because the win, draw, loss bar was at one point 50%. in Gukesh's favor. So it would be, once they've made the time control, maybe we can go back and see what exactly Gukesh missed.
I think we need to go back. Maybe it was that exchange of queens, you know. Maybe there was a way to keep the bishop pair. That was the other thing. We talked about the bishop pair today quite a lot in excess, but it was very relevant. Now we see that one bishop alone, especially a bishop stuck behind its own pawn, can struggle to break through, really do the damage.
And from the graph, it's telling us that the culprit was move 31. So bishop takes f6. No, but that can't be.
Wow, it must have been
after that, sorry.
Yeah.
Queen f5.
Wow, so okay, we see rook to f4, the black knight drops back. Gukesh's task here is making sure he has some winning chances by the time they reach move 40. And we're now at move 37, so 3 moves each to make before the time control. Otherwise, this would be the 7th case in a row where it's clear what the result is going to be by the time we reach the magic 40. And he plays pawn to b5. That pawn is now no longer attacked by the black knight if there's a capture on d5. So knight takes d5 now would be met by rook takes f5, and white would try and grind away in that endgame with an extra pawn.
Is that his best chance? Or would he... Because the thing is, b5, if you go king... Sorry, if you go king f6, that's potentially met by... I was thinking rook a4.
Knight takes d5.
Knight takes d5.
Let's put it on the board. King f6 is the most natural move, other than knight takes pawn, maybe. Rook a4.
No, but then...
There's also an argument for king e5, actually, but knight takes d5.
Yeah. No, yeah, because you can't go bishop takes knight and hold on to your b pawn.
Yeah. King f6. I wonder whether you go the other way. Do you like do a bit of a sidestep? Do you go for this weakness suddenly? Force the black king. If the black king ever steps away to defend its pawn, then you go back to d4 and you say, haha, no more knight c6, because b5 has changed everything. Whereas after king f6, if you go, maybe you could do this way, a stutter to the left, right first, and then you go back.
Yeah, I think that's kind of dancing is absolutely necessary in this position.
But then again, multiple questions. Knight takes, rook takes pawn, for example. I don't know, rook to b7. Again, I'm not sure what the threat is, but it feels like black's close to a draw, but not quite there yet. So great move by Gukesh there, pawn to b5. The other question, Jovanka, is like if black just puts a king on g6 and relocates this knight to d6 or b6, dark square blockade, good knight versus bad bishop. Is that just a draw?
Okay, let's put it on the board. Let's manufacture it.
King f6.
Yeah. And what was the move? We were doing some sliding with rook h4.
Okay, rook h4. Now I'll just step and defend.
Okay, now rook to d4. And now you're going to park here. And can I be... Okay, so let me live my best life. Rook c4.
Okay. You do you.
I do you, yeah. I'm rook c6, yeah.
Rook c6 now.
Yeah, and then you move...
King.
But if you move... Yes.
At some point you can trade off these pawns if you want. But yeah, I'm going to argue, again, if black's pawn were just on g6 or this one on g6, they were all connected, I would feel very comfortable about going for a defensive blockade.
Black is active, though.
But black is active.
And that activity is certainly enough to cause a nuisance, because, yeah, you can just park your king on e5, and then you're threatening knight takes b5. Okay.
He does play king to f6 very wisely. If knight takes pawn, rook takes f5, I think that's not a good trade. The d pawn actually is a bit of a hindrance for white, especially the white bishop. So no rush to capture it.
And
moment of truth for Gukesh. Yeah, for everyone at home, g4 I think not productive here because it's a pin, but f5 is not attacked, so king to e5 is fine. It's got to be one of these two, it feels like.
Should you... Either that, or you move the king to f1.
Yeah, but maybe this is a threat now. Knight takes pawn. Now that f5 is defended. I like the idea though, like if white can eventually kind of bring the king.
I'm dreaming.
Too much.
Okay, but rook h4. Let's.
Okay, rook h4.
And
now, yeah, two ideas. Either I take or I defend.
okay.
Harry
Let's
here.
hold the balance with king to g6.
Okay, he plays rook the other way first. Yeah, I think ultimately they're going to be very similar, but now he's asking for the black king to enter the center to move away so that h7 is indefensible. And yeah, you could see the white h pawn causing a distraction later. Knights are notoriously bad against those rook's pawns.
So Gukesh is actually saying that he's not going to be trading the bishop for the knight because the bishop is a better piece. And instead he's just going to win the h pawn and work the magic with the rook and bishop and the passed h pawn.
He'll try, I think. But this is where I was maybe, well, I'm not guaranteeing it's the best move, but knight to c8.
Yeah. Okay, I agree with that evaluation. The knights are fantastic blockaders, so knight c8.
No, he plays h6 first. I was going to say there's no threat actually, because pawn to d6 is then met by knight to c8, and the pawn on d6 would fall.
Well, now is the time for my plan, king f1.
King f1. If you could be like Abra in Pokemon and teleport over to c5.
That would be
A6.
amazing. But I'm getting there step by step.
Yeah. Use the flu dust from Harry Potter and just or just like apparate over to a6. But yeah, it takes a while. So okay, maybe the idea is king to e5 now that the rook can defend.
Yeah, I'm not paying attention to your plans. Okay, so yeah, okay.
Can't blame you, Jovanka.
You keep tricking me like that. Okay, so no king f1. Okay.
Oh wait, sorry.
Yeah?
I just realised something. Oh no, it doesn't quite work. Sorry. I was going to say just a couple of moves ago. In a position like this, if white had played king f1, knight takes d5 isn't actually a threat.
Because the rook takes
It's a
f5.
check. King takes pawn, and the rook disappears. And with pawns on both sides of the board, I think white is a heavy favourite. But okay, it's no longer an issue. So yeah, maybe king f1. So you've got two paths forward. You either sit in front of the f pawn and try to win it later, or whoops, here you go, the long way around. Yeah, I'll sort my arrows out someday.
Yeah, but everything is not quite so simple for Gukesh because this bishop on f3, I feel like it's in the way of a potential f4 check.
Yeah, that's true. So you want to kind of rearrange the pieces.
Yeah, I
Move
do.
the king, move the bishop, and then pawn to f4 will kick the black king away.
And there we see Gukesh down to 5 minutes, but it's 39 moves, so no serious time trouble.
Yeah. Last move now for each player before they get an extra 30 minutes on the clock, plus a bonus of 30 seconds per move. So that's going to feel like a luxury for Ding. He's done a great job of defending, to be honest. He's defending. Oh, sorry.
Defending, yes.
Yeah, he's no longer chilling, he's defending. But yeah, this could have been so much worse. And we'll try to backtrack a bit later once we've reached the time control to suss out and investigate where Gukesh could have maybe grown his advantage. But ultimately, he made very natural moves, Gukesh, and was unable to come up with anything special. And Jovanka, what are your predictions? If we get to move 40 and nothing changes in the next move, is Ding going to hold this? Is he holding?
Is he holding? Maybe. It's tricky. It's not an easy task. I can see him holding.
Yeah, me too.
And defending, but not attacking. Ding.
Celebrating.
No.
Yeah, it's frustrating for Gukesh because he's done everything right on paper, pretty much. Ultimately, it's a test of Ding's mettle, and Ding has passed so far.
I have an idea. David.
Okay.
Do you want to hear it?
Gukesh has 4 minutes. Let's go back to the board and
yes.
try to find an idea.
4 minutes. That is a very frustrating situation because if Gukesh just relaxes, Black's plan is very simple: to step up with the king to e5 and use the rook on d7 to defend the h6 pawn. So this is the critical moment where Gukesh has to come up with a good way to just coordinate his pieces. So I would suggest rook h4.
Rook h4. Okay, you're trying to force me away somewhere. I'm not sure where the black king goes exactly, but g6.
Yeah. Do you want to know what my plan was if you'd gone king g5?
Ooh, you're going to checkmate me somehow.
No. No checkmate.
No?
But I was thinking maybe rook h5.
Check.
And then g4.
G4, and you want to defend across the board. That's
Yeah.
very clever. Got to admit. On the one hand, black trades off a weakness. On the other hand, white's still a pawn up. And yeah, still some work to be done for Ding. Although I could see this being a total fortress soon with rook b6 coming, or again, knight to c8, this typical plan later.
Yeah, okay, we have a move.
We have a move, move 40 now. And it's king to f1. You predicted it correctly, Jovanka.
Yeah.
Maintaining the status quo.
But we came to the conclusion that this might not be the best form of action. Yes, white was dreaming of putting a king on c4, but black is very quick with king to e5.
Mm-hmm. Okay, king to e5. I don't see anything other than rook to h4, to be honest.
Yeah, and then rook to d6.
Rook to d6. Now I'll swing back the other way. It's like a yo-yo. The white rook, a pendulum.
And again, the plan is after knight takes d5, should black play that, rook takes a7, and you leave the minor pieces on the board.
Yeah, and the pawn is actually quite dangerous. There's weaknesses on both sides for black. But after rook a4, maybe you can still try to build a fortress with knight. Oh, sorry. My arrows are not great today. The knight coming back at some point. Or you can just argue, okay, rook back to d7.
But now rook a6.
Ah, so persistent.
Yeah.
But it's effective, right? It's
And how is this?
not over.
Knight takes pawn.
Knight takes pawn, rook takes pawn.
Rook. And then rook b. Oh, I'm self-pinning. But it's for a good cause.
Ding loves a bit of self-pinning, as we learned in the last World Championship.
Yep.
Self-pin Ding. Yeah, I mean, this might get pawns off the board, at least on the queen side. We might see a scenario such as this one, Jovanka, and we're going to see a battle for the next 100 moves as white tries to convert these three against black's two.
And how is this endgame? Not easy, right? Because white has a protected pass pawn. This is the kind of stuff that you dream about.
Yeah, well, I dream about. I'm not sure many people dream about this, Jovanka. But yeah, again, if black were to put a pawn back on g6 and kind of defend everything with the king, it should be an easy draw. But especially because this white pawn is promoting on the wrong coloured square. But still some hard work ahead here for Ding.
Well, move 40, and now Ding has 50 seconds to make his final move.
Okay. He needs to not panic here, do something not too committal. I don't think he can force a draw immediately, which is maybe a bit frustrating. You want a forcing path when you have no time, but 30 seconds, he just needs to make a move and deal with the consequences. It should still be within the drawing margins here. 71% chance this game ends in a draw, according to our AI friends.
19 seconds.
Ooh.
Oh, and he's thinking putting the king in the center, maybe David's plan of knight c8 and
10
establishing 10 seconds. Okay, he steps in with the king to the center. And there you see the players have made move 40. They now get 30 minutes extra time, and now they will get 30 seconds per move time bonus. So Gukesh, he's great at endgames. He can now just relax and settle in to how to actually nurture this one pawn advantage that he has.
Yeah, it's a key moment in the match. We're going to reach our halfway stage after today's game, and this is his chance, Gukesh. This is the first time as well that we've reached a game where there's still some jeopardy at move 40. Normally we see the result already decided, or the last few moves, the players going through the motions. This is his chance to sit here for 2 more hours, grind away, try to tire out Ding, and try to ultimately get the win that could be priceless. I mean, well, there's a price on it, 200 grand. This is a key moment, and still some chances. It's not over yet. Ding with a difficult defensive task ahead.
Yes, and on that note, we are going to go on a very short break, and when we come back, remember, we have one game in full swing going on. You don't want to miss it.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one. And now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We asked Gemini. Gukesh is making waves in the chess world at an incredibly young age. Tell me more. Here's Gemini's response. Gukesh became the third youngest grandmaster in history and the youngest to achieve a rating of 2750. At 17, he was the youngest candidates tournament winner, and now at 18, he's the youngest player to ever challenge for the World Chess Championship title. That's on another level. Chat Chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google. We asked Gemini, compare Ding Liren's style to any famous person. Here's Gemini's response. Ding's playing style in chess can be compared to the calculated and strategic approach of Chinese philosopher Sun Tzu. Just as Sun was known for his meticulous planning and ability to anticipate his opponent's moves, Ding is known for his precise calculations and strategic thinking. Fascinating. Chat Chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Sorry, I think this is...
We are back with the action of the FIDE World Championship match presented by Google. And we saw quite the tense endgame there in the run-up to move 40. It has been very dramatic, but during the break, we did see a very quick response to Ding Liren's King E5. He swung the rook over to Rook H4, targeting the weak pawns. Now, we were debating, David, whether Ding would actually manage to set up a fortress, but it looks like, as is always the case, move 40 is vulnerable to blunders, and King to E5, although very tempting, very natural, wasn't the correct response.
Yeah, and not just move 40, Jovanka. It looks like move 41, blitzed out by Ding, might have helped increase the advantage for his opponent. Should we just break down the last few moves?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and okay, actually, for now, let's zoom in on Gukesh. He's got plenty of time now. He's got over 30 minutes remaining. A key moment, the eval bar has swung up in his favor. And yeah, he's got a couple of easy moves, maybe now. But the winning plan, though, if there is one, is still going to take a bit of work. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a long think, a lot of calculation. And I'm just surprised that Ding blitzed out move 41 when he's yeah, when he had options, it must be said. This one, I would still say it's somewhere between a win and a draw, maybe 50% win chance, 50% draw. But ultimately, Gukesh makes a move. Obviously, he grabs a pawn. He keeps the minor pieces on the board. I think very important. A bishop better than a knight.
And again, another very quick move from Ding, just moving the knight to c3, attacking the pawn. So, David, if Ding manages to trade off the queenside pawns, is his defensive task easier or still very difficult?
Oh, I would say still quite difficult here. Even if Ding achieves his aim of eliminating those queenside pawns, the problem is he might not be able to by force. There's various ways for Gukesh here to keep the queenside pawns alive, at least in the near future, in the short term. I think Ding, the fact that he's blitzing out when he's got so much time, I think he's been making some inaccuracies as well. It does make me worried. Maybe he feels like the game's getting away from him, or maybe he's just not enjoying the tension anymore.
Yeah. Well, questions to be answered from Ding, whether he'll put up some stern defense. But we are joined in the studio once more by the CEO of FIDE, Grandmaster Emil Sutovsky. Emil,
hi, Julie.
It's great to have you back here. What have been your impressions of the game?
Exciting game, actually. I expected it to be exciting. You know, today, precisely today, 3 years ago, there was a famous Game 6 of Magnus versus Neptune, the historic one with 136 moves and huge tension, and the game which actually was crucial for the match. And I actually tweeted that today is 3 years exactly, and it could be that this game would be crucial. And the way it develops, it also could be crucial, whether Ding managed to hold or whether Gukesh wins. And it's quite an exciting game. Rook E1 was a novelty, which is like a typical novelty of today's, because there are no more novelties which could be like, you know, killing or something. It's posing practical problems. And Ding reacted not too bad, but then maybe he didn't play accurately, and Gukesh was very close to winning. Then he missed his winning advantage, and it was almost a draw. But what's surprising is that Ding took so many quick decisions around move 40 and 41. That's something that I wouldn't expect him to do. I mean, he's an experienced player, so. In this position, when he played King E5, I mean, he could have played Knight C8, right? And to put the Knight on D6 or in B6 in some lines. And probably it would be a draw. Because it's hard to think of a plan for White, because the King doesn't really come there. And anyways, he did have time, and he played King E5 very quickly. He did have a few minutes more.
But he thought a lot of time, and do you think he let himself get down to almost 10 seconds or something at the end? Do you think that King E5 was just like a knee-jerk reaction? He couldn't make the decision, so he just like moved the king to the center?
Maybe, but I mean, you typically you wouldn't make such a move, such a committal move here, unless you're absolutely certain that you must. Either you're certain it's a draw, or you must change let's say, the momentum in the game. And momentum was clearly on his side. For the last 10 moves, he came back from the lost position to an endgame, which clearly, okay, he doesn't know computer relation, but clearly it looks like very much holdable. So King E5, Rook H4, and also noticeable here, he could have tried Knight G8, yeah, to try and to be passive and to protect and to see how White continues, because it's not clear how White makes progress. This King on E5 is still, but he went Knight D5, Rook H6, Knight C3. So I wonder if he managed to calculate many lines here, or it was just intuitive decisions that he has to go active with Rook D2 and Knight E4. It's critical, yeah.
Yeah. Can I just rewind? Instead of Knight D5, because we were looking at Rook D6 and thinking, well, Ding's plan was just to hold the balance that way.
Rook A4 was...
Rook A4, yeah, I just wanted to show this, Rook A4. And if the knight steps back to C8, now it doesn't have the D6 square, so Rook C4 makes...
Knight B6.
And Rook D7.
Rook C7.
Rook. Reluctant, but Rook D7.
Yeah, but maybe even not Rook C4, because maybe instead of Rook C4, I can just improve. My Rook is on A4, you don't have an X move.
Now I want to admit my mistake, Rook back, and then...
Maybe I can go some Bishop.
The knight.
It's Bishop G2. Or G4 is interesting also to try.
G4 is clever, maybe. In the meantime, we have some moves. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Ding had choice. I think that's the point. He had knight g8, he had rook d6. He didn't calculate much. And now maybe he's missed this one, attacking the knight. Knight takes pawn now is met by fork, double attack, and he can resign. So instead, choices are limited here, either going back with the knight or maybe king d4.
I think he'd go knight e4. That's the move you want to make. Because if he'll manage to trade also, or let's say knight d2, knight f3, then he's likely to manage to trade the pawns A and B, and then it will be a draw. This is a theoretical draw, so also not a simple one.
Yeah.
So, but will he? Will he? That's a big if.
Can white dodge that idea? King to g2,
or maybe bishop e2, just to keep an eye after the pawn and have f4 somewhere.
Oh, wow, that's sneaky.
Yeah, I mean you can play f4 yourself, but it's unpleasant position to hold. I can tell you. I mean, even the knight is. Let's say many people who play mostly online would prefer knight in this position because it could, have fork and some. But in reality, in these sorts of endgames, even the beautifully situated knight on e4 is weaker than a bishop because the position is too open still. And the best possible strategy for white would be avoiding any checks and like just using these long diagonals, and bishop could actually outsmart the knight. I mean, knight is beautifully situated, but think about it. My bishop from e2, it protects indirectly the pawn on f2 and directly the pawn on b5. But also it guards so black doesn't have any counterplay, so no check, and so I think bishop e2 would be the right move to play. And then maybe black has to try f4, but it looks borderline losing already.
And what would white's winning plan be here, would you say?
Maybe take an h4.
Take an h4. Yeah, just that simple, right? Just start marching. It's really hard for black to find any counterplay.
Right.
Can you try with like rook d2?
Yeah, that's why my bishop is so
d2.
nice. Yeah. Okay, rook c7. Yeah. It's hard to think of any sort of formation for black to start perpetual checks. How?
Well, rook b2. Yeah, this is what rook b1 with rook b2.
Yeah. Okay, I'd go rook a1 and ask you another.
Knight c3.
Okay, yeah. You are smart with me. So maybe I don't have a luxury of making just some moves. So I need to make precise move. Rook a3 maybe to keep cutting you off.
That's very clever. Rook a3.
Yes. Then I have rook f3 check and then release my bishop. Rook f3 and then bishop d3. Actually, this technique is about calculating precisely 2-3 moves long line. I mean, good technique is about just precise calculation of short lines, and I think Gukesh would be able to pull it as it looks now.
If it's winning, it's likely he'll find it. Basically,
yeah. But it looks like winning. I mean, bishop e2. Yeah, that's. One player who was incredibly strong in these positions and still is very strong is Alexei Shirov. Actually, notably, he's known as being a tactician and a player with great imagination, but he was always saying, I'm not sure that his phrase, but that basically such endgames is mostly about short tactics.
Yeah, I made the mistake once of just assuming that getting the queens off everything would make me safe against him, at least so I don't get checkmated. But yeah, he's ground me down a couple of times before. Knight e4. I love your bishop e2 actually. Yeah, just to stop any transitions into.
It looks natural.
It looks natural. It protects everything, and it basically opens the way for later playing h4 and just rolling with the pawn. Yeah, it's if Gukesh wins it, it would be a very serious blow for the game.
Yeah, and it will be a real test for him because so far he's not had to fight from behind.
Oh, although only with Nepo.
Yeah. When Nepo was last year, it was a bit different.
So yeah, I don't know exactly how would he feel here, because he started by winning game 1, and it was all different situation. And then he didn't actually convert a couple of promising positions, and not really trying hard enough to convert them. So now he will need, if he loses, he will need to start
pushing harder,
taking more, which means taking more risks, and who knows how it will resolve.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, this is going to be the longest game of the match so far, pretty much guaranteed now. And yeah, Gukesh, I guess he hasn't been tested in these types of positions, but I mean, calculations is strong point. He won some long endgames at the Olympiad. Feels like this is his moment. Energy, not an issue after a rest day.
I remember he actually even missed a similar, in a way, similar position versus Nepomniachtchi in candidates, where he had a winning advantage in an endgame and played too quickly. But that was not pawn up; it was just 2 bishops advantage. But in a massive advantage, it was winning according to computer. So here, I think the position is more simple, and he has 23 minutes, which is and 30 seconds, right? Increment after every move. So I believe that he should be. If I had to, let's say, to predict, he should be able to convert it. But let's see. But the whole game is actually a bit of a roller coaster, because if you look from the openings, and if we scroll back and see how it evolved, because we watched it together with Vishay, and we were like, wow, it's winning, wow, it's okay. So okay, this line is actually the move order was brought up by Vishay against Magnus, I think, in his match. That's f3, d5, g3, g6. Nobody played. Okay, very few played it like that before, but now everyone plays. Castles. And here rook e1. I don't know if we have the data, but if I had to guess, it's like maybe the 7th or 8th most popular move in the position, because White tried all the moves: queen b3, queen a4, b3, cd, knight c3, knight e5. All these are more popular. Now I'll start coming with obscure moves, but even they are more popular than rook e1. And then suddenly rook e1 comes, and Ding didn't expect it. I think he reacted very reasonably, but his move c5 I think is a bit. Yeah, I think c5 it feels wrong.
Yeah, but the question is, though, b5, which is the most natural move, holding on to the pawn, is walking into Gukesh's preparation.
Right. But maybe not. But maybe not b5. Maybe to remove that. I thought about removing knight from f6 somewhere. I don't know, maybe knight e8 or to attack the pawn, to also to have knight d6. Or if you play e5, I'd maybe have a square on d5.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I mean, you're a kind of lifelong Grunfeld player.
Yeah.
So you have a good feel for these positions.
So maybe something like that. Another option in these positions you always have to look at, maybe not in this particular once again, is e7, e5. I mean, to try to push e7, e5, and sometimes even sacrifice d, knight d7, something like that. Maybe not here. So,
I think we looked at this actually. It works sometimes, especially when the white knight isn't on d2.
But later on it was very sharp, and
maybe we do have a move in the game. So just before we go there, you mentioned white Gukesh did have a winning chance.
I think so. Yes, let's go ahead. Yeah, here takes, and here the move bishop g5 was very strong. It's not me. It's a computer. I just saw it. So bishop g5 would be killing. Basically, that's one thing which distinguishes computer from human mind. As a human, no matter how strong you are, you want to force things, especially in particular if I mean, you are getting pawn, you make an exchange and it's forced. In your mind, more often it happens, let's say with a rook trade, you would know. Yeah. You would almost always instinctively want to take the rook and to bring another rook to the open file. And computer almost doesn't do it. I mean, because you want to relieve this tension, and you shouldn't. And here, bishop g5 would preserve both 2 bishops, and also, more importantly, maybe the knight on f8 would be stuck there, and I think it would be just as bad as lost.
It's funny, actually, because you could take queens off the board, and you've ruined your opponent's pawns, and then drop the bishop back. But as you say, the knight on f8 suddenly has some breathing space, so very different. And
so after bishop g5, I think the game wouldn't have lasted long. Yeah. I just don't see what to do. I mean, 2 bishops, rook c5. Yeah, the pawn is not critical. You cannot really go. The knight, imagine the knight is on d6, all the different story
somewhere
altogether. Yeah, but the knight on f8, and it decides the game.
Maybe your plan now, Jovanka, you bring the king the whole way.
I was actually just thinking of pushing the pawn.
Or just
no
one
simple
downside.
chess. Rook C8 and then D6 and then Bishop
no,
C6.
I think you can
probably brute force it.
brute force. Yeah.
Okay, ultimately we did see the endgame, and let's catch up with the live position. We see King E1 instead of
King E1.
E2.
Well, I would call it non-orthodox technique.
Yes.
Because let's say King E1 would. I mean, that's not the move you expect. And it doesn't restrict my pieces as black, and it feels wrong. Therefore,
We're vulnerable to some checks as well now on the background.
Yeah, Rook D3 is possible. Another possibility, maybe Knight G5 coming to E6 and then D4. Because Knight on E4 is really, I mean, it was Bishop on E2. It was very difficult to think of activating it. But now with a King on E1, no.
But it's actually difficult to find a move for black because if you jump in with your rook to D3, then you set yourself up for bishop take knight ideas. And
Rook D3 is just very forced. It's either losing or holding.
Yeah.
But probably losing. Takes Rook C7.
Rook C7.
Now how do I'm not in time to create counter. I mean, I can try something like F5, but probably it will be insufficient. Rook A7, Rook B3.
Sorry, F5, Rook to C7, back.
It's borderline holding, but probably losing. Check.
Yeah.
Moving your king to G2 and then pinning it again. It is like, I mean,
Still no threat though.
No threat, that's a problem. Otherwise, this is,
Well, maybe H4.
King F6.
King F6. Now there's a threat, maybe. Can I still?
Yeah, but then E3, King F3.
King F3. Do you have to take this way?
Yeah, take and King G7.
Yeah, King G7 and
that's draw actually.
Yeah, I can't zug swang you.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, because I can play King F7 also.
Yeah.
So from the classical games, I immediately recall the famous game between Fischer. The only game they played, where Fischer was a pawn up in a rook endgame winning position, and very similar to this structure, Botvinnik managed to hold. So these are sort of things where more experienced players have a bit of advantage on the younger players.
That's true.
Politely said.
No, it's because now youngsters, of course, they amass a lot of knowledge and a lot of practice just by playing. Previously, I mean, it would take you years to master the opening. It would take you, I don't know, months to learn all these other back books with rook endgames or Dvoretsky books. Nowadays, you just play out thousands of games and it comes naturally. But yeah, there are some subtleties still which you should. King E1, I mean,
does feel a bit.
It feels a bit. It feels like modern approach to the endgame.
Okay, and I did notice that our AI friends at the top of the screen, the percentage did drop quite significantly for Gukesh after that move. Now there's a 56% drawing margin.
Oh, even like that.
Apparently.
And before that, it was?
Before that, it was, I think, 60-70% for white.
You can see it on the graph as well. You can see that big dip.
So 57%, it means that out of the games it plays with itself, 57% now is drawn.
Yeah.
Which means probably it's more drawn than not.
I'm impressed that there's still a 2.5% chance of black winning, because that feels generous.
Yeah, as I play with two pass and some blunder.
Some mouse slips between the engines. But either way, yeah, King E1.
So Knight G5 or Rook D3? Rook D3, once again, it's very forced, and maybe it's holding by a threat. Yeah. But Knight G5 is good as a
check it out.
No, playable alternative. Yeah, you probably want to go to G2, and maybe you don't want, but you have to maybe. And then Knight is maybe Knight E6. Yeah,
Knight E6. Yeah.
And it's not very clear how you. Let's say how you improve your position, because now I can also play Rook D3, Rook A6, Rook B3. For example, if you play H4, something like very natural like H4, Rook D3, Rook A6, Rook B3.
Some checks as well.
And I start checking you, and that's that's where your 2.5% starts suddenly playing.
We have
King wants to be on G2.
Bishop C6.
Yeah, C6 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, check.
Check.
King up. Yeah.
Check again.
Yeah, I'm going to try to avoid.
Check.
Yeah, maybe it's still winning with king c3, but it's already, I mean, it feels a bit...
Some race.
Okay, this one is, again, winning, yeah, because of the pawn. So maybe as black, I had to play more accurately, but...
Yeah, maybe here it's time to start being clever with the knight somehow, but unclear.
Or maybe instead of check, just to play something else.
Yeah.
With a rook. Maybe f4.
Start seeking counterplay, rook takes pawn.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to play knight d4 somewhere. I'm not sure where I'm time to play a knight d4, but maybe I'm not. No way. Well, it's still clearly for black to prove how he saves the day, but maybe I didn't even f4 here.
Yeah. 4. H5.
Yep.
One in doubt, push.
But not sure where I go if I go f5 now as black.
F5?
Then the rook to h7 in some lines. In many lines, I would say.
Yeah. Now I want to put the bishop back on this diagonal where it came from.
Yeah, I mean,
But it's not so dangerous, though. No, you're not slow. You can still go h6.
H6, rook.
And then pawn takes.
But I can take on g3 and then play.
Maybe it's on first.
H7.
Ah, okay, well.
It feels like it's gone wrong for white.
Yeah,
okay.
it already feels quite rash. Well, I feel it will be decided on the very, very last moments of the game. It looks like it will be not only the longest, but I would predict some drama here, and maybe Ding missing a draw, and then Gukesh missing a win, and maybe Ding again missing a draw, and who knows who will smile last.
We have so many great stats here, Emil. We also see that this was the second biggest eval change of the game.
Wow.
King e1 lost nearly 1 point
Wow,
of advantage.
that's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, to lose 1 point of advantage with one move. Yeah, but it just felt wrong. I don't know how. It's well, you can't really ask these questions after the game. Why you play? Why he didn't play? Because he played because he believes that King e1 is the best move in this position, right? But in general, I mean, this is something that comes with knowing your classics and spending a bit more time on endgames. When previous generation, we were all, investing a lot of time into this knowledge, but probably that's also not the best way to use your chess time. It is just that when it comes about the endgame, yeah, I might be better occasionally, but there's so many aspects to the game, so probably they are more important, because the endgames, we will see the endgame like that once or twice during the entire match. But when it comes, yeah, it's important that the player knows how to go.
So you mentioned you spend a lot of time. Can I ask how much time did you spend just dedicated to the endgame?
Oh, in my youth, many hours, of course.
So would it be individual study, or would it be like...
Well, I would study with my trainers. I would study the endgames. And then I myself would have been studying it. It's not like memorizing. I would be checking the games and like trying to understand what's the subtleties, where you put a rook in an endgame. Because of course there's a lot of rules of thumb, but also a lot of nuances where you know how a rook and bishop should cooperate together. And that comes with checking some games and checking the analysis. Of course, that was when the engines didn't exist or were pretty weak. So, but again, I'm not claiming that. I had this discussion with Nikita Vityugov, actually, who is a player 10 years younger than me, more or less, and who had this point. Okay, you know your classics, but does it really help you to be better players than me? And no, yes, but the point being that of course this side of chess is important, but it's not only important.
True. Maybe that's what I need to get the edge over Nikita now that he's switched federations. But I mean, for example, you mentioned that Fischer against Botvinnik game. I remember studying that when I was young and not understanding anything. And now I look back years later and I'm like, wait, actually, it's super interesting, all these details. So I think it's also a maturity thing. It's like you see the beauty in all these little nuances. Whereas when you're younger, it's kind of like you're obsessed with the result or obsessed with the
in particular for today's players, I mean, everybody is fascinated about the openings, the analysis, the nice puzzle books to solve some nice positions. But I would say that also it's a part of a chess culture. If you feel that chess is something that you are really is your life, I mean, knowing your end games and knowing the classical games and knowing some examples from the past is a thing to do. And Magnus is impressive at that. Magnus knows his classics very well. He would know every classical position, I would believe, and he would play not only because he played thousands of games online, but also because he's well taught.
Yeah, and you mentioned the classics. I mean, was there like a list given to you? Because I remember having a discussion with Vladimir Kramnik where he said that when he attended the Botvinnik School of Chess, he was presented with a booklet which had all this information about how much chess he should be playing, what was good for his chess, what wasn't.
I understand your question. In Botvinnik's time, Botvinnik himself was a very categorical person. He believes that that's the way. You have to play between 40 and 50 games a year. All the rest you have to dedicate to the game. You have to sleep then. You have not to analyze it. So 90% of his advisors are either wrong or not entirely correct. Unfortunately, that's what happened. But what's important, that was a system. Which clearly by that time brought result. Because nowadays the situation is different. When you don't need. At that time, how could you analyze a game? You would invest a lot of hours without knowing. And he would say you should never analyze the game after you play it because you are tired and you would make mistake and you would have wrong conclusions, which is true. But now today there is a computer, so you analyze a game and you get right conclusions in 90% of the position. So it's different. Botvinnik was an absolute genius for his time.
But what I'm kind of getting at is like the classics. Your classics are kind of different to a young person. A young person is probably like, well, 2000 is a classic. So, I mean, were you presented with this information that this is good, or from a booklet? Or, I mean, is there access for our younger viewers?
I think any player who became a strong player, grandmaster and so on, he wouldn't or she wouldn't take it as a dogma that you have to follow. Already by that time, this Botvinnik advisors, they were more than, it was not seen as a dogma, it's a general advice. And as a general advice indication, it was very good. And I think I wasn't presented with a list of games I have to study, but of course there were books which you better check how it works and how it's described in other book or later Dvoretsky book. I was a student in Dvoretsky Chess School also, so I had it directly from him. In general, it was more about trying to analyze, because at that time it was very, very fresh from actually having these adjourned positions live and so on, because you remember the games were adjourned, so you could master and there were a lot of stories behind it, because at any time, at that time and today, a comprehensive story adds up to entire chess thing. Because when you have a story that Botvinnik sat in his room and then Geller came up with some idea at 2 o'clock at the night, and it adds up and it leaves. And even if half of this didn't happen or happened different, but you remember the things and you connect it and you also read about it and there is a lot of stuff like that. I mean, if you read Polugaevsky books, there is such a nice stories how he came up with a decisive and we even don't know. Bronstein was actually a genius of inventing things or making things up. I mean, 90% of his stories are completely, but I mean, he would come up with all sorts of explanations that he made 3 moves for himself in the analysis, or he slept with one idea, but then woke up and understood that it was another rook on the square, and it suddenly mattered. But in general, I think the whole narrative was that because the story connected what happened to the chess position and evaluation itself, it helped you to grasp the whole thing better.
And for modern audiences, I mean, in the Queen's Gambit, that featured an adjournment where they gathered together and discussed the position. And it's just a romantic notion that you study these things in depth. Every little detail counts, but of course, these days the players only have, sometimes in the case of Ding here, less than 10 minutes left to find a narrow path in an endgame.
I sometimes imagine what would have happened if Twitter was existing that time. You know, Korchnoi tweeting about his opponents, and then Tal making jokes, and then Karpov in his manner, and then you'd have, I don't know, Bronstein. I just invented new type of chess, and that would be hilarious. Nowadays, I mean, I think that could be a good contest actually to come up with a pseudo Twitter of Korchnoi, you know, you played like a farmer.
With AI, I'm sure we can retrospectively program to. Actually,
speaking of Korchnoi, he was, I think, the best player of a practical endgame in the world by the end of 1970s. Many people are puzzled how Korchnoi, who was by the time 47, competed equally with Karpov in the World Championship match in Baguio 78. Actually, the last match which was played in this region, it was Baguio, Philippines, in 1978, and that was due to his absolutely amazing endgame play. And I'm talking even not about technical endgames, but practical endgames, so-called. When you don't have a clear solution that white wins because he knows how to, how to triangulate, but just a practical endgame like the kind. He was absolutely great and kept it throughout till his 70s.
Yeah, not many people can hang with Karpov. I guess Karpov maybe picked up some stuff from Korchnoi in those matches. And
he definitely did. He definitely did. Of course, talking about rook and bishops, that's also a favorite Fischer's. Fischer Taimanov also, we could remember how he handled it. And
he won so many with light squared bishop against knight with rook sometimes.
Yes. And in general, I think the technique of top players was quite high at that years, and even compared to the top players of today, I think it was.
But that's a clock issue, right? Because these days the players take this endgames. Ding only has 7 minutes.
Yeah, partly that has to do with the clock issue. I agree, and when the game is adjourned, is also after move 40, the luxury of analyzing it all. But I mean, it's the opening phase. Of course, today it's much better and much more advanced, and the calculation skills are much higher because there were a lot of even top players, even Tal. We could admire his fantasy and so on, but I mean, he was not a very good calculator by today's standards.
Why do you think that is actually? Why do you think that modern day players are better at calculation? Because it's not like the. Well, maybe there's techniques now to help us.
I think they know the patterns how computers repel their attacks. If they try to analyze it, they know that would not be a main end. This sacrifice wouldn't work. And when you analyze for thousands of hours with computer, you start learning all these defensive patterns better. And oftentimes you just know that it's foldable. And by that time, it was like, compensation. You would remember that. Yeah, unclear. White has a compensation, but what is a compensation?
Plus minus is over, but actually there's still some resources.
So nowadays it's of course more demanding from players, and also from these players. I would say that the critique they get often is a bit unfair, because nobody, or till yesterday, nobody had checked the precision of moves by their great predecessors according to today's engines. Because I remember talking to Kasparov in 2002, when he just prepared his book. He started his series on great predecessors. 2002, Bled, Olympia 2002. In Bled, they have this beautiful lake. So one day we went with Kasparov. And because I always had this keen interest in chess history and knew a lot of games, I had been asking questions, and probably for him it was not uninteresting to talk to me, because I knew the guys, the playing style. And he said, "What do you imagine how many mistakes we had in this famous game 16 I won against Karpov? I mean, there was a famous game in Rui Lopez, maybe you remember. How many mistakes I made in that one game, which I considered to be like a ingenious game and so on. So it was just because by the computer standards in 2002 it was something clear. Now I would say in 2024 he would have found another 5 mistakes in this game.
Sorry to jump in. I've just realized knight g5 loses, I think, on the spot, does it? Knight g5, can I give a check? And I'm going to pre-move.
To pre-move?
Taking
rotate f5.
Wow. Yes.
I mean, I say loses on the spot, like
maybe not on the spot, but it's probably bad, right?
Just to show everyone the idea, if the king moves, rook takes pawn check, king takes, and bishop g4, and skewer 2 pawns up.
We've had that tactic for quite a while
We
now.
had it in a similar position.
Yeah,
That suddenly dawned
we
on
mentioned,
me.
yes. And then the words of Boris Gelfand came back to haunt me, where it's like, F6.
Oh, that looks...
So he sort of prepares this rook h7 switch in some lines, but otherwise, what does this move do exactly? I'm not sure. f6. No, I don't like f6. Oh, he wants to play rook d3, and now this pawn is not hanging anymore.
Without it hanging on...
But it feels wrong. It feels like he should have had some proactive move instead of f6. Again, now white can again play bishop e2 with the same ideas like we had before.
Yeah. And then I guess his idea is to play f4 and hope that... maybe now if g4, at least he can swing his rook.
Yeah, but I can take and play h4 and then to move the pawn to h5.
Yeah. Not happy. Now the king e1 move looks like it's
slightly improved its position.
Okay,
can you mobilize your rook?
Rook g7? No, I'm not sure what that achieves actually.
I thought rook d4 maybe.
Rook d4. Actually, can I try rook g7? Sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe still holdable. I mean, at least there is some life.
I'm not sure exactly how I'm getting in there, but...
Maybe rook a6. Just
rook
to have my rook where it belongs.
And then, down.
And then, yeah, to...
Yeah. Rook g2 feels wrong, but...
I
will also have rook a4 where needed.
Yeah.
Can you harass the bishop? No. I need f5
okay,
for that to work. Yeah.
Yeah, 5. And maybe some rook a3 to prevent.
Knight c3 was
where. But now can I swap off?
Yeah, but this should be lost now. Takes and king e2.
Takes king e2, rook b1.
Okay, for king e5. No, not so clear.
Yeah, I mean I'm just desperately trying to bail out some rook and pawn Endgame.
Yeah, still not so clear. But look at Ding. He doesn't look as he believes he can hold it. I mean the physiognomic. I would say that he's like doomed.
But this is his old body language when you couldn't tell whether he's winning or losing.
But I didn't see him this way in this match.
Yeah, true.
Let's have a look at Gukesh. What he is now.
He's probably got his eyes closed.
Yeah.
Earlier we saw some statistics. It was like 40% of the game his eyes were shut.
19 minutes versus 5. Well.
And the percentage as well has jumped back up to 56.
Oh, that's more or less the same like it was before King E1, right?
Yeah. So I'm just curious. Maybe we can check the engine just to see what should have happened instead of f6 because it. Or do we even take the time out?
Okay, well, it says it's pretty bad. Okay. f6 was its second choice, but rook d5. And then it just wanted to go bishop e2 and then rook d4.
Okay,
some clever maneuvering that way.
This begs the question: if the bishop on e2 is such a issue,
but king on e1 is not good.
Yeah,
because now rook b4 and rook b1 check, and you don't have king g2 anymore.
Ah.
So at least now we know after f6 in the game, if we go back, f6, if bishop e2 this time, rook d4, and as long as I'm not getting checkmated as black, which is possible.
Yeah, looks very, very dangerous for Ding, and once again, if he goes down -1, it would be a serious blow. I don't remember him having difficulty to get back in the match with Nepo, but that was absolutely different story. That match was from the beginning he was trailing, getting back, trailing, getting back. So that would be a different story now with Gukesh. Yes.
We weren't on site, but it felt like an emotional match last time. Whereas this from Gukesh's side, it feels like he's.
But also, in that match, he didn't have the history behind it like now.
the weight on his shoulders.
Like the weight, like everyone is kind of commenting about how he's not on form, how he hadn't won a game since January, and that kind of baggage tends to have an impact at some point. But yeah, earlier on we did see a tweet from FIDE saying that you presented the commemorative gold medal on the occasion of the FIDE centenary celebration to Mr. Edwin Tong, the Minister for Culture, Community, Youth and Second Minister for Law. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, that was Minister came to visit us today before the start of the round. Actually, he planned to be here for like half an hour, but he stayed for an hour and a half, which sort of indicates his interest, and he really liked what he saw, because we have been showing him around, not only the match itself, but also the fan zone and the Google zone, and then we went together to Singapore International Open. And he was asking questions about chess, about the demographics of our players, and actually for the Open tournament it is amusing because we have 37 grandmasters and over 30 countries present, so it was probably biggest Open in Southeast Asia ever. Don't take my words for granted. I think it is, but you're clearly in top 3, but probably the biggest. And also, he was also impressed by the way how it owns the entourage of the FIDE World Championship Match. So the opening of the round, the outlook of the entire venue. Minister is not just visiting as a guest of honor. He has been backing this event from the beginning, and you know, Singapore won the bidding procedure and actually put down very significant budget towards that event, and we see how serious they take it, and we really love what we see, because we knew from the beginning that if it's going to be here, the Singaporean government would do their best to ensure, but also the local organizing committee, and also what's surprising us is in general the chess public in the country, because we see this chess community here, although not that big, but it's very enthusiastic about the match, and we see full house here. We are like, what it is, game number 7. Every day hundreds and hundreds of people are around, and chess fans, and the fan zone is always full of emotions and vibes. So yeah, for us it's very important that we get such a partner, and I believe it will be more than just one-off partnership. I think we are here for strategic partnership and maybe a hub in the region.
Yeah, well, it's certainly very promising, and
great to hear.
Yeah, and it's fantastic to have, as you mentioned, such a fantastic environment here in Singapore. Emil, thank you very much for joining us and sharing with us your insights, and especially your talk about the Endgame, your history and your predictions. But yeah, we're going to go on a very short break.
Thank you
when
very
we come
much.
back, more of the game.
Bye.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We are back and we are tucking into the final stages of the Game 7 of the FIDE World Championship match. Now we're going to dive straight in because during that very short break, we have 2 moves from the players. H4 after a very long think from Gukesh and Rook D3, almost instant reply from Ding. And the evaluation bar, it was nearly all the way in White's favour and it's kind of shuffled down a little bit.
Shuffled down massively and I think... Oh, hesitation there from Gukesh. He puts his bishop back. Before we jump into any variations, that shows, Jovanka, I think he might have miscalculated something. This was Ding's idea to jump in with the rook. And right now it's 11 minutes against 5 minutes, but Gukesh, hesitation. Is he going to play that move after all? He double checks his analysis.
Yeah.
He does decide upon retreating his bishop back the whole way. I'm not sure what made him hesitate there, Jovanka, but that showed he's not without some nerves, at least.
Yes. Well, you do have to do a double take and just quickly make sure that knight takes f2 doesn't drop material. It doesn't because of the bishop moving to attack the rook.
Yeah, you attack the rook. Next move, you are able to capture the knight safely. And yeah, just making sure that you don't get deflected away from your bishop. But Ding instantly again, second move quickly played in a row, f4. He's getting counterplay, and this is what we call activity in the endgame. Jovanka, 3 very active pieces. There's no checks yet, but if you can get your rook behind this way, maybe he's trying to open the h-file to come around.
He's making a nuisance of himself. As you mentioned, pawn takes pawn is going to allow the black king in, and the white rook isn't coordinating with the knight. And even if you do moves like bishop c2, now, David, I think you can go pawn takes pawn.
Nice spot, Jovanka. I hadn't seen it until you paused, and I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
You've got something sneaky.
I do, yeah, and then you just go g2. I was just double checking to make sure it worked. And yeah.
Just to make sure there's no like f4 check and then the king comes across, but luckily that square is covered by the black knight. So this is maybe what Gukesh has missed. This is easy to miss, actually. You just assume bishop c2 is a threat, right? And if the black rook moves, now you can simply take this pawn and then you give a check and you win the game.
Yep.
So that is a vital variation. Bishop c2, no time for that. And now you would just be able to take this pawn and easy draw now.
Mm-hmm. Can we show why it's an easy draw?
Yeah. For example, yeah, you can take the knight off. White's rook will take a pawn, but this h-pawn alone is not going to do much business. Also, black's extremely active.
Yeah.
So you go behind. Ultimately, these pawns might get traded off. And
and the h-pawn is just awful.
Yeah, the h-pawn is not the one you want to be left with in a rook and pawn endgame. Maybe if it's bishop versus knight endgame, you want to be left with some rook's pawns.
Well,
instead he takes on f4.
Okay, but black's pieces, they are a picture of coordination. King takes f4, and your move, David, of like rook h3 targeting the h-pawn, rook h2 targeting f2.
Yeah, I again wonder whether Gukesh is kind of relying on this trick, rook c4 with a pin, aiming for 2 moves. I mean, for example, if the black king tries to escape, you can safely take and pin, win because of the extra h-pawn walking down the board. I'm yet to actually find the exact solution here, Jovanka.
So
f3 is threatened, rook takes e4 is threatened. How do you save this game?
Okay, so let's try rook h4.
Rook h3?
Sorry, rook h3. Yeah.
To f3. Is it just checks?
Checks. Give me a check.
Check.
Yes, check.
And you save the day because don't go king d3. Whoops. Checkmate.
Oh, it's a checkmate. Oh my God, I didn't even see that. I just thought that the bishop was on priest. Yeah.
Wow. Gukesh, he's miscalculated something. This is genius from Ding, by the way. And he was thinking about h4 in Gukesh's time. That's why he played 2 instant moves. And look at this, drawing margin up to 74.5%. Miracle, I've got to say, by Ding. It does look, on the face of it, like rook c4 is just winning for white. But then you see rook h3 and, yeah, perpetual check. Threatened. f3, rook here. And, yeah, actually bishop c2 isn't really a threat at all because of just f5. And now you've lost control over f3.
Yeah. And
activity in the endgame.
Yeah, and also now you can just throw in some checks and just start harassing the f2 pawn, the h pawn. Yeah. What else?
Wow. Yeah, what else? If you start with bishop c2, likewise, you can maybe go either way now, but rook h3, like you say. I don't think white's actually threatening to take on f6 because, again, it's just too few pawns. And, yeah, easy draw once you eliminate this b pawn.
Can you go for the a pawn? No, hang on, the rook is on c6.
Yeah, you can go for it and hope that rook takes h4 is
yeah.
played.
Skewer.
Skewer. I'm going to point out every little tactic now. But what could black play? Maybe just king d5.
Yeah.
Rook takes pawn, rook takes pawn. And the king is well within the within touching distance of this pawn.
And the king is so nicely centralized that you can't even get one of those positions where, say, you win the f pawn, but the king is cut off.
Yeah, that's true. White's king is so bad as well. Like it's in this endgame, back on its starting square. Yeah, you would love to, for example, get how would we do it? Oh, sorry, king d5, take. If somehow these f pawns disappeared and white could put a rook on c7 and march the king forward somewhere, then it would be winning. But the black king's way too far, too far advanced, way too fast even. Wow, I think Gukesh just wrote it off. I think he just stopped here. He was like, rook c4, game over. I just have a feeling because it just looks like you're threatening two things and it's over.
So maybe two oversights because he allowed f4, and I'm sure that he was thinking that that perhaps wasn't possible because h4 really disregarded black's threat of rook to d3.
Yeah. h4 maybe a mistake. That's why we were advocating often, maybe not exactly here, but bishop e2, just to stop the black rook coming in. That was actually a big threat, and lo and behold, it happened.
And now the evaluation bar, just to point out in the live position.
Equal.
Equal.
With best play, this position is now a draw, and Ding doesn't know that. He's only got 5 minutes, but Gukesh's time has also dropped down to 6 minutes. And yeah, rook c4 hasn't been played. I'll put the live position. But, rook h3 is an almost automatic move. f5 is very useful as well.
What about f3?
f3. Ooh.
Win the f pawn.
Yeah, that's true.
But you can go knight c. You can go knight c3, right?
Knight c3. Attacking this little guy.
But yeah.
Bishop c2.
Bishop c, yes.
And now you'd have to calculate whether this endgame is holding. And I'm scared. Unless, wait, no. I am scared here. I was going to say knight takes pawn, you're just about in time to get back, but nope. White will play bishop g6.
Oh,
and
cut off.
Yeah, dominant the bishop over the knight, just like Emil was saying after all. But f3, Jovanka, maybe rook check? I just want to gain enough time to move away.
King has to move to, unless there's some funny business, yeah.
But maybe here, just knight.
But then I can throw in a check on c4.
Rook check.
King go back.
Somewhere.
And then king f2.
King f2.
King takes knight.
Behind. Actually, here there's some serious winning chances.
Yes.
I'll pretend I saw king f2 in that variation. Maybe I'll go the other way. Knight c3.
Still same business. Rook c4 check.
Now I'll go in this way at least. King d2.
King d2, yeah.
And now I'll take, and I'm assuming I'm okay. I've got some counterplay with the f pawn. 2 pawns versus 2 pawns. Should be a draw, maybe?
Yeah, it's a race.
It's a race, but let's assume it's a draw so we don't have to go further into that race. Let the players calculate that one. f3, rook e3 check. If king f1, the other path we mentioned.
Knight c3 apparently is the move.
Knight c3 after f3.
Yep.
Okay. I was going to say here, can I force a draw? Oh, no, wait, I can't. King g2.
Yeah.
I was going to start trying to do some weird stuff with knight h1, but it wasn't working. King g2. So yeah, this knight c3.
So what you do is you throw in a check. You're right. Your instincts are almost always spot on. So
The calculation is the dodgy part.
no. But it's actually quite difficult to calculate and commentate at the same time. So rook e3,
Check.
king f1. Now knight c3.
Now knight c3. Yeah, that makes more sense. Because now, as opposed to the other variation, the rook is not getting hit with tempo on d3. So.
But we saw this, so we were like, rook takes f6.
Oh yeah, rook takes f6, but now king e5. And there's a double hit.
No, but
it's hanging together by a thread for black, but it is hanging together.
Yeah.
Due to the activity of the pieces. And Gukesh doesn't have much coordination. Like, if you look at the game position, like, why is the bishop on d1? Like, it could have been on e2.
Yeah.
And why is the rook so, I don't know, so far away from helping?
Oh, and look at
So
Gukesh.
close.
He's low on time now. 3 minutes and 28 seconds. There is now there's only a 30-second increment.
He's burned 2/3 of his remaining time on this move now. Wow. More than that even. It's all gone wrong, and that's what happens occasionally. I've been there myself. When I mess up endgames, it's always because I've miscalculated or I've stopped one move too early. We did that earlier in some variations, but I'm pretty sure he stopped at rook c4. He was like, yeah, this is not happening.
Yeah, how do
Game
you
over.
defend against rook takes knight, f3? But of course, rook h3, beautiful idea. And after f3, you just keep on checking.
Yeah, keep on checking until you either win the bishop or you
agree a draw.
Or you give checkmate.
Or you repeat 27 times.
20-something times, yeah. And arbiter is obliged to step in after 5 repetitions. You taught me that, Jovanka.
Yes. You know, I've been saying that for quite a while now, and I was a little bit worried that I was spreading fake news. But no, an arbiter did tell me in the room that, 5 times.
Luckily, we're here at the FIDE World Championships, and a lot of FIDE arbiters on the ground. A lot of people with a lot of knowledge, know-how. So the rules are one thing we can be confident on. One thing Gukesh cannot be confident on is this position. He's down to 2 minutes, Jovanka. It's dawned on him that winning chances are minimal now. Okay, AI thinks 23% potentially, but where do you even start? It's gone wrong. There's counterplay.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's just run through the lines again, because Gukesh realizing it's not that simple. So Gukesh can play rook c4, but we have a very easy antidote to that one. Just slide the rook over to h3. Then we've looked at f3. White simply attacks the knight, but there, first black should give a check to the king with rook e3, and then knight c3. Again, just asking questions to this bishop. Any other move? h5.
Yeah.
h5, but I'm guessing that it's the same business.
Rook to h3.
Rook to h3.
And you're coming in and behind, and White's king is actually in some serious trouble in some variations.
Yeah, how does one...
Pawn under lock and key, rook behind the passed pawn. That's the conventional wisdom, right?
Okay, so let's quickly h5.
Okay.
Rook h3, and I'm saying I call your bluff. Rook c7.
Rook c7. What's your threat?
Rook takes a7.
If I play f5, do you want to take it?
Are you tricking me? Yes,
Yes,
you are. You're going to
Check.
win. You're going to win the. Okay, but still.
Okay, maybe White can still hold, but not
yeah.
sure.
Okay, well.
Okay, it's bishop c2.
Okay.
We might be headed for rook and pawn endgame. Ding retreats his rook to d5. Yeah, we thought rook h3, but this might be even more straightforward. Hitting this b pawn now. Maybe going across to h5 later if necessary, but more importantly, just fixing the knight in the center. He's going to play f5 next.
So bishop takes knight.
Yeah, bishop takes knight. Then it's 3 versus 2, but how do you keep this b pawn alive? You simply don't.
You don't. But you have 2 passed pawns on the king side.
Rook takes.
In king f1. And then, do you know, Emil was talking about the classics. This is a classic endgame. The f and h pawn. Do you know how to draw it?
I think so, but not confidently. Yeah, so even without this a pawn, it should be a draw. We're not going to see that exact version, though. Instead, Gukesh pins the black knight, and it is defended duly by Ding. He moves his rook, he defends the b-pawn, but now white's rook is really passive. Now, I wonder whether Ding can just start harassing the white bishop, trying to get in with his rook.
Yeah.
Even taking a timeout, like stepping back and around, probably is sufficient by this point.
Do you think Ding can actually turn it around?
Win. 1.5% chance of that, I would estimate, Jovanka.
Well, yeah, it's a bit of a mission impossible.
You need a big helping hand, but Gukesh is down to 1 minute.
Right,
Stranger things have happened.
this is what I'm worried about, and I'm also thinking black's pieces are so active. The king is magnificently placed on f4, and I loved your plan of going rook d6, rook h6.
Yeah, I quite like rook c5, to be honest, because I don't think white can ever really step across with the king to defend, because now black's king steps even further. And actually, yeah, you've got to pull the handbrake at some point here if you're white and try to make a draw.
Right, because you're threatening knight takes f2, and the f pawn is going to go very fast.
I just wonder what white's move is. Is it bishop back to d1? Maybe it's bishop back to d1, and then you start pushing the pawn.
Okay.
Yeah, but then again, I mean, rook c1 is... Oh, wait, I've walked into
f3.
the only trick in the position. Okay, so it's not super straightforward for Ding right now. Okay, also, I mean, one logical move is to bring the king forward. Here, Gukesh is planning to check the king away. Ding's getting excited, though. He can sense the draw. He's got nearly 5 minutes. That should be plenty of time. Yeah, white's pride and joy is the h-pawn. That's the only chance now.
What has he played?
He's moved something forward.
King f3.
Now,
okay, big threat. Knight takes f2.
This pawn is hanging.
So how far should one go up with the king? So if you go rook to b3 check.
Yeah, you want to come in?
No, not really. I kind of want to put my king on f4, but I'm just asking for fun.
Yeah, why not? And then that might oblige white to take the knight at some point in the near future. Don't see any immediate drawbacks. The only thing is the black king might be somewhat sidelined. He gives a check with the bishop instead.
Okay.
I'm very surprised. I thought rook b3 was at least more testing.
Well, now
it looks very
king
tempting.
g2 is it's certainly there, because there were situations when the rook was on the third rank that if you put a king on g2 after the trade for the bishop and knight, the rook would just swing over and just cut off the black king. But here, well, I think you're forced.
Yeah.
You're forced to go king g2.
Yeah, just to point out, if Ding had gone the other way, he does indeed play king to g2. And now f3 would pin the black knight, and this would be terminal. So I'm surprised Ding even spent 10 seconds on that move. But yeah, that's what I mean. Gukesh, he's forcing Ding to pretty much play good moves at this point. But the panic must be setting in because he's down at 40 seconds, Gukesh. Momentum is on Ding's side yet again. Knight takes f2 is threatened.
And look at Ding's chances. They've almost tripled from 1.5% to nearly 4%. Rook to g3.
Yeah, rook to b3.
b3, sorry.
Yeah, big trap. Ding avoids the trap. If knight takes pawn in this position, whoops, there's still danger. This is a double attack. So rook to e5 instantly. Ding's feeling the tempo, though. He's in the rhythm. We saw this in game 1. Once he's confident, he speeds up. This is nasty. This could go wrong if Gukesh blunders.
How to pull the handbrake. You've got 33 seconds left on the clock.
I would check and get rid of the knight soonish.
Well, check has the advantage that you do sideline the king even more, forcing it up to g1.
Oh, wow, he doesn't choose this. I was going to say this is still a draw because black picks off the h4 pawn. But, okay, he gives a hit to the black rook. Next move, he's getting ready to check. Okay, where to put the black rook?
But now, if you go bishop to f3, so if you maintain the connection, so you go rook to e7, and after bishop f3 check, you can actually step up with the king.
That's nice, Jovanka. discover attacks are never that scary. Well, sometimes they are, but here you can simply take a pawn, and black is probably a bit better, if anything, in this position. Should still be a draw, of course. But yeah, Gukeshi's lost control completely. Maybe his intention after rook e7 is rook to e3, just to block the file and then to push.
So yeah, still questions.
Still questions.
But the problem is that you can never go bishop to f3 because the black king will just step up to g3 and target f4.
But if you can get the pawn a bit further, you can start racing. Ding keeps looking at the clock. I wonder whether it's because he knows Gukesh is low on time and he wants to end this tension, get the game over with. But you still have to be accurate.
Yeah, well, this is the secret to playing good chess when you are in time trouble or your opponent is in time trouble. You just have to hold your nerve. It's so easy to get excited, to get taken away by the adrenaline. But Ding now down to under 4 minutes.
You know what I would do? Maybe if I was desperate to play safety first chess, I would probably play rook e6, assuming that white blocks. And then just because I'm keen to get these little nuisances off the board and focus on one flank where knights are as good as bishops, I would play a6 and get those pawns off. But okay, he doesn't. Rook back to e7 instead.
He can still go for that plan, David.
Yeah, rook e3. How though? Because now the white bishop will sit on e2 and stop any...
Yeah.
Stop any exchanges.
That's true.
Okay, but we'll see. Does Gukesh block? I joked about discover checks, but it does feel scary to allow any checks against the white king. Okay, 15 seconds now by Gukesh.
And he swings. Maybe now's the time to maybe go rook c7, mobilize the rook.
Bring it this way around.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. It's just about how dangerous white's h-pawn is. Is it really that dangerous? It can go to h5 safely, protected by the white bishop, but any further, it might just fall off the board.
Yeah. Well, one thing that is good news for Ding is that he can always meet bishop f3 with the king stepping up to g3, and he actually provokes that pawn.
Yeah, provokes it forward.
h5.
Automatic now for Gukesh. He shouldn't spend any time at all on this. Bishop to f3 check. The black king simply steps back and captures the pawn. That should be a draw.
Yeah.
Just to put it on the board, check. The king marches back. You can take the knight. It's a double attack. Yes, he can take this pawn hitting the black rook, but black will happily take. This is just not enough pawns left, so he does play h5. Now Ding's idea might be one of these two. Knight f2 feels wrong though. Knight f2, there's a check. Now you cannot step back because the white bishop will move. And this knight drops after the black king escapes the check. Is it knight g3? But this looks clumsy. Knight f6 instead. That looks less clumsy. That's very clever. Now g3 is left clear for the black king to march back.
Yeah, and there's a concrete idea in mind, just targeting the h-pawn.
I think he's going to draw this. I think the best Gukesh can hope for is rook and bishop versus rook, which would be fun to watch in a World Championship match, but highly stressful for everyone involved.
20 seconds for Gukesh. Well, yeah, I think Gukesh would absolutely love to have that endgame. Okay. But he needs to find a way.
4 seconds, Jovanka. 2, 1. Oh, he went down to 2 seconds. Oof.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cold in here, but I'm feeling the shivers for multiple reasons.
And now, well, at least Ding's hands are forced here. He needs to capture the pawn on h5. And he does.
That pawn is gone, so is black's f-pawn. Up to 1 minute for Gukesh. The black knight will jump in, most likely now. There we go, knight g3. The black king is awkwardly placed, but I think there's so few pawns at this point that it's not an issue at all. Actually, wherever the white rook moves, the black rook might start hunting for this pawn, which is hard to defend. Pawn there.
And also, if the rook leaves the f5 square, as it's obliged to do, then the rook on h7 can also hunt for the counterpart on b5.
Yeah, true.
Not easy to defend that one either, because the knight on g3 covers the e2 square.
Yeah, no bishop e2, that can be captured. So yeah, if you stick to the 5th rank, then black goes for the f-pawn. If you stick to the f-file, then black goes for the other pawn. It's a really annoying dilemma to have to face with 10 seconds on the clock. He goes up the board. Oh, I like your rook b7 a lot. If the white bishop finds itself on an awkward square defending, then I think black can start retreating the king, chasing down the f-pawn.
And not only that, but the white king is so vulnerable. The white king should be out there in the middle on e5, just fighting at least. But it's not. It's on e1 and a target.
Yeah, vulnerable to some checks, maybe even starting now. You could check the white king a few times. You don't want to force it where it wants to go to the middle of the board, but the white bishop is poorly placed, a bit of a target as well.
In fact, could you try to check it right now?
Oh, is it going to check? Now you place your first instinct, Jovanka.
Okay, rook b7.
Yeah, this is forcing move. I think just makes a lot of sense. Bishop a4 feels like it might be the only way to keep the game going. But then the black king is free.
Yeah. Well, you've got no choice. Or you can gamble with pushing the f-pawn, but instead he holds on to b5.
Yep. There's also some argument to be made for, at the right moment, going for this bishop. Just got to watch out the white bishop doesn't leapfrog the pawn and land on c6 with the check. I don't see any way that that would ever happen. b6 will always be met by rook takes, covering that square.
Yep. Well, white does have the simple plan now, just advancing the f-pawn. So it's very important that Ding start orchestrating some counterplay based on attacking the white king.
Yeah, the white king is slightly short of squares. It will be forced to the d file in the near future. I can't explain why, Jovanka. I just want to get the king back into the game.
Yeah.
It feels like the black king's offside.
It has to chase down the f-pawn as well.
Look at that percentage bar, by the way. 94% chance this game's going to end in a draw now. Gukesh's winning chances have...
Yeah, they've gone down the drain.
Almost disappeared. 4% chance. Miraculous save by Ding, I've got to say. At move 41, we thought he'd blown it. We thought he'd lost all control.
Yeah.
Pawn down.
It was two careless slip-ups from Gukesh, I would say. Like, the first inaccuracy was king to e1. And then now comes the king to f3. And the second one was just forgetting that Ding could put the rook on d3. Suddenly, Ding's pieces came to life. f5.
Can you just keep chasing this pawn down? Just hunt it down by force. King f4, f6. Now I want to bring the knight back to make sure the white rook cannot move.
Okay, f7.
And f7, then I'll go back this way.
And now bishop to b3.
And then I'll somehow end up in rook and bishop versus rook. Whoops. And yeah, that one surely is more than just a few percent chance. He's actually going for this. Wow. Jovanka, I was joking, but rook and bishop versus rook, that's more than a 6% chance, I would say, for Gukesh.
There's a lot of tricks and traps in that particular variation. But one of the things is that Black's king is very, very active. It's, you know, rook and bishop against rook is very dangerous when the defending king has been forced to the edge of the board, was maybe even on the 2nd or 7th rank.
Actually, I'm not sure Black needs to enter that. So f7 now, Gukesh, he doesn't play it. He brings his bishop back instead. But now knight g5 would hit this pawn, and now I can just march back with the king. Everything's defended. And if the rook moves, I take, you pin me, I go back, and it's a draw. So instead he plays bishop back, attacking the knight. Now do not take this pawn if you're Ding. That would be a horrible blunder, because here white can give a check. And next move, the pawn will cost black its rook.
Yep. Important trick.
Unless, wait, can you take this pawn? No, surely not.
F7. No, pawn takes, bishop takes knight,
Bishop takes knight. Okay, I was going to say rook e5. And F7, I take, and then I go back. Maybe it was possible, maybe. But it was a bit hairy, a bit scary there. Knight d6, much, much safer, keeping F7 locked down. Also, this pawn is about to drop. Might be seeing the last moments of this game.
Yeah, one of the key things is that the black king stays on the F line. Doesn't give the opportunity for the white rook to deliver a devastating check.
Yeah, it's a double agent, right? A shield. The white pawn actually helps the black king stay guarded. And yeah, even if the pawn were on F7, the white rook struggles to actually get out the way. And Gukesh, look at this. I'm not sure he's meditating this time. He's just regretting that he let a chance slip. His biggest chance since game 3.
It was a golden opportunity, and yes, he will be kicking himself. So close. And yet Ding Liren just living up to his reputation of being tenacious, resilient, just fighting until the very end. And now we see Gukesh. The seconds are ticking down.
Tenacious Ding. Tenacious Gukesh D. Rook to d8. He's hitting the black knight. I think here you just don't want to take any risk. You go back with the black king to hit this pawn. Taking this one does come with some risk after bishop to g6 and the white pawn runs through. The black
He's reaching for the king.
It's going to be a draw, Jovanka.
Yeah, and now the rook comes back to the defense. No, the bishop moves.
Okay.
But now you can just simply blockade the pawn. You can put it on f7, and nothing is going to stop black from winning the f6 pawn.
Yeah, that's the clincher. Knight f7.
He finds it.
He will not have to suffer and defend. Rook and bishop versus rook, Ding. Heroic, heroic defense there. Wow, this shows all the gears you need to succeed at top level chess these days. You need to be able to go into reverse and just grovel for a draw. But he did it actively, first of all, Ding, before stepping back now and rounding up the white pawns.
Yeah. In the end, it felt like he pulled a rabbit out of the hat. Gukesh looked in complete control, but Ding managing to find the resources just to keep his hopes alive. And for Gukesh, he just has to accept that this is not going to be his day.
No, still half the match ahead. Still plenty of time to go. It's another missed opportunity, though, for one of the players. Gukesh with white as well will regret
5 seconds.
Not winning here, but he gives a check. I'm really surprised he didn't take that knight and force the draw, but here we go.
No.
Who's more likely to win, Jovanka?
Well, I'm expecting Gukesh Ding to step the king back to e7, ensure that the knight can get to d6.
Should also play pawn to a6 here.
That's true. Okay, but he goes rook b6, the clear idea of knight to d6. And a6.
Yeah. Oh, it looked like Ding was about to offer his hand there. But no, the bishop comes to c4. Rook's coming off the board. These really are the last few moments of game 7. It's been 67 moves so far.
And
longest game of the match.
Here are the closing moments, and now the knight springs to d6. It will sacrifice itself up for the pawn. And yet another draw between these two. What a fight it was.
What a fight it has been. And the final move, Ding will give up his pawn. Check. Gukesh doesn't need to take it, but he does. And it's a handshake. Game 7 is over. It ends all square. It's a draw.
Really thrilling games, full of twists and turns. It started with a surprise in the opening from Gukesh, some excellent play in the middle game, but in the end, Ding Liren living up to his reputation as being resilient. What a fighter Ding Liren, the reigning world champion, was.
Yeah, we saw 5 hours and 20 minutes of play, by far the longest game of the match. We hear some cheering outside as the fans finally can breathe. After all that tension, Gukesh was so close. In the middle game, he had a winning advantage. In the end game, he had a winning advantage. But Ding was able to neutralize that with some really resourceful play.
Yeah.
And, all square, Jovanka.
Yeah, there you can see Ding Liren breathing a sigh of relief. It was so close to defeat for Ding. But in the end, what a worthy defense it was of the endgame. I'm just completely surprised and astounded, actually, that Ding was able to find those miraculous drawing resources. And there we see the players leave the playing arena, and they're going to go and make their way to the conference.
Yeah, Ding almost gave a smile there as he departed from the playing hall, the fish tank. I think that's going to feel just as good as any victory would. Holding that game, it would have been a vital win for Gukesh, of course, but frustration, maybe just, yeah, Gukesh, that endgame rushing slightly, feeling the finishing line in sight, tripped him up, held him back. But yeah, I think we would just on the edge of our seats, Jovanka, we were thrilled by the fighting spirit there.
Absolutely. Ooh, that was quite a long game. Maybe we can break down some of those critical moments. And, well, Game 7 of the FIDE World Championship match, well, it started with a bang. It started with Gukesh, first of all, initiating the biggest surprise of them all in the opening. We were expecting E4, D4, no, knight F3, and here it comes.
Yeah, a near novelty as early as move 7. It looks symmetrical at this point, a very symmetrical play. Here, nearly everything under the sun has been tried at top level. Often white takes this pawn or keeps the tension with his pawn. Here it was a sacrifice, a queen's gambit by Gukesh. He shuffled his rook across. This is a innocent-looking move, Jovanka, but there was venom behind it.
Yeah, definitely. And it was a move that took us all by surprise. I mean, we had a lot of experience in this particular position, and it was a novel try. And here, Ding went into the tank, but he reacted in the most principled manner. He grabbed the pawn on c4, allowed Gukesh to just advance in the center, and just develop the light squared bishop, encouraging Gukesh to defend that knight by going knight bd2.
Yeah, and here white has everything covered. This pawn is now under attack. This knight is nicely defended. Ding again burned a lot of time before deciding upon a very committal path. He pushed his c-pawn for a second time within the space of 9 moves, losing a bit of time here, allowing Gukesh as well to install what became a very strong pawn on the d-file. And here Ding happily giving the pawn back. A few moves later, he relied upon techniques usually associated with the Grunfeld defense, pushed his pawn forward, gaining space. Black has a dark square bishop, but white has the bishop pair, which becomes a very useful tool later, and of course the strong d-pawn.
Yeah, and it was going to be a battle between dynamic play between the two, and there you see the sideline knight, but Gukesh just reacting very normally, very accurately, developing his pieces, and Phil, Gukesh is playing this stage of the game to perfection. And this is a moment from Ding where we felt it was a questionable, because the knight doesn't belong on the f8 square. It's dominated by the pawn on d5. Instead, a better try would have been just to mobilize his pieces.
Yeah, plenty of options, possibly pushing his pawn forward in the near future, possibly trading a set of rooks. But knight back to f8, not great there. And yeah, b4, a fantastic move by Gukesh, allowing a protected pass pawn for Ding, but the white knight soon has entry points. Wasn't able to jump yet, but here was where Gukesh started outplaying the current world champion. And Ding was suffering. At this point, he started burning a lot of time. He even grabbed a pawn. But at this moment, we realized Gukesh, he was in the driver's seat. He trapped the enemy queen behind his own lines here.
Yeah, it was just absolutely fantastic positional sacrifice from Gukesh. The black queen completely sidelined, and he realized that actually the rook on a3 can be mobilized to start destabilizing the black queen side. So after rook d7, rook a5, fantastic move. Now Gukesh teased us because after Ding played Queen B3, we thought, oh, it might be a draw after Gukesh played Rook A3, but no, excellently calculated. And now Rook takes B5. He keeps the game alive. And then Ding was relying on swapping off queens, heading into an endgame in order to survive this particular position because White has overwhelming control in the center.
Yeah, and here, great move by Gukesh, which he had to foresee. He jumped out with his queen, counterattacking against this black knight, and nothing else for Ding to do other than capture, allow a trade, and jump back with his queen. Desperation in reverse gear here. He's trying to force the queens off, but a key moment, Gukesh, slightly materialistic here, missed a key chance, a winning move.
Yeah, the winning move would be to actually go bishop to g5, preserve the bishop pair. But to be honest, this is very, very difficult to play, especially when you're presented with the opportunity of doubling your opponent's pawns. But this position would have been overwhelming. And if this had happened, we would have likely seen Gukesh win.
That's right. Instead, he played the more natural move. He took queens off the board. He also took bishops off the board. And this was due to the fact he could win the c4 pawn, black's passed pawn. But here, the rook and knight creating some real threats. White not quite able to get coordinated. The black knight jumping back. This is a pin. And it was a few moves later, just before the time control on move 40 with 10 seconds left, that Ding slipped for the first time. He brought his king forward. Maybe he should have just set up a blockade with his knight instead on the dart squares with a relatively simple draw. Instead, gave a golden opportunity to Gukesh, who now gobbled up this h-pawn.
Yes, and yeah, it was actually a decision that Ding was now bound by, and this particular position is actually excellent for Gukesh. He can just now drop the bishop back to e2. We were expecting this, followed by slowly advancing the h-pawn. But instead, Gukesh played king to e1, an unusual move, but still, nonetheless, White is still very much in the driver's seat. And it was after the very sneaky f6 that Gukesh slipped up. He just played h4, ignoring the fact that black actually had a threat. The rook can now just dive down to d3.
Yeah, and that's what happened. The black rook came in, and Gukesh started to realize he'd miscalculated. He dropped back with his bishop, relying on a trick here. He wanted to pin this black knight, but Ding, just by the skin of his teeth, holds a draw. He can move his rook across, pawn steps up, and this game would have ended in a perpetual check. Gukesh, realizing this, tried to fight, but ultimately wasn't successful due to the activity of the black pieces. Here, Ding very confidently held the draw. Black's king, black's knight, black's rook as well, coordinating perfectly.
Yes, and there you can see the black king just mobilizing. We move a little bit forward. You see how everything is under complete control from Ding.
And he just covers everything. The black knight is dominant now. White's pawns are very, very weak. And here, he found the right path. He hunted down successfully the white h-pawn, passed pawn, and the game soon fizzled out towards a draw.
Yeah, and there you can see the closing moves. In the end, the black king and the knight just hunting down the f-pawn, and it was an elementary draw. And the players did play on to king and bishop, but a draw it was. What a game! And tomorrow, Game 8, well, we'll see whether Ding will be revitalized or reinvigorated by this miraculous save, whether Gukesh will come out swinging.
And in the meantime, let's go to the press conference. We'll see you tomorrow, but over to Maurice Ashley with the players.
Others have the opportunity, but you may return to the microphone later to have follow-up questions. My first question goes to the challenger. Gukesh, you had a position that seemed rich, capable of playing for quite some time, maybe with some advantage. What's your immediate impression after the game?
Yeah, I thought I should be winning at some in this. Maybe before the queen exchange and also after the queen exchange, it should be winning. But after he played f6, it was kind of tricky. I mean, when I played bishop d1, I just missed that he has f4 take rook c4 rook h3, and f3 has rook h1. So yeah, I don't know where exactly the win was, but I should be winning, I think.
There was one moment, I think, when you traded queens, you could have played maybe bishop g5, or when you played queen f4, you could have played bishop e3 instead. Just pointing out. where it was possible to hold the position like this, or even after queen f4 to maybe play bishop g5 and play the two bishops? Did you consider either one of these two moves?
Yeah, I considered a bit, but I thought this endgame with this f5 weakness and the pawn up should be winning, but probably it was more difficult than I had expected.
To the world champion, this was definitely a difficult defense. When did you sense that maybe you were in trouble?
Well, immediately after c5, I saw he can play d5, and yeah, he can take the knight. He can take with both bishop and maybe also queen. And he didn't need to play e5 and then just take and cannot take on d5. Here I saw time my positions are already worse. And in the end, very hard defense. Here I'm considering take a knight e4. I didn't see any straightforward win, but I just don't know if I can play this like this or not here. And then I decided to go for c4, but this move came as a surprise. Don't know where to put the king. Good queen. Yeah, here I thought my position hopeless. Yeah, because my intention was to take on a2 after queen f6, but I realized after king g2, my position very bad, lack of coordinates. But maybe it's not so bad. Difficult to understand.
When you were in this situation, you talked about hopeless. How did you get the resolve to find all the defensive moves, or did you think you were just gonna possibly just lose the game?
Yes, I was beaten many times. First in the opening, the middle game, and in the here queen f4 I thought it very strong. And yeah, I'm happy to find this defensive idea, at least to create some counterplays over his pawns. But here, still, it's very difficult to. Maybe this is the way to play. The rook h4, rook c4.
Some kind of blockade. Mm-hmm. I'm curious about a moment in the game when you were. I'm sorry, I'm speaking to the challenger now. You had a moment to play rook d2 instead of rook to f4 here. This move.
Yeah, I thought knight b4, I didn't see you.
And after knight b4, this move. And reroute the bishop to this diagonal. Put the pawn on d7 to play like this.
Yeah, I did not really consider this one actually. Yeah, but probably I was just playing under the assumption that rook f4 and b5 should just be winning if I manage to consolidate. But yeah, yeah. I mean, I didn't really consider any alternatives.
Last question from me before I open to the press. Golden opportunity. Do you feel? What are your feelings? You know, was a real chance to win this game. That the chance was missed.
Yeah, it's never pleasant to miss a winning position, but I'm happy about the fact that I outplayed my opponent quite easily in the opening, and yeah, after that it's a missed chance, but also there are some positives to take, and I'll try not to repeat the mistake in the other next games.
And sort of the same question to you. You felt that you were in a hopeless situation and you were given a second life. Your feelings for that opportunity?
Yeah, I nearly gave up when I saw King E1 because here I don't know how to create counterplay. Rook D4, he had Rook C4. This is not win, not lose. Hard to believe. So I thought I just try to take my luck and try to stay in the game. And here I'm very lucky, as he said before. I have Rook H3 if we go Rook C4, not losing immediately. Suddenly my position is quite playable, even maybe not losing anymore. Difficult to believe.
Yeah, you sound like you think it's a miracle that you saved this game.
Yeah. Yeah. Here, King E4, I thought a very strong move, but the computer just laughing at it. Very strange. I thought he played extremely well by Bishop E3, Rook D4. Maybe it's not the case. So I made many mistakes, but fortunately I saved the game.
All right, first question from the press.
This one will be in the native language of Grandmaster Gukesh. I am Vasudevan from Taransia, Trinity Mirror and chess.ninja. Thiru Gukesh, இப்போ சரிபாதியா 14 கேம்ல வந்து 7 கேம் முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. ஈவனா இருக்கு பொசிஷன். இப்போ அத பத்தி உங்க கருத்து என்ன?
May we ask you to translate that for us?
I'm asking that we are in the midway and the point position is 3.5 each, and what does he feel about that?
Yeah, the score is fine. Obviously today was a missed chance, so that is a bit of a disappointment. But he missed some chances earlier in the match, so that is I think that is fair that we are here. But yeah, the second half will be, of course, the crucial one.
நீங்க தமிழ்ல பதில் சொன்னா உங்க தமிழ் ரசிகர்கள் கொஞ்சம் சந்தோஷப்படுவாங்க. அடுத்த கேள்வி வந்து ஒரு கட்டத்துல வந்து நீங்க நல்லா இருந்தது பொசிஷன், அப்புறம் கடைசியில ஒரு 2 செகண்ட் வரைக்கும் போயிடுச்சு உங்க கிளாக்ல. 2 செகண்ட் மட்டும் தான் இருந்தது. அப்போ பார்க்குறவங்களுக்குலாம் ஒரு ஹார்ட் பீட் மிஸ் மாதிரி ஒரு சிச்சுவேஷன் இருந்தது. அப்போ உங்களுடைய நிலைமை அந்த மாதிரி எப்படி இருந்தது? I'm just asking him that at some point of time he had an advantage, and subsequent to that he went down to the final 2 seconds on his clock when a huge number of his followers were missing a heartbeat. So what does he would want to say about that?
ஆமா, நான் அந்த பொசிஷனில் இன்னும் எப்படி கண்டினியூ பண்ணதுன்னு பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தேன். பட் கிளாக், ஐ மீன் 2 செகண்ட்ஸ் இருக்குன்னு எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சது. ஸோ ஐ வாஸ் கோயிங் டு, நான் எப்படியும் மூவ் வைக்க தான் போயிருந்தேன். ஆனால் நான் அந்த பொசிஷனில் ஒன்றும் பண்ணுறதுக்கு இல்லை.
Anyway, he said that he was very much aware of the clock ticking by and 2 seconds, and he said he is very much in control, so he wasn't too carried away with the reducing of time. So thank you, Nandri, Mr. Gukesh.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Next question.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. A question for each of you. To Ding Liren. Why did you reject Queen B8, which apparently looks quite solid, instead of going for such a very risk maneuver, Queen E6 and taking on A2? And to Gukesh, you said that you felt like winning at some moment. Suddenly you weren't winning anymore. How did you manage your emotions changing? How did you keep your emotional system under control?
Because here, if queen b8 or queen c7, he will also go bishop d4. I thought the position very bad. Because I didn't have any direct play. Maybe knight d7 has some square on e5. Not so easy. c3. Just wait. Yeah, I think I need to do some immediate actions. Otherwise, my position is very bad. So I totally miss evaluated.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, when I missed this f4 rook h3 defense, it was unpleasant, of course. But yeah, I still thought I could maybe continue the game somehow, but it was very hard to find anything. Obviously, it was not pleasant emotionally, but yeah, I mean, anyways, that position I guess was already the result was decided, so I didn't have to like really control my emotions or anything.
Thank you.
Next.
I'm Xiaobing from organization. I have questions for Ding Liren and for both. First of all, 请 Ding Liren 用中文说一下今天这盘棋的过程。谢谢。
We would just like to ask Ding Liren about his thought process for today's game in Mandarin. Thank you.
今天是看了引擎之后是一盘过山车一般的对决，然后，我被击败了很多次，但是最后没有被打倒，还是顽强的站了起来，守住了一盘和棋。对，过程就跌宕起伏吧，难以用语言来形容。我在很多时候都做出了错误的那个决定。然后就很多就是在很多情况下都已经非常危险了，但是最后还是侥幸的捡回了一条命。
谢谢。Ding says that today's game was an absolute roller coaster of a game, but at the very end, he managed to not be knocked down, and he is very satisfied with that result, and he is going to be fighting for another day.
接下来有一个问题问两位棋手，就是每天比完赛之后到睡觉前会做一些什么？谢谢。
This question is for both players, and we would like to know what the players are doing before bed after every single game.
首先肯定是复盘，复完盘之后，然后吃晚饭，除了吃饭之外，也就是上网吧，没有特别的。
Ding says that after every game, he is reviewing the games and having dinner. And apart from having dinner, he is also occasionally browsing the web. Nothing special. Yeah, after the games, I'm having a dinner and yeah, relaxing a bit and going to sleep. Thank you very much.
Hello, Toril Skutte from Danish Chess Magazine. My question goes to both players.
You come a little closer to the mic, please. Sorry.
Our young readers would like to know what your favorite chess book was when you were about 10 to 12 years old.
Favorite chess book, you said?
We have answered this question last round. Maybe you are not there.
At 10 to 12?
Sorry?
At 10 to 12. I'm forgetting your answer, actually. 10 to 12 years old. Didn't you guys say?
Yeah, we both said the same book. It's Game Changer. Yeah.
But Game Changer didn't come out when you were 10 to 12 years old. Maybe when he was 10 to 12 years old. Okay.
Can I answer that or next question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, asking on behalf of your FIDE social media followers, this time from Sumit Sengale.
According to a statistical study by Dr. Mehmet Ismail, this match is the most accurate of all World Championship matches. Does it feel like that when you're playing over the board?
That is quite a surprise because I think there are just pretty much all the games there is something something funny happening. So I don't know. I can't really believe it's the most accurate match so far.
Maybe before this game.
My question is for Grandmaster Gukesh. Vanakam, Yanpayer, MikeKleinChess.com. I'll switch from Tamil back to English now. Gukesh, what do you take away from this game? This, on one level, you had an opening advantage, and for much of the game, you could have expected to win. Does that give you some hope, or are you maybe a little frustrated that you had them on the ropes but weren't able to convert? What's your biggest emotion right now after such a struggle?
I guess always, like when you don't convert a winning position, it's always, at least the first few minutes, it's a bit disappointing. But yeah, I mean, it was a huge chance and I missed it, but still a lot of games to go. And one huge positive is that I felt really good on the board and I was obviously outplaying him from the start. So that's a very good thing to know. The biggest lesson, I guess, is to stay focused and convert good positions.
It sounds like you're a glass half full kind of person.
Sorry?
You're generally a positive person.
Yeah, I try.
Thanks.
Hello everyone, Aditya from ChessBase India. First of all, congratulations to both Ding and Gukesh for giving us this wonderful game. I would like to point out that at one point of time there were 205,000 people live watching your game on ChessBase India. So yes, Ding, Gukesh, what a start you had in the game, and Ding, what a defense. The perfect game we can say from the tournament. My question is, Rook E1 was a very interesting choice in the opening. You played it out very fast. Could you please tell us the idea behind it? And also to Ding, when you saw Rook E1, what was your thoughts, what lines you were thinking? Because you took a lot of time. Thank you.
Yeah, Rook E1 is I don't know if it's completely new, but it's a relatively new move in the opening. Yeah, obviously this was a preparation, and the point is to go like DC4 E4. I mean, the main point is to just get a new position on the board. But yeah, my opponent didn't react in in a very precise way. So I guess the idea worked well. Yeah, just prep. It worked well. Only thing to improve is the conversion.
Well, when I saw this move, I was just come back from toilet. It was totally shock. So I spent a lot of time on this move, on my reply. Yeah, maybe my reply was not so accurate that he can enjoy some advantage. Yeah, bishop pair and also very strong passed pawn. The only weakness for him is the knight is not so well placed. But he played creatively by playing b4. And for me, I thought it was a totally failure during the game because I thought I was getting outplayed. But like many times, maybe my position not so bad. Maybe I should be more confident of my position.
Thank you so much.
Hello, this is Josu Tornay from Berea, from the Basque Country. My question is for Ding Liren. It is about the opening choice. It's about move c5. Why did you choose c5 instead of the more normal, let's say, b5? Move 9.
Yeah, maybe the way to play d5, h3, and go back, bishop, yes. Go back, maybe he cannot play b3, since here I can have some c5 in line. Yeah. Spend more time on this move, because I overlooked the d5, h3, this very simple idea. c5 is open the diagonal of the light square bishop, so it's a very risky decision.
Thank you.
Maria, Photochess Kick Channel. I have a question based on my personal observation to Liren. It seems like today, even though the game started quite shaky and maybe time management was not ideal, when you went low on time, you were much more composed and in control of your emotions than in the game that you lost on time. And as someone who was inside the tangle this time, I felt like your opponent was much more shaky than you were. Is it true? And if yes, maybe you can elaborate on whether you changed something in your preparation, in your mental preparation to the games, or you just feel much more in control in this match. Thank you.
Before you answer that question, I just want to request that those who are online right now be the final people asking questions, that no one else go online. It's been a long game for the players, and we appreciate their time, and they got to go eat and all that. So, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have to find a move to stay in the game, and actually my play is very bad when I was low on time. Here I made a bad decision to take on a2. Also, on 40th move, I could have played knight c8, which I saw, but I rejected it due to the passive approach. So, not a perfect.
Yeah, I'm not asking about the moves precisely. I'm more about your intuition. If you relied on your intuition more, and it was just more comfortable to play for you under the time pressure, your feeling.
With black pieces, I sink into time trouble many times, so I get used to it.
Thank you both players for this amazing match on behalf of the whole internet community.
Hello, I'm Nemo on behalf of the Singaporean Chess Federation, and I have a question for both of you, but I will address this to Gukesh first. Gukesh, I noticed you were playing Puzzle Rush a couple of hours before your round today. Do you have a pre-game routine, and do you have any rituals or superstitions?
Not much. I just try to follow a specific routine. Nothing huge as such, but yeah, Puzzle Rush is always nice to do to warm up my mind.
Thank you. Same question for Liren. Do you have a pre-game routine? Do you have any rituals or superstitions?
Well, I get up and take a shower, then have some coffee.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Katerina from the German Chess Federation, and yesterday was the second rest day, and I was wondering if you spent it any different than the first rest day, and what did you actually do?
Yeah, I mean, I tried relaxing a bit. I prepared for some time, and also yesterday my sponsor Westbridge Sandeep sir had come here to to watch the match and to support me. So it was really nice of him, and we had a nice chat. So that was quite nice.
I just spent the rest of the day.
Unlike the last rest day, I go out, have dinner.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kyla, representing the local organizing committee, and my question goes to both players. As a chess fan, which has been your favorite World Championship match that you did not play in? And if you could just elaborate on why.
For me, I'm always fascinated by the 1972 Fischer-Spassky match. But also the 2013 Magnus Vichy match, personally for me, it was very nice because that was the one I visited in person, and it happened in my hometown. So these two are quite close to my heart.
I guess the answer was Topalov-Anand match. Because maybe it's the first time I closely follow the World Championship match.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, Abhinav from US Chess. I wanted to ask both players, there's been a general consensus among the punditry that the closer and closer we get to the rapid tiebreaks, Ding might be favored because of his past great experiences. Do both of you have any comments on this?
I mean, it's only halfway through the event. A lot has happened in this first 7 rounds. And I'm sure a lot will happen in the next 7 rounds. So it's too early to think about tie breaks. But as I've said before, I don't believe in favorites. I just believe in whoever plays the best chess on that day will win. So yeah, I mean, just a lot more chess to play. Yeah.
Before this game, maybe I have better performance overall because I have many good positions and not so many worse positions. But this game, he's totally in control. So it's a very exciting match.
Thank you both.
An exciting match indeed. We want to thank the players once again for spending time with us and sharing their thoughts. Game 8 begins the second half of the match. We'll be here tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi, Gemini. Quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.